Proving Grounds. I am Loot Goblin, and I'm here with Kilted Havoc for this action-packed day of events. Our first game of the day will be Invictus versus Vanguard Gaming. Havoc, how do you think this is going to play out?
I don't know, man. So we saw, based on last week, right? So Vanguard did very, very well for the most part. Invictus seems to have been a little bit of an underdog, maybe just looking at the win statistics, right? But looking at round differential, looking at gameplay style, looking at all kinds of things, it's a new weekend, it's a new day, it's everyone's fresh, rested, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed. So really, could be anyone's game, but I think Vanguard has a very decent chance of doing extraordinarily well.
Absolutely. All the other matches, I think, today are going to be just as well matched up as they were for last week. Our second match will be Epic Fails versus Aquila. I think that'll be both teams, I think, are very well diverse in different tactics and how to play the game. I'm excited to watch how that one pulls out. If I was a betting man, I think Epic Fails will probably pull that one out. They know they've trained very hard. I've talked to a couple of them here and there over the last week, and they're ready to rock. I'm sure that's going to be another action-packed game. Would you like to go through the rest of the bracket for us?
Absolutely. So our third match of the day is going to be VGA versus Easy Div 2. That should be pretty jam-packed, pretty action-packed. A lot of people hungry to show themselves, prove themselves on both rosters. Fourth is going to be Pandaric X and Redacted Society, and Redacted Society did some amazing work yesterday, and I apologize, I'm getting a phone call for work.
Redacted Society is definitely a team that I know when I play against them, it's rough. They are locked in and ready to go. I'll be excited to watch that match as well. The next set of matches, give me 1 second here. We will have, for our third match, Vanguard Academy versus Easy Div 2. Very excited to watch how both of the Div 2 teams clash. I know they've trained and trained, so it'll be exciting to watch how everything plays out today.
My apologies for that, lads. I am back.
That's fine. Welcome back.
Someone butt dialed me from work.
Oh, of course, that's how that works out. So our fourth match will be Pandaric X versus Redacted Society. I think that is going to be one heck of a match. Both of those teams are definitely high caliber, and I'll be excited to watch them claw their way to victory. If you had to bet, which team do you think will pull the win on that one?
Ooh. So I didn't get to see a lot of Pandaric's gameplay last week because I was towards the tail end of the weekend. But from what I saw of Redacted Society, they've got a strong roster. They're adaptable. They're capable of making changes on the fly. So I think they may have an upper hand. But obviously, my opinion on that is a little bit of skewed without being able to do an actual, side-by-side comparison.
Yeah, and then we have, after that one, the fifth match will be Phoenix versus Vibe Check again. So I talked to both teams. They're excited to play, and I think Phoenix is ready for their get back. They got a black eye last week going against Vibe Check, so I think they're ready to even the playing field and pull a dub out. It'll be another good hard fought match as well for that one. And then New Dawn, being the last team to get eliminated out of bracket 1, got the bye for the first round. So it'll be definitely interesting to see how the brackets play out. Obviously, this is the final weekend, so if you knocked out this time, you're out for the tournament.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the beauty of this single-ish elimination tournament style is it gives us the opportunity to have this kind of redemption bracket, so to speak. Get people back in the fight. Maybe they can go and review tape, go and review their strategies, go and look at, okay, we can tweak this, we can move that. Hey, instead of running that kit with that combination of gear and weapons and ammo, maybe let's kind of shift things a little bit and put you on more of a flanker than a point man. So there's so much that can change over the course of 6 or 7 days. I fully anticipate probably some of the same strats that we saw last week, and also probably some new strats.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how some of these teams adjusted their playbooks, so to speak. Because everybody that was on this bracket was one that was knocked out last weekend, so it'll be a very good set of matches, I feel like, for sure. We're going to bring the team cards on screen now. If you'd like to go through the rosters there.
It disappeared for me.
Oh, is it showing now?
Negatory Ghost Rider.
Okay,
and I don't have a good enough memory to memorize all the people.
I will go.
It's not that I don't love you. My brain is just like a pasta strainer.
Absolutely. So for this match, it'll be on Bay 5. Vanguard is attacking. Blake Dahlia, Clutch, Scratch, Windchill, Winter, and then Boppin is their sub. On Invictus, they have IFP, Judicious, Jess, Dev Demyth, Nuclear, Tippy, and Murder are their 2 subs. So
Beautiful.
Invictus will be defending. Vanguard will be attacking. And it'll definitely... So I know Blake likes to play mid. I believe it's Dev Demyth also likes to play mid on Invictus as well. It'll definitely...
Yep.
Bay 5 mid control, super important. With how short
Absolutely.
the rounds are, the rotations need to be on point and fast. And if you have mid control, I mean, that outside of going through either spawn, if you're on the attacking side or defending side, not being able to rotate through the mid is critical. Because there's been plenty of times where I've watched teams snake somebody into sandwich and then completely cut off the people that are coming from one spawn or from defender side. And it can be a game changer. It'll be interesting to see where they choose to play, where they choose to control. And there's also a lot of off-the-spawn nades that can happen. You can put one into hole, you can put one into heaven or hell. You can also put them into the defending opening doors. So grenade, watching out for those will be critical. Nobody likes to get mortar striked off the start of a round. It can really be a game changer.
Absolutely, and those early kills and that early control that you were just talking about is not just vitally important for strategy, but for momentum, right? So if we, as players, as teams, if you can maintain that momentum, that control, and lock down site access, you're more or less golden. The difference being there's so many rotate potentials on Bay 5, and all of them are relatively well known, but there's so many different avenues you can take that I think it puts the defenders a little bit on the back foot trying to guess where people are going to come from. Even though, 1, 2, 3 rounds in, it might be like, okay, this is kind of what they're doing. But then, as we saw last week, once one team starts learning what the other team's doing, they switch it up. And so it's a constant guessing game, trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen. And I think Bay 5 really illustrates the adaptability of a lot of teams because it provides that rotate potential.
Yeah, there's also other little sneaky spots that you can definitely hit really nasty angles through. So like if you go onto the ramp by Forklift for Heaven, you can peek through those windows. You can see into the big red door by Defender Spawn. You can see all the way through construction to almost the top of mid. These are very good spots to have information gathering as well as, clean kill shots. And I think it's definitely going to come down to who can get the first pick and who's more locked in. There's other spots on A site. Obviously, if you can snake your way into Rat, you can look down through windows and see people coming up mid. You can hold a long angle, almost like a pixel gap for back alley. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see which places they go to take. Utilization of things like smokes and flashes and grenades are going to be a real game changer here.
Absolutely, and even that peek through to, what is it, B site?
Yeah.
It's in the big, into fuel. That's something that I just learned about last week, and that absolutely changes the playing field when it comes to how you can rotate onto site, because if you have someone back watching that rotate and watching that alley, it can 100% change the way the game is played, change the way the round comes out, and change the way you have to approach site, but also the way you have to defend site, because there's so many more access areas, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's worse. Like when I'm holding a site and then somebody hits me with a flashbang too. That's something that I haven't seen used a whole lot. I mean, if you're not wearing gas belters and you get hit with a flashbang, you're out for what feels like an eon. And that's
Right.
an easy way to kind of break into a site and be able to kind of take control. There's good spots to hide as well, to where you're not as exposed. For instance, if you go into B site, there's that right past the bomb site towards the defender spawn. There's that little white box that you can sit on top of, get a clean look into connector, or even coming from hell and forklift. You can hide in there. It's really hard to see that person until you're basically right on top of them. It'll be interesting to see what little sneaky spots people sit at, or what they've cooked up, little angles to kind of catch people off guard.
Yeah, and that's see, I have a love-hate relationship with Bay 5 for that reason, right? I'm not a super hyper aggressive player, right? I tend to play things a little bit tighter to the chest, a little bit slower, but which Bay 5 allows you to do as long as you know your business. And I'm, rusty like a 1964 Ford right now because I haven't played a whole lot lately. But that's what I love about Bay 5. What I am not a huge fan of Bay 5 for is just the sheer aggressiveness that a lot of teams display because of that necessity for capturing mid like you talked about earlier. And that's not Bay 5's fault, that's my fault for, wanting to sit on a hilltop with a cup of coffee and a bendy straw and plink. So,
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of spots where you can kind of be aggressive at as well that I've noticed. So, for instance, on taking attacker side, my preferred method personally is that you bull rush into parkour. A lot of people aren't expecting somebody, if you have a big thick enforcer running at you, if you can pre-prep it with some nades over there, if you control certain areas like parkour, it makes taking into connector into B that much easier. And that's a big area to control for, because you have ways to pick off mid, you have ways to push into site, you can control who can get there from A site as well. I want to see, I'm curious as to who will be controlling harbor, because nothing's worse than if you're trying to defend from forklift and they wrap around on you and then can pincer you. So that'll be interesting to see where defenders choose to sit, where they choose to give up, where they apply pressure at.
couldn't agree more. And I think that's going to be largely dependent on them kind of figuring each other out, seeing how they play, how they move, what the strats are. I'm curious if we're going to see more bolty action today. That was kind of a fun thing
Yes.
last week. Obviously, Kevin Gang, but it'll be. I'm very excited. I know we're getting the matches set up, getting all the players in their respective VCs,
Yep.
getting their rules briefings, everything like that. So having a great time. Appreciate everyone in chat. Appreciate the mods. Appreciate
Absolutely.
Goblin for having me once again. Thanks for tolerating my presence for another few hours.
Absolutely. Match is starting up right now, so we will be getting into game just momentarily. Again, I want to appreciate everybody that came out to play, everybody that's helping on the production end. We love doing these events, and we're happy to have more for sure, and hope it's a good viewing experience for everybody at the end of the day as well.
Absolutely. And, I may not be the smartest, but I like to think I'm pretty and I like to think I'm funny. So here we go.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, the match will be showing up very shortly. Again, this is Vanguard Gaming versus Invictus for match 1 of day 3 of the Proving Grounds. The winner of bracket 2 will be facing off against Unknown for the prize pool of $500. And I'm excited to see everybody claw their way to the end.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun, action-packed day. Expecting lots of hard pushes, lots of W keying, lots of strat, lots of, as the name of the tournament says, lots of people trying to prove themselves. And I'm very excited to see just the wealth of teams that we have, right? 12 teams.
Yes.
It's pretty awesome for an NA tournament. It's pretty awesome for any tournament. So thank you for doing this for the community. You're making my trigger finger itch again.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing everybody come out and compete. And it's one thing to play in scrims or even ranked, but to watch everybody compete at like a tournament level, it's makes me in awe at some of the skill levels of these players. It's insane.
I know it definitely. There are times where I was watching last weekend, and even going over some VOD from the previous stuff, and I'm just like, maybe I should uninstall the game. I'm better at talking about it than I am at the game itself.
Goblin has his moments, but these guys play on an absolutely different level. It is crazy to watch them sync up and then just go at it. It is so much fun. I almost lost my voice
100%.
last week from screaming at all the epic moments because there was just so many good ones where it was just blow for blow matches. Those are the best ones. Like, I get it. Every once in a while, you're going to have a blowout match, but like, I love nothing more than watching a team go for match or round for round, just clawing their way to victory. It's just such a good show that way. I love it.
Absolutely. There's nothing better than a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, 3-4, 4-4, 4-5, 5-4.
Yeah.
Just right up until the very end. And then one team just figures out what exactly it was that they were missing. And they get it going.
Game is up now.
Beautiful. So we're getting into our first match of the day here. Again, Vanguard Gaming on the attack, Invictus on the like a pretty solid push into A site there, trying to get that back alley control.
Are they going to notice the guy sneaking up in silver or the one that's in back alley?
I don't know. They do have that. They do have someone kind of watching the rotates. Look like they've got their flank going on.
Bomb did not go down. It's getting into a very sticky situation as it's a 3v3. They know Bomb is on A site. You have a member on Invictus sneaking around, trying to flank them. Dev the Myth.
Here we have Blake kind of caught out a little bit far away from site. Going to be difficult to support from there. VG Clutch comes in and handles the pressure on site. Does have someone behind him kind of.
Oh, and Clutch goes down. It's just up to Blake. He's in a 2v1, kind of sandwiched in between.
And he got off. We saw some crazy 2 or 1vx's yesterday. Yesterday.
Last weekend.
Sunday.
Yes, the bomb. He's going to look to rotate for sure. Oh, and IFP catches him right in the cheeks as he goes to leave.
The caster curse right there. That was our fault. That's our bad, guys.
Of course.
First round going to Invictus on defense. Now saw kind of an interesting split strat there from VG where they had a couple of people hang back and just hard charge straight to A site. Very interesting. I don't think that I saw that last weekend from any of our teams. Maybe I just missed it and wasn't paying attention to the map, which is entirely possible because smooth brain. But let's see if they change that up a little bit this time.
Scratch is looking to get an entry frag going in on Ace Plat. Is he going to find somebody's head? Down goes
There's
Tippy.
One. Equalized up at 4v4. Nuclear kind of caught out in the alley there. Not a whole lot of places to go, but it looks like the rest of Invictus rotating behind.
And Blake just waiting at mid. He does that a lot. He'll sit there and wait and hold, and as soon as you think you're ready to go, he claps you.
I mean, sometimes you do have to hold those angles. You have to, watch the rotates. Wind chill with an incredible swing on Judicious.
And what they need to do is they definitely need to pressure this back plat area. Bomb is down. They need to take a fight. Left, and they close it out. Blake gets Demyth as he comes in to get the flank. That's what I was talking about with flanking being so critical, because the rounds are so short. If you're on defending, 2 minutes. You just have to run it down to two minutes. That's it. You give.
Yep, absolutely.
And, as attacking, you gotta pressure. But it's hard to do that when you have people shooting at you.
I mean, I've heard that accomplishing things while getting shot at is difficult. But, I think that's a sus statement. Get her done, bud. And right off the rip, unlucky for Winter, that V40 coming in from
Mortar Strike.
IFP.
Ooh, Scratch goes down. There's 2 on parkour. Clutch finds one.
Looks like going for a B take this time, and this is where a lot of
Another one.
those peaks and those angles are going to be critical that we were talking about earlier.
Almost got Blake there. I have noticed a lot of people picking up shotguns. It is incredible how strong the Sega is.
And it just blows my mind, especially with that Piranha ammo. It just chews through people, no pun intended. Actually, you know what? No, pun intended.
Nuclear got Blake. 3v2. Clutch is hurt. Down to Clutch.
1v3. Difficult situation, especially with the health differential here.
Yes,
and
he's very low. And a black Blake too, so if he runs, he gets... Oh! Tippy finds him as he's looking to leave.
Finishes out the match. Beautiful, beautiful plays. It's really hard for me to like root for one team or the other because I have friends on both teams, right? So I'm just like, oh, I want to see like Vanguard do well, but damn, Devdemith the homie. Like,
yep. That I understand. I know. At least I'm in a what I feel like a friendly relationship with a lot of these guys, so it's hard to root for just one. But that's the nice thing about the NA scene is that while we have a lot of teams, everybody's very closely knit, it feels like.
100%.
Winner goes down. Clutch goes down. 3v5. Blake goes down as well. They have B-site locked in.
That was what, 35 seconds?
Yeah. No, not even. Yeah, no, I guess roundabout. That was a very fast match. That's what it takes. These matches are. This game is so fast-paced. Every second matters.
Every second, every shot, every footstep. Even. I mean, one misstep can either run you into your friendo's bullets, which I'm notorious for running in front of people while they're still shooting because I can't count. Or you come around a corner too quick, you can't get your gun up in time, and you're down because someone pre-fired the footsteps.
Any information you telegraph, whether it's somebody's seen, a late move, or it's anything can give away your plan just because the maps are so rotatable.
100%.
Blake sneaking up mid here.
I wonder if are they going to try to bluff the Bravo take and go control A?
Oh, Tippy predicted him, knew he was going to be there. Looking through those windows, trying to find somebody.
Now a couple of members of Invictus rotating back to cover A site just in case our suspicions are confirmed.
3 over on B. Let's goes down. Oh no, team kill!
Unlucky team kill. 5 push-ups. I will say that every time. That's 5 push-ups.
Nothing is worse than when you accidentally execute your teammate.
Oh man, and it's the worst feeling too, but it's really the measure of a team and team cohesiveness and camaraderie to say, hey, brush it off, pick it up, we go again, right? We saw that last weekend. I expect to see much more of that this weekend. Dust it off, throw it in the bin, move on with your life. Yeah, it's bound to happen in a hardcore shooter. Right?
The team ego is so important, especially team cohesion. Winchell looking to get a pick mid. Gonna be 2 on site. I don't think he notices the guy in rat or right behind the windows. He got him anyways.
Insane
and winner
flick.
open sight. They just need to put the bomb down and hold it down.
Beautiful, beautiful take. 2v2, bombs down. And now we see a site flip, or a site control flip rather. So now Vanguard has the advantage.
Winner goes down. It's up to Winchell. Was there going to be a cheeky flashbang? I don't know if that got...
definitely put Winchell on the back foot.
Let's plant it in a spot that if he can take the... Oh, does he... Oh, unfortunately he was... Devdemith was right there waiting. Positioning on the bomb plant on A is super important because you can leave it open. The closer to that single box, you can not only see it from the back side, but if you're holding from A plat as well, you can see the person defusing it. Which sometimes just being able to slip in there and get the guy off a bomb is enough to win a round as well.
100% agree. And the It's crazy how much just a couple of inches can make a difference in
Night and day.
situations like that as well. It's, you know, you're, 2 inches to the left, and all of a sudden you can't see shit. But then you put it in just the perfect spot.
Yeah.
It's looking like Split takes strong presence up mid, pushing towards A from Vanguard.
Yep. Looks like they're gonna want to slam A site, take it by sheer force. Winner goes down. Killa goes down. Windshield goes down.
At this stage, with a core differential, would we expect to see teams maybe play a little bit less aggressively, especially during side swap? Would we what? Because that's where my brain goes is okay, sprinting in isn't working for us.
Right.
Let's
Change
kick
it
back.
up.
Let's reset. Let's change it up. Let's play trades.
I think it just goes to how the team plays specifically. So I've noticed in a lot of my games personally, if I'm on defending side and the attacking team is playing extra like passive or slow, for whatever reason, it trips me up so bad. Start overthinking things, over rotating. It's a good way to get
trying to hunt out those like, oh my god, where are the footsteps? Like, where are the toes? I can't hear them.
IFP is in sandwich here. Gets slammed by Blake. Killa takes out Tippy. Nuclear gets Killa. Team kill. Blake gets killed by Clutch.
Unlucky team kill.
We have two Judicious and Dev are screaming in from behind. I don't know if the Vanguard boys on site know there's somebody right behind them.
I don't think they do because they are wide open right there. Bomb is down.
Windshield's coming out. He just destroys him.
Beautiful swing traded out by Dev.
Dev gets
Clutch.
Winner gets him. One left. Oh, and Dev gets him.
Oh, and the hip fire. Dev is I've played with and against Dev a couple of times in ye olden days, and he is just a
yeah.
So much talent on both teams. I have more experience because
Absolutely.
I played with Dev because I played with Dev, but just an absolute maniac,
Yes.
which is very clearly represented in the scoreline and the number of MVPs. IFP putting up some insane numbers. Beautiful, beautiful.
1-6 currently. Looks like they are Vanguard's pushing towards A side again.
Yep.
When we shoot over here, if they get here and hit it fast, they can definitely overwhelm. Tippy gets one. He goes down. They have sight. IFP is in silver. Blake gets taken out by Dev. How did he not get him?
That is wild.
Dev picked up Clutch. 3v2. Killa got Dev. IFP on site. They know he's in Rat. Last one is Rat. Are they going to be able to spray through rocks and get him? Oh, got him with a jump shot,
and the
though.
Jump shot. Those are the plays that get you flipping excited.
Oh,
and
yes.
Just, I don't know, that's what ignites my passion for this game, for this competitive scene, those beautiful rotations,
Yes.
these back and forths. I just, and now we have a side swap, right? So we get to see the converse side of that, or the flip side of that, and see how is Invictus going to play on attack while they have this round differential? How is Vanguard going to come back and say, okay, boys, let's lock in, pull up your socks, let's, put the Crocs in sport mode, and let's get after it.
Exactly. Oh, we saw it last week where they were behind at the start versus Panderic, and then Vanguard clawed their way. I believe it went into overtime. I can't remember the exact number. But it was a very close match. So let's see if if their defense is better than offense as they lock in these sites. Looks like it's going to be a B play.
Already a lot of pressure coming there on Connector.
3v2, 3v1.
Killa just working the map
And
like
runs.
pizza dough. Look at that.
Tippy ran right into the arms of Clutch, who was waiting there with the Sega. That gun is so strong. I was actually kind of shocked. I always thought it was a joke to see people play with the Sega until I started using it recently. And that gun really is disgusting. With how tanky the Enforcer is and the amount of damage you can output, it's definitely a people deleter for sure.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm all thumbs when it comes to shotguns. They've never been, I mean, back in the Modern Warfare, the OG Modern Warfare days, I'm dating myself a little bit there. Never been a really fan. Judicious taking down Winter off the bat.
It's like they're gonna slow, maybe try to trick and put bomb after they start putting some sound on sight to get everybody to rotate off.
And here's that slow, sorry, I'm choking on my own spit because I'm super talented. Here's that slow play that you just mentioned a few moments ago, and we see it kind of affecting, not to a huge degree, win shift. Oh, but lots of, there it is.
They now have total A control. The boys are realizing that there might have been a debate. Now the question is,
best of us.
Can they get over there? Myth or Dev gets him. Clutch kills him.
Lots of damage on IFP. That shotgun just shredding.
Oh, grenade! Blake heard the audio cue on the back flat. He's pushing up. Here's the healing. Tippy was ready and waiting.
Very, very difficult play. Very kind of interesting strat from Invictus there. It's like they were in our brains. Like,
like they heard.
Let's play this slow.
Knew.
Let's play some mind games. Let's get a little bit of psyop going.
There was a disconnect. We will be remaking the lobby, and it is 8-2 current.
Okay.
One moment here. I'll switch it back over to the team cards.
So loss of connection for one of our players, and obviously to, ensure the competitive integrity of the game, what we have to do is then back out, remake the lobby, and then reset the score to what it was.
Yep.
So please bear with us. We're gonna get that going. Shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes. It's usually pretty quick.
It'll just be one moment here.
And obviously, these things happen, right? It's an online game. It's there are going to be connection issues, there are going to be server issues, there are going to be all kinds of these things. So we have to make sure that we're still maintaining that incredible level of competitive integrity, getting everything back to where it should be, and then resuming to see the rest of the action.
And the unfortunate part is, now don't be wrong, we do have access to the tournament servers, but we're ultimately beholden upon whatever kind of lobby bugs. It'd be great if there was a way to just pause the match, like right there, to allow people to reconnect, but to keep everything fair and clean, we just have to remake the lobbies. It is what it is. We roll with the punches.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, again, it's just the nature of online competitive gaming, right? There are very few games that allow for a match pause, get people back in, and then, restart the clock, so to speak. Actually, I can't think of one. I guess Rainbow Six Siege, you can get people back in, but they're out for a round effectively. They can reconnect, but you can't really pause the thing.
Yeah. I don't know too many games that do have a feature where you could just pause it like that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
BSG, if
Just
you're
not.
listening, it would be really cool. I'm just saying.
So, I mean, at the same time, you know, disconnects are unfortunate. Having to remake the lobby, absolutely unfortunate. But this does give our teams a chance to take a break, you know, even if just for a couple of moments, get some water, whatever.
Right.
And chat at the same time, obviously, make sure you're taking good care of yourselves. I don't know where y'all are in the world, but it is pushing into summertime. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're eating plenty of tasty and healthy foods. Get up, stretch, crack your back, grab some water, grab some coffee.
We will be commencing very shortly. They're loaded into the lobby currently.
And speaking of coffee, I'm going to go refill mine while I have a moment.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Goblin and chat.
Absolutely.
The hot bean juice has been refilled.
Everyone is in lobby now. We are getting the scores reset. We will be back to action momentarily. Chat, thank you for sticking it out. Appreciate that.
And what an action-packed day, right? Obviously, a little bit of a pause in the momentum there, but that's the nature of the beast. We'll get it. We'll get everyone back in. We'll equalize, do everything like that. Obviously, we're gonna see some skewed kill counts as a result, so we won't really be able to do super effective analytics based on kill count once we resume official gameplay, official match play. But I mean, already an incredible amount of talent and gun skill showing up today. And question in chat, is this best of one or best of three? It's my understanding that today is best of one.
Yeah.
And there's a possibility of a best of three for the final match tomorrow. And if that is incorrect, someone please fix me.
That was what we were wanting to do. I don't think we have the production to be able to do the best of three, given everybody having plans for Mother's Day. For the
It will be Mother's Day here in the U.S. tomorrow. That's right. So, well, and Canada, right? When does Canada? No, Canada does Mother's Day the same time the UK does, I believe. So, happy Mother's Day Eve to all you U.S. mamas. Appreciate everything you do. Appreciate all of the hard work and sacrifices you make. I hope that you are treated like the superheroes that you are tomorrow. I know I will be taking my mom out to a nice lunch, and we're going to go see a movie. And then I think she needs help building some raised beds. So I'm going to help her put some raised beds together in her garden.
Oh, looks like there was another lobby bug. Maybe just a couple more minutes, folks, and we'll get everything squared away.
Another lobby bug. Arena be arenaing. It's okay. We're here for it.
Facts.
We love it.
It's all right. We just roll with the punches and make it work.
Absolutely. Get yourself some coffee. Get yourself some treats. What's your? I asked this of Kirk last week. What's one of your go-to like gaming snacks? You're locking in. You got the Crocs in sport mode.
Ooh. So, not that Goblin can always afford these, but pistachios are peak.
I
Love
fucks with pistachios.
I love them. I'll eat them till my hands hurt from this fucking shells. They're just
Dude.
so good. They're so good.
So peeled or unpeeled? Important question.
Typically, if I'm not in a rush, I'm just going to enjoy them. I don't mind peeling them.
Okay.
However, if I'm in a rush, peeled ones are a suitable option.
Fair enough. So for me, like the joy of eating pistachios is like shelling them, right? It's like,
Yep.
you know, like yes, it's like a little reward for my efforts,
Exactly.
which speaks to the fact that I'm secretly 3 raccoons in a trench coat. But you know, getting the lobby remade, obviously, lobby bugs happen. Nature of the beast, unfortunate, but c'est la vie. We persist. Someone just say Mans is MILF hunting right now? Those are words that were said. Okay. God damn it.
I love it. I love it.
It's fine. I'm ready to be heard again. It's cool. Goodness gracious. I mean, chat, get in on the snack conversation. What's your go-to there? What kind of treats are we eating? It's a Kirk.
Kirk will be filling for me after this next match.
Cool.
Caramel wafers. That's a peak selection right there. Wafers.
That sounds delicious.
So good.
With like a nice cup of coffee, you know, maybe a little bit of espresso action, kind of sitting outside watching the sun come up, except I don't do that because sunrise is a terrible hour of the day. I watch the sunset. That's fine. Oh, goodness gracious. Now I want pistachios. Thanks, man. Making me hungry. Appreciate everyone's patience. Obviously, you know, without much to yap about, I just kind of pull stuff out of the weird place that is my brain and start talking about random things. But what an incredible lineup we have today. What an absolutely talented group of players. Last week we saw a couple of blowouts. We saw some hard-fought matches, and it could not be more of anyone's game than it is today. Obviously, we're seeing Vanguard at a little bit of a score disadvantage going into their defense as you know, down by 6 rounds, but we've seen crazier comebacks. So pineapple pizza, man, it's not like I'm not gonna order it, but I don't hate it. Like, it's not, you know, it's not like a crime against gods and men, although my Italian grandfather is probably rolling in his grave as I say that. Like, there's There's an actual palate organizational thing that says sweet and savory and salty go very well together, especially acidic sweet, like a like pineapple, really helps bring out some of those savory flavors. Fire with coffee or a nice vanilla iced latte. Man, you're making me want to order, like, I think the only coffee place that delivers is Starbucks, but sitting here with my black coffee and like, ooh, I could go for a vanilla latte. Absolutely. Hell yeah. All right. I will be joined here shortly by. Oh, okay. Mine is muted in video. Beautiful. We are back, chat, and I am joined by the ever wonderful Kirk. Thank you so much for coming through today, helping us out. How you doing today, brother?
Yeah, man, thank you so much for having me, dude. I came in here at last second, dude. I got ready, man, and I'll tell you what, as long as it's not past like 6 o'clock, man, I'm always ready to go. Like, I'm always ready to cast in Arena, and you know what? This is a game that I've been kind of hoping that I got to cast when I saw that, they were going up first. I'm like, oh, man, I won't be able to do it today. But, I might get one round here. I might get one round.
Yeah, absolutely, and already an impressive performance from both sides. Vanguard on defense now, looking like a pretty hefty B push from Invictus, trying to solidify that spot. And not a lot of Vanguard presence down there.
Yeah, it seems like it's going back and forth so far, but, when you look at the players right now, you can see quite literally in the most optimal place that they can be. The bomb could have went down a little bit earlier, but there's still plenty of time left on the clock, and Blake and Intel system if they want to try to pull this one against Dev in the mid lane, right? He's just giving the pressure.
Absolutely, he's controlling mid. He's wrapping around when he needs to. He's limiting rotate ability, and there it is.
Well, I got to see one round. I'm not too upset about it. At least I was here. I had a couple things to say because a lot of these players that you see in this game are from the old Eclipse roster, which is a team that I only casted once because I think at that time they were pretty new. But since then they broke up and kind of split off. Where Winter is now part of Vanguard, where Tippy and Dev, they're on Invictus now, so it's kind of like a battle, a grudge match, if you will, of the old teammates finally getting together to play a game out in a tournament. It's really exciting, and I'm honestly, those are multiple couple players where I've seen them in solo queue the last 3 days. They have been practicing, and man, let me tell you, I was not having a good time.
Oof, yeah, and just the incredible amount of talent that we have on these rosters, and then the grudge matches, right? Like the thing I love about this community, from what I've seen so far, is that even when it's like, oh, we used to play together, we used to be on the same team, yada yada yada, there's still that camaraderie, that friendly level of competition, that little bit of I don't know, that je ne sais quoi that comes from uh, having that just competitive, good-natured relationship with other people. Can we turn Kirk up, according to Le Chat?
I'll move my mic a little bit closer too. Yeah, that's awesome, right? Because the North American scene it's a scene where everybody's friends, and I've noticed that over the past couple months, where you go into somebody's Twitch chat and there's members of 3-4 different teams in there chatting away, and they're all talking about Arena and how they're playing and stuff. So it's awesome to see that camaraderie, like you said, which is so well established here in North America. Where in EU it's a little bit different because there's language barriers and whatnot. And I know you spoke a little bit of French there. I don't know what the hell you said. And I know I'm Canadian, but I don't speak French.
Je ne sais quoi. It's like it's just, and I'm probably butchering the explanation because I don't actually speak French. I just know enough words to piss people off. But it's the like when you say, oh, this has that certain je ne sais quoi. It's that like it has this certain kind of intangible aspect to it that makes it special.
Okay. Yeah, I know a couple of those. There's a couple like French phrases that are like that, like coup de grace and stuff like that. So
Yep.
it kind of reminded me of that.
One of my favorites is it's not French, it's German, but it's Kummelspeck, and it translates to grief bacon, and it's bacon you eat when you're sad.
Okay, maybe that doesn't sound familiar. Grief bacon.
Grief bacon, like you're sad.
All right.
Bacon. Get some bacon in your pocket. Pocket bacon. I don't know.
All right. Well, fair enough. With that being said, we saw a 9-2 victory, if I'm not mistaken, there for Invictus, who smashed at the competition, which is surprising. Vanguard, they played in the NAHPL, and they weren't a team to scoff at. They had a number of really, really exciting plays and good players on their team, but Invictus came out and just showed them, put them in their place on Bay 5, as a matter of fact, which is a map that we didn't see a lot in the past 2 days that we had this tournament. So it's nice to see that change up, but we can only expect we'll see a lot more Bull and Fort in the future. And as we can see right now, Fort, it seems like what's coming up next.
Absolutely. And up next, we do have, let me pull up my handy dandy notebook here. Up next, we do have Epic Fails and Aquila getting ready to duke it out.
Yeah. Oh. Is that correct?
I think so.
Yeah, we're just getting some technical issues getting fixed in the background right now. Yeah, so it's
my dumb.
no disrespect, but it's Aquila. That's how that was
Aquila.
pronounced.
Okay.
Yeah, so they've been around for a little bit, but not long enough to where someone would see that name for the first time and realize exactly how it's pronounced. I understand. I had to get a couple insights on that as well. And a matter of fact, even not even that, but some of these player names, man, they're hard to pronounce sometimes.
Absolutely. They definitely throw me for a loop sometimes, and I'm a giant Warhammer 40K fan, so I see, Aquila and I think Aquila, like, for the God Emperor of Mankind. It's just, here we are.
Yeah,
Aquila.
not too familiar
I'll
with
remember.
that, yeah. Yeah, so the Aquila lineup, we have, of course, Shelby. Shelby's been the founder of Aquila for a long time. Was the original one. Of course, members like No Technique have been in that roster where, this is the guy that you don't want to go up against a sneaky little peek against him. You'll have a pixel of his shoulder and he'll take your head off faster than you can say I'm dead, right? This guy's a monster with weapons. I know that he loves the SR3 and he doesn't even run a suppressor on it, right? So it kind of works in his favor to where he can get up close to those corners and not have a long barrel to get caught on those corners. So even the 9x39, right? Those are bullets that don't travel as fast as your standard 5.56 or something like that, but he still makes them connect, and they're super super dangerous. And I know Trevi was also a part of that lineup, and he's gone off there, but I don't understand, man. That guy was insane. Maybe he just went on to do bigger and better things.
Yeah, and people move on. People have changes in priority. It just kind of the nature of the beast. It just goes that way sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a whole different map. What we're going on right now, which should be Fort, if I'm not mistaken. Bay 5. Oh, we're going back to Bay 5. Okay, so that is nice to see. Yeah. Okay, so let's get the. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorting some things on the back end here real quick because I can't read.
Yeah, we have like lists of rosters, but I'm an idiot and I didn't write them down, so I have to scroll up in the chat to find them. But I do know some of them, right? Shelby, who's been there forever, like I said, and Trevi went to Redacted Society. That's right. So we saw them last week, and they came out and did really good. Surprising for a new team like that. A new team, but of course, very very experienced players on that team.
Okay.
Yeah, Aquila. So we have I had to say it right. And here's a person that I cannot pronounce that name. Corium operator. That sounds right. And then No Tech, like we said. Smirk. Schmitty B. Schmitty's been around in the community for a long time, right? He does work on some of the other tournaments that go around. I know I'm not sure if he's exactly a observer or if he's like sort of just part of a crew member, but he has experience in kind of what we're doing right now. Not exactly casting, but in the background stuff with these arena tournaments, so he knows what's going on. And then we have House and Boofin, which will be the two guys on the reserve roster.
Absolutely love that. And then, of course, for the epic fails side, we have Spridian.
Yep.
Mr. Decoy, Booperino, love that. Angle Andy, Scooby. For the sub side, we have CCGN and Killicapper. And, I must admit, I'm not super familiar with a lot of these players simply because, well, I haven't been in the scene a lot. And a lot of new emerging teams here in the North America scene that give us just something to look forward to, something to watch, something to pay attention to. Very excited to see how it goes.
Yeah. So this is kind of another team that sort of came out of some other rosters, right? So Spridian was part of New Dawn a while ago, which is a team that has proven to be really good so far in this tournament. It seems like a team that only gets better with time, really. And then we also have, of course, I just had it. Man, I'm all over the place today. Booperino, right? So Booperino is a guy that I gave personally the best name award to during HPL NA, which was awesome to see. And man, That's another guy in solo queue. He just lets me have it, man. As a matter of fact, the whole Epic Fails roster I fought today, and I was like, oh, let's get on, let's play some arena, let's have some fun. And then I checked the team list. It's like easy, 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 easy. I'm like, yeah, we're done, boys. Just pack it up. We're done.
Yeah, pack it up, grab the hot cocoa and the emotional support blanket. Have a nice day.
Yeah, game over, eh? Yep, that's
Game
right.
over, A. Oh my god, I finally got an A out of you. Yes.
Oh no.
Let's
Hey, actually,
go.
you know what? I put on my baseball jersey. We spoke about that last time. I know you said you're
Oh,
big
very
baseball,
nice.
so I put it on this time.
Hell yeah, I'm rocking the flannel, as per usual.
Yeah. It's not as cold in here, so I was able to wear it.
Yeah, I actually had to open my window earlier because I left my PCs on last night and my game room shut, and I walked in and it was like a sauna.
Yeah, I wish
So-
it worked like that. I
Ugh.
have my PC on 24/7 to heat this damn room, and it doesn't work.
It was not cute. Like walked into my game room and started sweating. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, so also we have on the Epic Fails roster, Mr. Decoy, of course, Angle Andy, Scooby, and then on the reserve roster we have CCGN and Killa Capper. So we're going to see how they perform here on Bay 5. I know this Epic Fails roster historically preferred Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, Bay 5 is the map that has the most amount of time in the game along with Bowl. So, you know, when it comes to experience, right? Equal amount of time that these maps have been in the game, so equal amount of time they've had to practice on it. However, of course, back in the day, it was team fight, right? And that's a whole different playing field. Helicopter was open on Bowl. You know, there's a lot of things that are completely different. So it goes both ways for both teams as well, right?
Absolutely,
yeah.
and time in map, and also like the age of the teams themselves. How long have they been playing together? How long have they had to work strats? How long have they had to decide which kit combinations are going to give them the best possible chance of success? You know, how's all of that going to look and play out? In what you just said, there's so many different things from the team fight days that it really kind of creates the necessity to have that adaptability, and the more time you have as a team together and organizing things, the better.
Yeah, team fight is it's kind of sad what team fights become, right? It's just sort of like the younger brother of Blast Gang, where people just play it to get games over with quickly, and I feel like I don't know. It's sad, man, because I like Air Pit. Air Pit's my favorite map, and man, what they do to Air Pit. I hope they make a Blast Gang version of it, because I can never get enough Air Pit.
I also like Air Pit, and I know I got booed for this last week, but Sawmill is still, I think, my
Yeah.
all-time favorite map. Like, because Wood's best map, so Sawmill best map. But I would like to see a Blast Gang on a modified Sawmill as well, personally. Please, no one throw like potatoes at me for saying that.
Yeah, Sawmill, we had a discussion about that last time, and I know the chat was a little bit rowdy, and I mean, with good reason. You know, it not with good reason of, you know, being mean or whatever, but it just historically that map has not had a lot of favor in terms of professional play and even above average play. People just don't like that map, and I mean, there's a decent reason why, but you know, I think it's nice to have it like maybe an unranked, or just have it in private matches, right? Just have a little bit of fun in the background if you're trying to do some games with friends or whatever. But yeah, enough about the whole Sawmill spiel and team fight or whatnot, because we got to lock in on what's going on right now. If anybody's seen the most recent episode of the Cracked Wisdom podcast, of course, the Epic Fails, some of the Epic Fails guys were on there doing some chitty chatting around. So that is Sprit was one of them, and if I'm not mistaken, the other one was I don't have that right now, but I know Sprit was one of them, and I know Sprit was showing off some really cool things, and he was talking about sort of the formation of that roster and team, where, you know, it's kind of a group of guys that have come from other rosters, and they've been cooking stuff up in the background, and I can say they're not something to really think that they're not going to do well, because man, in solo queue, when they get 5 dudes on a microphone communicating back and forth, it's scary, dude. It's scary. They have these nade lineups that I've just never seen, and even they'll throw just nades so perfectly out of spawn. Well, they'll take out 3 guys at once.
And see, that's part of why I love casting these events, watching these events, going back and looking at tape, things like that, because it teaches me things. It also teaches me what not to do. So right, there's the positive and the negative of it, and those nade lineups can be absolutely crucial for determining the early momentum of a match, right? So having that knowledge, having that ability to execute on that knowledge can sway things incredibly quickly.
Yeah, absolutely right. And like I said, Bay 5's been around for so long where they've had enough time to cook up whatever they want. They could probably pull out a back pocket ace card at any time to surprise us. And Bay 5 is, when I seen Aquila play last, this was the map that they chose most of the time, and they were always doing something great here. I'd like to know, in that last game that you saw, was there anything that was unique to you to the point where you don't think that you've seen it so far within the last 2 days of what's been going on? Like, is there anything that stood out to you the most?
I will say there were a couple of interesting opening strats from Vanguard that worked for a couple of matches. They did this kind of interesting split take scenario where they kind of had sent two people off over towards B and then immediately locked down A side at the top. They had the back alley, they had a rotate watch, and it worked out for them. But then Invictus kind of quickly adapted, and so they had to change their strategy up a little bit, and it almost seemed like it put them on the back foot. But it was I don't think I've seen someone do a split take exactly like that right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what stood out to me the most. Also, didn't see any bolties on the map,
Oh,
so
really?
yeah, there I didn't see anyone with a bolty loadout. Definitely saw some Sega 12 with Piranha and Magnum rounds, which we expected, right? Wasn't anything out of the ordinary there. But yeah, I think that initial strat and then some slow play on the attacking side as well. And it showed us kind of what can happen when you shift up the momentum and you shift the tempo of a match, because it can kind of discombobulate the defending side when you slow down a little bit. They go, oh crap, where are they? I can't hear them. I'm not getting audio cues. Um, and it can kind of force the defenders to go look and see and potentially put them at a disadvantage.
Yeah, so that those split takes, right? It's something that's not usually favored, right? Because you don't have the strength in numbers that you normally would during an attacking push. So, you usually see one or two guys kind of go off to one site to just gather information, and then after they kind of take the other site, they'll move towards closer or further off the other site and then catch anyone that's trying to do some rotates or anything like that. And just even if you can't catch anyone out and get a kill on the rotate, you're still putting a lot of pressure onto them where they're hesitant to push through and try to get to the other site to help their team, where you'll end up wasting so much time to the point where when they do finally get to site, even if you die, it's fine, but by the time that the defenders get to the other site, there's not enough time to even defuse the bomb, let alone handle the 2-3 other guys that are on site holding, waiting for you, right? So it is interesting, and I would like to actually go back and VOD review that, because I don't think I've seen that successfully pulled off split take too many times in my casting career, if you will.
For sure, yeah. And it was definitely interesting to see, and it was, I believe, one of the first things I commented on, like, oh, they're doing a split take, and it sounds like we're lobby is good, we're getting into the game, so here in just a very few seconds, we will get back to yapping about the action.
Yeah, map's getting loaded up. Hopefully, no issues. Of course, we have some issues the odd time, but who doesn't, right? We're going to work through them. As long as the competitive integrity is kept up. If anyone's wondering why it takes so long, I know most of the pro players know, but if anyone's wondering why it takes so long to kind of get back into the action once there's a lobby bug or anything like that, these players do have to trade the rounds out. They need to get back to the exact same score line that it was before. Otherwise, if the game goes to an overtime, it won't really work in terms of the side swaps, because in overtime you swap every 2 rounds. But if you start on a 0-0 where the game's in reality 8-2, if that other team pushes up to 8 and forces overtime, then you're not going to get a side swap when you should normally. in an overtime. So it does take a little bit, and I'm sure that there's stuff going on in the background being worked on that. You know, we're all here to bring attention to Arena, and with these tournaments, right, we all want the best for this game and the tournament scene and the community around it as well. So we thank everyone for your patience if you've had to sit through that, and you know, we're gonna work through it together.
Absolutely, and that's when we really get to kind of deep dive either into the content of the match, the strategies, the players, the gameplay, the game, but it's also an opportunity for me to ask silly questions.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
if you had to choose between never having coffee again or never having mashed potatoes again, which would you pick?
All right, lock in on that one, chat. Lock in. That's an important one. That's a question for your grandkids someday.
Right?
Hmm.
Come hang out in my brain. It's a fun place.
You could do so many things with mashed potatoes, man. Like you can do. Well, I guess. Did you say potatoes or mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes or
Okay, so
coffee?
I can have stuffed potatoes then.
Sure, yeah.
All right, yeah. Then screw mashed potatoes.
Oof.
Yeah, I'll just have some, like, you know, some scalloped potatoes or some stuffed. There's a lot of different things. Potatoes are like the art of the vegetable world. You can kind of do whatever you want with them.
I agree. I'm a big potato enjoyer. So.
Potatoes. Speaking of potatoes, you know, that's usually what my aim's like when we get in the game.
Oh no.
So it's actually kind of reflects upon my recent situations.
I did play a little bit last weekend after we hopped out, and I am so rusty. It's not even funny. First
You
match.
get in there, you got to get that rust off, dude. And there's nothing that's gonna get that rust off than just playing it and just kind of brute forcing your way through the rough times to get to the good times.
Absolutely.
Game started, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off, no technique. Boom in the background. This is a guy that I have not seen with the TRG, but this time he decides to whip it out. And then Smirk all the way up next. He's grabbing Angle Andy for the second kill of the round.
2 back-to-back kills right off the bat, setting that roster advantage, that lineup advantage, and a pretty robust defense, it looks like, relatively evenly spaced from Aquila. Easy already on the back foot.
Yeah, they look pretty good right now. They haven't... Yeah, so right now is where the space is taken. However, of course, you know, with Pillow Fluffer on site, your head's going to be gone quicker than you say. My head's gone. Whoa, another one! Look at this guy. He's cooking
Three-piece.
something. 1 minute and 5 seconds into the round. What are you doing? Save it for later.
And he pulled off the hat trick just like that. And we were just talking about how dangerous this Aquila roster can be. And, I mean, hey, they proved us right, at least in the first round. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Well, that's going to set a pace for how the rest of this game's going to go. We're going to be definitely looking at Aquila. We're going to see if they can keep that pace, the excitement, and the amazing plays. Insane aim as well.
Already seeing some health taken away from Easy. We do have 2 snipers in the lineup today, so excited to see that gameplay.
Scooby trying to go for a challenge here with a TX-15 on his back as well. That's a weapon I have not seen as a backup with the TRG.
Yeah, last week it tended to be like MP5, VPO,
Yeah.
the AK platform. VPO takes out Shelby. Very,
Oh.
very quick trades from Smirk and House.
Yeah, Boop just flies around that corner with zero hesitation. He knows exactly what he's doing, right? You get those audio cues, you hear the reload, whatever it is, Salua gets pulled out. You 100% go. You 101% around that corner.
Absolutely. Now a little bit more momentum coming from Easy, but it's this back and forth, no technique and Pillow Fluffer, putting it into a 2v1 situation. Into Aquila. And there it is. Beautiful center mass shot with that 338 Lapua, which you just know is going to redact people if it even thinks about touching them.
The boomstick, absolutely. Aquila had the back alley advantage there as well, so we can only expect them to have a higher chance of winning that one, which they did. Very, very important. I stressed that last weekend, that you're definitely going to want to look at the back alley. Whoever controls that is sort of your lobby position on Fort, where it's highly important to getting a plant down or defending that site as well.
You see No Technique, he knows right where this push is coming from. Look at that.
Man, it can't be very good for the Easy roster right now, man. They get picked off at the start, and they have to try to work their way through mentally a man disadvantage almost every round at the start, which you usually have a little bit more time to think about these things, but it's like they don't even get a chance.
And Aquila playing relatively aggressively on defense too, I've noticed. It's not, I mean, they're not full W keying, but they are very quickly taking up space, establishing a cordon. If you look at our mini map in the top left corner, they've kind of got like you know, almost a privateer-esque blockade going on. Not a lot of rotatability for Easy at this point because of the angles that are being watched by Aquila.
There, like, what did I say? No technique on these tight angles.
Absolute insane shot.
I wonder if this kind of complements his playstyle, right? Because usually he doesn't have that weapon, but the fact that he's been able to hit the shots very consistently on these tight angles, it's like, well, I might as well take the bullet that does the most damage. So he swapped over to a TRG, which I think, you know, really complements that.
Absolutely. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it's already working and you have an opportunity to make it better, taking advantage of those tight angles with a round that, like, is, you know, designed to destroy the robber at your neighbor's house behind the fridge. Send it, bud.
So back during the HPL NA 1 a while ago, No Technique gave you some insight. He said that we are one of, if not the most aggressive teams in North America, and we technically have no IGL. So it's been a long time. I would imagine they've got an IGL since then because it's very important to the role of the team and the succession of the team. So already you can see just another smashing round from Aquila, which at some point I would imagine they got to have an IGL, right? You can't be cooking this hard without an IGL, and they were definitely not wrong if they say that they're one of the most aggressive teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, Angle Andy kind of, you know, rocking a hard place. 1v3, no health taken away from Aquila. Definitely doable, but from what we've seen so far, he is up against the White Cliffs of Dover with no pickaxe to climb, trying to surmount this disadvantage right now.
Yeah, like Angle Andy, it's actually surprising how this Aquila lineup is holding right now, because you can see they're all kind of one place. Angle Andy separate. Oh, he looked away from that angle. Time, absolutely. Oh, so unlucky timing, right?
Just and the perfect wrong moment.
We've all been there. We've all been there, man. Yeah, they were kind of all bunched up there outside B on connector, where maybe trying to just really work together and not give them 1v1s. That's a good strat. That's a good strat, right?
Yeah, play the trades, right? I mean, that's something we discussed last week, how important it can be to play trades or at least discombobulate that OODA loop of the enemy when it's, you know, they think there's only one of you and then all of a sudden your buddy comes in for a party and helps you out.
Smirk first blood on round 5. Uperino, though, he's not going to let that one go unanswered. He's going to get one for himself. Shelby goes down. The team captain, if you will. Scooby's going to be forced to but with the smoke there, yeah. See, that's a really long barrel weapon. You know, if he pushes that smoke, that's the first thing the enemy's going to see. It's going to be an easy shot.
It's such a difficult push through the smoke there in that there's no cover. Like, once you're in there, you're in there. And if there's someone watching that angle, you're significant disadvantage.
Yeah, another bomb down. I don't know how great that option was to go for. Because now they really have to risk their lives to try to pick the bomb up. But No Technique looking the wrong way, and Buperino takes the back alley access. There's nobody on Aquila to stop him right now. He's just, okay. You know what? You get the kill, that's fine, but giving up back alley like that, man, you gotta watch out for that one.
That was a bold choice. It worked out for him this time. But, goodness gracious, definitely a potential for a retake there.
Look at this
Or
man.
not a retake, a take, I suppose.
Check his KDA. What is he cooking?
Goodness gracious. Good. I can win this. Damn it. 8-0. Absolutely insane.
Wow.
That
I
nade
didn't think
from
that would work.
Spridian comes over and gets Smirk. Beautiful nade. Those are those angles you were talking about just a little bit ago, those lineups and that map knowledge with the danger potatoes.
Yeah, they got nades for sure. They know how to use it. Here's that split thing we were talking about earlier, right? So they kind of pushed up to B, 2 of the members of the Epic Fails roster, and they're just kind of getting information. They're seeing if they can get a pick or not, and then back up, right? So they would normally force their way on B, which is what you said happened last time with the Invictus and the VG roster there. So yeah, this is more standard, right? You go over to get information. Instead of this time, they're just going to link up with their team, which is probably the safest bet in this situation, instead of, trying to cut off rotates and whatnot. There is still a couple on mid, though, so they're going to stop any pressure from that side, and they only really have to worry about that sort of back alley and, office sort of A main area right now.
Absolutely, and getting that intel kind of right off the rip. Good trades there. Pillow Fluffer takes down Booperino. Angle Andy takes down Pillow Fluffer. House taking down Andy. Goodness gracious, it's like ping pong with bullets.
Yeah, and they think they cooked up something, but all of a sudden they're going to realize that the bomb is on the completely wrong site. Here's where they go. They split up, 2 towards mid, 1 towards their spawn. So this is going to be a completely different playing field because you can't, you can't just shove a bunch of people at one guy and expect, a trade to come out, because they have an extra member ready to trade him out as well.
Exactly, and so this is where kind of capitalizing on your angles and your peaks is incredibly important.
There's that window, that clean window now. Brit's gonna rush back into it. He may take down House, and Scooby's ready to grab Shelby.
There we go, and see, this is that resilience, that adaptability that we love to see in Arena. Down 5-0. They say, okay, boys, let's lock in. This is going to be my catchphrase of the day. Let's put the Crocs in sport mode, and let's pitter-patter, let's get at her, and let's show these fellas what we're made of.
Snowball stopped throwing for Aquila, where Epic Fails now have their opportunity just to take advantage of that, stop the momentum. See what they did last time worked out, and it looks like they're going to be going for it again here, but with the side swap imminent, it's only going to work a few times.
Absolutely, and then it's going to have to be a whole reassessment, reevaluation.
Brett going for another one. He's just right in there, right? This guy has 0 hesitation. He's got no discomfort at all with peeking at anything at any point. And I feel like even the ones that he doesn't have an advantage on, he still comes out on top, right? This guy, he's something else.
Absolutely fearless, which can be good, can be bad, right? Can be beneficial and detrimental depending on the circumstance and how you want to play it out. But so far, for the most part, at least in the last round and this round, it's worked out for him.
Everything goes quiet. With 45 seconds left, we can... Assume that bomb's gonna go somewhere, right? It's still mid right now, and they haven't claimed any site for themselves, so they really, really got to push on at some point here. And I imagine 30 seconds is what's gonna call the alarm. But these Aquila members, they're ready for it, and they know the bomb isn't been seen anywhere.
They're just waiting. Very, very difficult spot to be in for Easy, but Mr. Decoy takes one down.
The bomb. Yeah, they got 15 seconds to kind of lock it in here. Philip Fluffer's going to grab one as soon as he gets straight out by Angle Andy, but the bomb, with 10 seconds left, Angle Andy has 0 hesitation. He's got to grab that bomb so fast. 7, and he's not going to make it. Angle Andy, he might be good enough to get a couple kills.
Oh, so close.
Oh, no. I feel like a lot of people have been in that situation, right? Because the timer doesn't really show up till it's kind of too late. You lose track of time when you're trying to, cook up something with your team. to get a coordinated push. But time gets ahead of you sometimes, and you don't realize it.
Absolutely, and I'm the same way. Well, again, my brain is 3 raccoons dressed in a trench coat, so time is a figment of, I don't know, imagination for me half the time. But in a game with such short rounds, it is so incredibly important. And Boop, just right over again, those lanes. Absolutely beautiful nade. Unlucky for Shelby. Just after revealing himself there. Good bits of rotation ability.
Oh!
Booperino with the 2-piece. Just built different.
Watch out if he starts. Yeah. Okay. There we go. No techniques. He's a little sneaky sometimes, and this is the type of guy we expect him to be. He's gonna force him to put the RFB. This is a new one as well for me. And now, yeah, Mr. Decoy, right? He's got that back alley advantage. A bomb's gonna go down, and no technique has nothing he can do about it at this moment. Actually, they did take out the bomb carrier. Oh!
Creating a 1v1 situation, bomb down, giving advantage to Easy. Because if you think about touching it, you're just gonna get smoked.
Yeah, no technique. He's gonna, yeah, see, he's on the left shoulder peak. He has a semi-auto weapon. He's got to find some possible way to catch Mr. Decoy off guard. And a jump peek is exactly the way to do that, especially when time's ticking down and bomb, it needs to be diffused at that moment.
Absolutely, and beautiful plays from Decoy there. Playing your advantage, you know that you're going up against someone who has, at best, a semi-auto weapon. Beautiful attempt, but ultimately, full auto and peak advantage wins in a circumstance where you only have so much time to both execute the kill and defuse the bomb. And that definitely puts pressure on the defending side in a 1v1 like that.
Sides have swapped, right? And this could very well be when Epic Fails decide to come back here and show Aquila that they're more than a 2-round team. Which they very well are, right? We know what they're capable of, but Aquila, man, they got something going. Booperino. Wow, across the map. First player to hit a double-digit number on the side of Epic Fails. The rest of his team, only half of those kills for Mr. Decoy and Spritz, so it's not all about kills, but man, do they ever help.
They definitely help. They definitely give you a significant kind of look. And we have 2 people. I feel like Steve Irwin, R.I.P. And here we have wild combatants.
This does not work. Does that work? I thought
There's
you
no
gotta
way.
look straight down. Oh my god. No way. Dude, Booperino's so patient. Booperino doesn't even need to peek it, because Mr. Decoy, man, he's got those off angles, and oh my goodness, that's what I'm talking about.
Just beautiful trades there, beautiful multi-angle watch, right? And that's what we were talking about just a little bit ago. Play off of each other, especially on the defending side, it becomes so critical.
Oh, Shelby a little bit confused. He doesn't know the shots are coming from angle, and he's going to take down House, and Shelby falls soon after. That is not a good spot for Bomb, because look at this. The entire Epic Fails roster are completely surrounded around that bomb.
And he's going to run right into the freight train that is a 338 Lapua round.
Up close and personal. Not what that gun's known for. It's definitely known for being personal, but up close, it's like make you do a backflip real fast.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anything's up close and personal when you've got a round traveling at Mach Jesus. It hits with the force of a semi-truck going 50 miles an hour.
All right, Epic Fails, right? They've come out on the defense. They've shown us. They just won a 4v1, so
yeah, and
they're capable.
This is the excitement. These are the types of comebacks we like to see. This is the type of adaptability, team cohesion, and talent we like to see. And very, very excited. I'm riled up. I know you're probably getting riled up. Chat, y'all got to be getting riled up and excited.
Yes, sir. Here comes the back alley push. Mr. Decoy has opted to stay inside this time, which is not the worst play, right? Because it's unexpected. It's one of those off angles they're not going to be ready for. Pillowfluffer, though, heading in the sight. And he's going to try to, back up his teammate, Mr. Decoy. He runs out and grabs Smirk, and he's actually going to get away from House, who isn't able to locate his position at this current moment. So it's sort of a mess right now where nobody really knows where each other are.
And they just had free access to get the bomb down right there because of that lack of understanding. Goodness gracious. We've got a round, lads and lasses.
In favor of Aquila. Scooby trades right back. Up close and personal. Doesn't work this time, but he gets away with his life, and he gets another chance. Time's the charm. Oh, Shelby getting coffee with it. What is this man doing? He grabs Mister to end that round. Aquila are coming back in. Oh my goodness, in the 10th round, just like that. Oh, that was so close. I had full confidence in Epic Fails there, but man.
They pulled something out. They found the 7th gear. I don't know what it was, but way to handle business on the side of Aquila. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Brino's starting it out like he normally does. He did real aggressive, man, I'll tell you what. He'll be ready to go for another one here momentarily as he's going to take a different position on A site. And bomb's still mid. No reason to commit anywhere. You got that player down, right? You got to really, really think about what's coming on next. Brino's going to hide in that spot, right? This is the spot where he was real patient here. Oh, back alley access falls. Aquila take over. It's going to put Buparino in a bad spot.
I still love that name so much.
Oh, yeah. Best name for sure. Best name award.
Like someone coming back to support Buparino a little bit.
It's going uncontested for the moment. Yeah, so Angling is going to take out the one on B site, right? So I think they don't have enough time. They have to push A, if I'm not mistaken. If this bomb goes down to any of the members of Easy at this point, you know, you're going to have an impossible time taking that back. So it's a really, really bold decision of Shelby right now. Who's just going to kind of brute force his way into B and see if it works out.
And now just that beautiful site collapse by Easy coming back. Sprit takes bomb down, and that's, 20 seconds left to retake at a man disadvantage. I don't know, man.
Yeah, at this point with 13 seconds left, I was just going to start it, but I don't know if he's going to. Oh, I'm mistaken, but with 5 seconds left on the clock, there's not enough time to get that bomb down, and wow. Epic Fails come back for another one. 7-4 Epic Fails.
And a match of attrition, but very beautifully played. Very, very distinct, clear map knowledge and communication. Obviously, we can't hear the team's comms, but it was very clear once bomb was noticed going towards A, someone gave the collapse order, and everyone just sunk back towards site to support.
I think that was one of those rounds where, they were a little bit confused for a while, and once they finally kind of figured out what they wanted to do, it was a bit too late into the round. Just really unfortunate. Aquila's a team that's definitely not known for that. They have usually things under control and within their grasp.
And maybe, again, a little bit of that OODA loop interruption that we talk so much about, where it's, hey, we were doing good, wait, what's happening? Oh god, they need to stop.
Now look at this. Very, very short of the round, and Aquila pretty much have this one in the bag, but not before Scooby has something to say about it. No technique gonna grab one himself, but Scooby, he doesn't have any full auto capabilities at this moment, and his chest is looking pretty red. He's got an ETG to back him up, but with House in the mid lane to contest him before he gets into sight, it's gonna be a tall order.
Yep, and House right there, that mid lane. Completely isolating and securing those rotates.
Aquila one round away from victory. Epic Fails, they've shown that they're not out of it just yet. They're capable of more than what they've been showing here.
And it is match point at this point, but we came from, you know, what was it, a 6-2 deficit. Now we're at 4-8. Plenty of Tarkov to be had, plenty of arena to be had.
Oh yeah. Mid control here for Aquila. I remember a long time ago they did employ a little bit of mid control on Bay 5. Pillow Fluffer gonna grab one on the Scooby, and now Sprite is kind of in a position where he either has to choose to help his teammate and forklift, or he has to go over to the spawn and help the rest of them get through.
Booperino taking down 2 now very quickly, a 4v1.
Wow.
Have they locked in?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, right? Because one round it goes so far on one team, and then the next round it completely swaps.
And Booperino putting up, I mean, 15 kills. Just almost effortlessly in this second half here.
Oh, there's Angle Andy to shut Shelby down, and Epic Fails are going to get a 5th round win, but without the pressure of Aquila winning one more, of course. 3 more rounds need to be won from here for Epic Fails if they want to force an overtime, and then again, it's still not over. They have a lot of work to do.
Absolutely, but this is sometimes where we see the talent, the dedication, and that calm, cool, and collected ability come out of teams. You know, down 3, but they've got the talent, they've got the skill, and they've got the knowledge. They just have to execute.
Yeah, Epic Fails is a roster that is way too experienced to be intimidated by time and effort. Boogie starts off as Shelby pushes in to try to get some space, but Booperino shuts him down real fast. Booperino going up for another one. He hears that bomb, right? Somebody's going to be coming for it soon, and that's Pillow Fluffer showing a little bit too much of himself out of the smoke. Booperino grabs another, but look at Mr. Coy right here. Oh, House puts him down, but Scooby is the one that can actually help him out in that back alley. Booperino, he is, in, like you said, that 7th gear. He's always ready to push and help his team at a moment's notice. 18 kills! What's this guy doing?
And we just said 15, so he put down 3 right there, just showing up, kicking in the door, saying, "Hey, I'm here to finger paint and fight, and I'm all out of paint." Absolutely beautiful performance.
I guess Aquila kind of picks their faces. They all have those masks that come with the battle pass, those level 3 masks, but on the side of Epic Fails, they don't have any at all. In fact, 2 of them don't even have helmets.
I mean, you don't need a helmet if you shoot them first, right?
Yeah.
You know.
That's a good point, yeah. However, with Tarkov, we know a little bit of randomization can go on sometimes, and you can get a little bounce off of helmets and armor when it's sometimes you probably shouldn't.
Oh, absolutely, and it's those little eccentricities that make the game so enjoyable. Easy definitely showing their talent, showing their indomitable will, their ability to say, "Hey, this dog ain't hunting. Let's get another one out the kennel and see what we can make work."
What? How do you hit that? There's so much time gone in the round to where these players could be anywhere, and still, Shelby just chucks a nade and with absolute perfection. And Shelby, there's him yet again. He's good. Oh yes, and that would have been a great spot to put on pressure, but still down, being ready for it. Booperino, he grabs quick 2 keys, and he's going for another one. House, however, is the one to take his head off. And Sprit is going to be heading through that back alley to try to support his team even further. Pillow stuck in the mid lane, and Bomb is still not reclaimed. 35 seconds left.
Sprit absolutely can clutch this 100%. He knows where House is. Pillow Fluffer going over to grab Bomb and just going to haul ass towards Bravo. And there it is from House.
Epic Fails put up a good fight, and at some point it was going back and forth a little bit there, but Aquila, they finally got that one round that they needed to put themselves ahead. But Booperino, look at this guy, 20 kills. The next closest person had 8. This is a man that has a heart of steel. He does not want to let this go to waste. They've trained for this, and you know, Booperino, he was there, man. He was ready to show out, but unfortunately, the Aquila force is just dominated here, where they've had a lot more experience, I would say, in the background in terms of plays. not even just arena, right? Some of these guys on that Aquila roster, they've been around for so long. Even a base game, they have Tarkov experience, man, and that's all I gotta say about that team. They have a lot of unique sort of strategies sometimes. They'll swap out to a mid lane control, and then they'll sometimes swap out to that kind of half split push where they'll try to get information. They'll swap it out. So I think just the sheer amount of different strategies and things they can pull out at a moment's notice can really catch teams like Epic Fails off guard to where they can't adapt quick enough.
Absolutely, and that there's something to be said for the ability to adapt, but also the ability to just dig your heels in and say, no, this is mine. You can't have it. Like
Yeah.
a raccoon with a toaster strudel.
All right. I mean, who would throw out a perfectly good toaster strudel? Raccoon
Clearly
be
not the
going through the
raccoon.
garbage to
He's
find
living
that.
his best life.
I mean, found that's the needle in the haystack. That's the gold in the dark valley. Um, coming up next, Fort for game number 3, Vanguard Academy versus Epic Fails Div 2. Uh, one of the members on that Epic Fails roster is a very dear friend of us in the caster booth, Austin Powers, who a lot of people have been very well impressed with recently. That man was cooking on bowl last time we seen him, and like I said, that curse, or not the curse, the what is the stereotype? Of coaches don't play can sometimes be, transitioned into a sort of production crew who doesn't play. But man, I'll tell you what, this guy breaks that stereotype like it's nothing. This man was cooking, just kills after kills. He loves that AK-12, man. He'll put you down fast.
And I'm very excited to see some of my fellow casters play, even more excited to have the opportunity to get to know Austin a little bit here in the near future. But, solid lineup, solid stacks going into this next match on Fort, correct? I heard that properly? Okay.
Yes.
And obviously, Vanguard, a force to be reckoned with. And as we just saw, Easy is no joke either. So bringing in the Div 2, bringing in the the up and comers of the teams, it'll be very exciting to see if there are different strats, if they operate differently, or if there's kind of a standard template-esque situation that both teams operate to, and everyone brings their own little razzle dazzle to it.
Yeah, I've yet to see the Div 2 of Epic Fails play on Fort. I don't think I've seen them play there, and I don't think I've ever faced them there in solo queue either, so I can't really say much. But if we learned anything about recent plays on Fort, we know how important that lobby push is, how important it is to control. We're going to see if maybe that, I wouldn't even call it a maybe. I'd say it's probably pretty certain that both of these teams are going to be fighting over that position, but how are they going to switch it up? I know last time when we saw Unknown, right? I know it was Sleek that was usually the monster that would just completely dominate that lobby and take control, where all of a sudden Cruzen stepped up with a Saiga 12, and he was taking control like that, right? The Saiga 12, that's not an insta-kill weapon most of the time compared to a lot of other weapons, right? And he was still taking full control of it. So I'd like to see what kind of weapon picks come out here, and maybe even some of those grenade lineups that possibly could have a sort of impact on the, I believe it's called Arch, where you kind of throw it from the attacker side spawn, throw it over the buildings, and somehow it still connects even with the 0.5 second reduction on the fuse timer that the V40 got. It still makes that, and it's insane. It can stop a little, it can put a little bit of time stoppage on the defenders to getting to that lobby position. However, I don't know. It's tough to say. It's tough.
And also, you brought in, you taught me this last week, that cannon control, that cannon
Yeah.
rotate can be so critical. So we have two critical areas. We have lobby that has so many different angles from which it can be approached. And then we have cannon, which is the effective back alley of Fort. So as an IGL or as a team, how do you balance which one is more important? Or do you have to assign relatively equal effort and attention to both?
It's a good question. I think I'd rather have lobby control than I think cannons, just because lobby has way more access points than cannons does, where cannons has a direct access to that site through the little hill that goes up to it. However, when you peek out of it, you are forced on a right shoulder in the same place every time because there's no hallway ends at the entrance to the site, right? So you can't switch things up with a left peek, a right peek. You're always going to be peeking from that same place, and it's predictable, right? And you also have those players that usually play anchor behind the boxes to where they're safe from mid and they're safe from main to push onto site. So, there's usually somebody there, and they'll shut down whoever pushes up through cannons up in, I believe it's called mini. I think so, and it's there's only one direct access point to site, and the back way gives access to spawn. However, if the team is good enough, they'll have mid control anyway, to where the rotates will mostly come from mid. So it definitely puts pressure on, but I think lobby's a little bit more important.
Fair enough. Okay, and I really appreciate that perspective because I don't have a lot of experience playing on Fort. I've watched a lot of gameplay on Fort, but it's just not a map that has come up often. Probably because I don't play often. So the insights are definitely much appreciated. And I know last week we saw some pretty interesting gunfights. We saw some pretty interesting strats, and we saw, my personal bias, some incredible sniper play, even in tight close quarters, but especially on those long angles. And I'm hoping we get a little bit more of that today as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see how that plays out. I know grenades are a lot harder to hit on this site or on this map. A lot of that B site has sort of these grates that are up top that kind of stop some grenades from accessing. It's really, really hard to hit nades on that site. So if there's anytime a fight around B or contesting around B, it will most likely end in a gunfight. But around A site, of course, grenades can be hit pretty easily. It's definitely, I think, attacker sided in terms of grenades, where if you can go and hold D1, D2 position, you can't really get grenaded as easily because, of course, those roofs are a lot higher, and you sort of have a upper protection because it has a roof on it, where the defender's site, E-box and headshot, they are just some cardboard boxes, really. Like you can get shot through them in some places, and it's hard, right? But it also gives a little bit of advantage here. It gives a little bit of advantage where a lot of the time, one of the only options that you have for getting a plant down on A site is just kind of smoking those two sides of headshot and E-box and getting a plant down without getting spammed through the smoke, right? And that's kind of where lobby control takes a big toll, right? Because if the attackers have that lobby, all they have to worry about is this one area ahead of them. That's all they got to worry about. Whoever's in lobby, they're taking control of mid cut. They can watch A main, they can watch jungle, whatever, right? And they can give audio callouts. So I think it's important here for defenders to not waste their utility at the start of the round. I think you should keep your smokes, you should keep your V40, and use that to push off planters off of A instead of just throwing them out at the start of the round and hope they do something for you.
And that's another super important thing that we haven't quite touched on yet today. We talked about the importance of knowing your lanes and knowing where to throw the grenades and knowing your lineups, but knowing when to use utility can be another make or break situation, because if you blow your supply at the beginning, you got nothing left. There's nothing to recover from. There's no way to manipulate the tempo with smokes or flashes or lethals. So defender side, maybe maintaining a little bit of that supply. Very good point.
Yeah, very well. We have 5 members. Actually, we have 9 members ready to go. Just waiting on one, and then we'll be in very shortly. People will pick their kits. People will get everything in order. When it comes to kit selection on Fort, usually there's a TRG on one side or the other. I think this map's definitely more suited for something like that, rather than like Bowl. But that's sort of like the talk of the town within these recent couple updates is who's going to grab that TRG, where are you going to play it? Because it's hard to read in solo queue, because a lot of these plays that they make in solo queue are kind of, they're not as coordinated unless these teams are actually in a 5 stack and communicating, to where, in solo queue, you'll just see people grab a TRG and just run at them, right? And just get a kill here. But it's definitely a weapon that has a lot more potential in a coordinated strategy. And I think that it will be a lot more important to see it here than rather see it somewhere on bowl. It's hard to tell, right? The match has started in terms of going into the game to pick the kits, so everyone's in, everyone's ready to go.
And love to see that. Very, very excited for this roster. You know, Epic Fails, Vanguard Academy, beautiful, 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 beautiful way to kind of bring things to a close for, I believe, the first half of our matches. This should be match 4
This
today.
is match 3.
Match 3, I can math. I'm definitely good at numbers and stuff and things. You know, super educated here.
All right.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
we
we
got
do have
a remake
we
lobby.
got to do a remake on the lobby, which is fine. It'll give us a little bit of time to go over the rosters. VG Academy. We will be seeing Folgsta. We will be seeing Rudel, Tonester, Unreal Dragon, and Big Sky. To where Normie and Whiplash will be on the reserve lineup.
And with Epic Fails
Yeah.
D2. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, bro.
No. Go ahead. I would.
I'm excited.
There is a little bit of a swap out. So I'm just gonna get that cleared up. Yeah, you want to go over the Epic Fails roster?
Yeah, absolutely. So Epic Fails D2, we have Sub Certified, Venom Season, Bunny Paco, Austin Powers, Sin, and as subs we have Goth Mommies, love that, and also Cluse, who didn't make it into the graphic, but we do have a second backup in Epic Fails D2 by the name of Cluse.
Cool. Yep. So Austin Powers, he's been cooking, right? We know Mr. Casterbane himself. We know Bunny. Bunny's been around the community for a long time. She's always got that stream up, always cooking something. She is commonly in that solo queue. You'll find her around. You definitely will. She's very good. Easy div 2. Yeah, so Clues, yeah, will be on the Epic Fails roster. He'll be in for this game. Venom Season. I cannot personally attest to this man. Sub-certified. The name comes around. It is very familiar to me. However, I don't think I've caught him out in solo queue. I don't think. Yeah. Vanguard Academy roster. Do you? You casted VGA on the first day, if I'm not mistaken, right? Havoc.
Negative. So I was day
No?
2 last week.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I was
okay.
Sunday last week.
Yeah, so both of us missed the Vanguard Academy roster, which is brand new to us. The last time I had anything to do with casting Vanguard was when they just had one roster during HPL NA. So this Vanguard Academy roster is completely new to me. And I would have said that the same is for Epic Fails Div 2. However, of course, I did get to see them on day number 2. So that was nice to see, and we know what they're capable of. Yeah, so we're just going to... We do have to do a game restart at this current moment, which is unfortunate. We have some issues. So in that meantime, we will go to a short intermission break to make sure everything is set up and ready to go properly. And the competitive integrity, of course, is kept intact. So be ready for an amazing game here for the Vanguard Academy to take on Epic Fails Div 2 for game number 3. We'll be right back. All right. We're back. We're back in it, ladies and gentlemen. Vanguard Academy. Epic fails. Div 2. Starting off strong with Big Sky. Taking out Venom. Definitely a B favorite push here for the Vanguard Academy group. And this is where we can see that Cannons is left completely open. Big Sky for another one. Oh! That's Austin Powers. Jacking off. That is Austin Powers. He grabbed 2. Clues grabbed 1. And Rudel with a little bit of a trade there. So it's all up to Bunny and Clues to find Rudel and Volksta. But Bomb's about to go down. And they're going to be in a more difficult position if they were to just be a little bit more aggressive here.
And that hallway just has to be an absolute meat grinder pushing towards retake. A lot of patience from Rudel right there. Didn't swing. Held the angle.
Here's the bunny system. But I say bunny? Buddy. The bunny system.
The bunny
Wait,
system.
I might just give her the blessing. Oh no, I think I cursed her.
Ah, the caster curse. Very aggressive first round from VGA right there.
Yep, very good. Ran around to the bedroom, right? To give some audio cues behind her, and it gave the opportunity for the other member of these the VGA squad to push out through mid, but you know it didn't even require the other member because the aim was just way too good.
Absolutely, just built different. And I don't see any snipers on the roster right now. A little bit sad, Panda, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's a good observation because you can also see the RPK, which is not a weapon you normally see ever. And of course the Ash 12, which it's on Enforcer, so we can only assume it has PS12A. And somehow, that has been killing people. I don't know how they were doing it, but these are the pro players, right? I'm not a pro, so I think they know something I don't.
And that's a very good point that my brain just short-circuited.
No problem. We've all been there, my man.
What ammo does that damn thing take?
The Ash
545, there we go.
Oh.
That 545 ammunition obviously has decent penetration, but it's such a long gun that if you have to squeeze into those tight areas, it can put you at a little bit of a disadvantage because you barrel stuff yourself on corners while you're peeking.
Yeah, the picture of it can be a little bit of a kind of false tale sometimes because you do have an option of a shorter barrel. You do have that option. We can see Rudel does have that short barrel, and he doesn't have a suppressor on it either, so it's actually the shortest it can possibly be at this moment with a muzzle device on it. Sub-Certified is going to actually take space right here. This is really, really good. And Clues is going to come from the background. The PS12A, doesn't matter where you hit it. If you're looking the wrong way, you're going to get domed by a 50 cal round, buddy. Rudel, what's up with you? What are you going to do here? You're going to show Bunny how it's done? Forced off-site. Bullied off-site and pushed right into Bunny in the mid lane. Where multiple rounds exchanged, nothing fully finished anybody off until Bunny finally fell, and then the rest of the team came in to support her.
And that's what we love to see on a retake. Obviously, we don't want to see our teammates go down, but if they do, we're going to capitalize on their sacrifice, and we're going to get revenge. And that's exactly what EZ did right there, is they said, oh no, we have to retake. Bunny went in, got the comms, got the intel, unfortunately lost her life, but then the other two members came in and secured the victory for that round. RPK, that's what that damn thing's called.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were... Yeah, sorry, I didn't know you were confused about that.
Brain smooth.
Also, the new, I call it new, but it's new. Here's Dragon, right? He's got that position where he can completely stop this push. He does have that left shoulder, which is completely fine because the players that come down are usually more focused on lobby anyway, and that's exactly what happened. Clues, though, is the one that's pushed up right now with that Ash 12. Gonna be aiming for those legs. Bunny, though, from the backline can grab one. And Whiplash shortly up next to get one, but it is VGA right now that have that player advantage over Rudel. Man, he's looking pretty bad. He might have to hit. He's on Enforcer, so in fact, he doesn't even have that option.
That's another important thing to consider when you're picking your kits. Like, how do we decide what kits to bring? Right, obviously, there's a limit, but goodness gracious.
Oh, Austin! Look at his health.
Was that a 4-piece? That was a 3-piece, right?
That was... I'm pretty sure that was 2. I think. But, you know, we also just heard him do a voice line right there, which is the Berserker mode, right? That's one of the things that you get with the max strength stress resistance. So it gave up his position right there. But speaking of that position, he lays down to take the off angle, catches Big Sky off by surprise, and his scope and gun completely cover him.
And that's we talked about that last week too. That, you know, lying prone gives you that gun armor, so to speak, as well as giving, you know, people standing up a disadvantage because of just where your weapon is going to sit in your arms and in your line of sight. So I have my opinions on the lie down strat, but if it works, it works.
I think that was probably the best thing he could have done in that spot. And the fact that with that low amount of health, he didn't panic, he chose the right choice, it speaks wonders about how experienced these players are.
Absolutely, and making those in-the-moment calls, making those decisions can be so absolutely critical. Easy already showing up, creating a 5v2 situation happened very, very quickly.
Yeah, rotate's going to be forced out here, and with no hesitation, Easy will be considering that a push is imminent, right? And here's Austin Powers that is lone by himself, holding sight. The VGA get a little bit too cocky. They think they have sight. There's always a mystery man in the background. Austin Powers ready to take you down at a moment's notice. He is patient, and he is a headhunter.
An absolutely beautiful plays, beautiful patience, beautiful shots, right? Quick 1-2, secure the round, secure round point. Move on with your life.
Yeah, Austin has not been a person that is shy to hitting those 1-2 buckle my shoes.
I love you so much, Russell. That's also going to be stuck in my head all day.
The old 1-2 buckle. What's going on in the mid lane? They're almost touching each other through the wall.
They're trying to hold hands, man.
So Big Sky's going to know his position. However, Subcertified does have the right shoulder, but he's also in a spot that can easily be pre-fired. So Big Sky, he's either going to get aggressive. And there it is.
And there's the swing. Beautiful.
It's going to completely open mid, right? And there is actually one member down there ready. Yeah, so that's Blues. He came up with the PS12A, and that's a perfect spot for him to be in. The fact that the member was up top, he was able to get an easy access to its legs where the PS12A shines the most, and it was a very, very easy kill for the Easy roster.
100%. Just a beautiful, again, Easy going up. Just like, you know, their, I don't know, pro team or whatever you want to call it, right? Showing up just like last time. VGA a little bit on the back foot. Obviously, some great gameplay, some great talent. 4-1 deficit. Not awful. Definitely surmountable.
He did this the last round and got away with it, and this round he did it again and still somehow got away with it. He just instantly runs into Spiral and tries to get a quick kill. That is not something you normally see happen multiple times because, you know, once you do it once, it's very easily countered, and he actually gets away with his life. Volksta, though, in the bedroom, takes down Subcertified, and Rudel's going to push a little bit further ahead and grab Austin Powers. That's a big one off the board, but Volksta's not going to check his right shoulder, and Venom's going to take him down with ease. Dragon goes around the corner to try to get a trade out, but Venom gets away with it. He's going to get the reload. Dragon doesn't want to push the corner. He's a little bit too hesitant. Oh, the jump, he gets away! He's going to run into 3 more members!
I feel like I'm watching Scooby-Doo and Yakety Sack should be playing in the background. Goodness, like, you know, the athleticism, the reflexes, that was insane to witness. I don't know why I said athleticism.
I don't even know what that means, man, but I trust you. Oh, Bunny gets around from mid. Slow but steady wins the race.
Absolutely. And look at Austin with that 10-3 KDA line. Just absolutely working the map in beautiful fashion. He's like Michelangelo with his weapons, painting walls with brains. Beautiful.
Yep, first player to hit the double-digit kills. And this guy just seems to be in the right place at the right time no matter what. You don't expect him to be there, he will be there.
He's in your walls, man.
No over lobby right now. Oh, except for Sub-Certified, who came down from stairs. He wasn't quite in lobby yet, but he made a play. He still has a couple other members to deal with if he wants to regain control of that. But I guess at this point, the fact that they have the man advantage, there's no reason to put yourself in unnecessary risk, and we'll just continue to stay there and stop any rotates.
Exactly. I mean, you have the advantage. You have site control. You have one person in reserve, or two people in reserve if need be, to come up and support. And very, very difficult take now for Vanguard.
Battling it out. Bunny gets away with her life somehow. Venom shoots her through the box, or shoots into the box. That's crazy. Now, Rudel, right, he doesn't have the full smoke capabilities that you normally would. The Venom was looking the wrong way and still flicked to his head and killed him.
And look at that red hot AS Val barrel doing the Lord's work. Not quite sure how he survived that, but very impressive flick.
All right, Vanguard Academy. This is where this is your turning point. This is where you get mad and you turn Super Saiyan and then you become the heroes that we all needed.
Love you for that reference. I've actually been rewatching Dragon Ball Z with one of my roommates.
Bro, I want to watch that,
recently.
but I can't sit there for 50 episodes to figure out who wins the fight. Oh, Clue's putting a little bit of pressure on lobby, however, doesn't push in. So it seems like the Vanguard Academy roster, they kind of brute force their way onto it. They don't send like one or two members. They kind of have every member ready to go at a moment's notice.
Absolutely. It's not so much a coordinated... I mean, it's coordinated, clearly. You can see that better in that position. But it's just, hey, get in there and kill. Whiplash takes down Bunny. Venom getting the revenge on Folgsta. Dragon taking down Sub-Certified. This is the VGA we know and love.
It's definitely the VGA I don't know because this is my first time seeing them, but hopefully this round they can come back a little bit, stop the snowball that Easy's been doing. But there's only one round away from a side swap, right? So it's like it kind of doesn't really matter what happens because the whole pace is going to change.
Well, the pace might change, but getting a round back absolutely influences momentum moving into the side swap. So, just like that, they secure their second round. Now we're obviously going to see that side swap you just spoke about. Can they carry on the confidence that last round brought them and take it forward into being on the defending side?
Yeah, that's got to give them a little bit of mental capability here to be a little bit more open about what they can do. You know, as you start losing sometimes, you start ruling out strategies that have failed in the past, but the fact that, you know, we have a side swap, it's a whole different playbook that can be opened. Chapter number 2 commences, and I really want to see what happens over lobby here, right? Because it's now the defenders that are in the position that were previously aggressive on the lobby, so let's see how they try to play that off this time. It seems like it's there.
And very heavy push right off the bat from Easy, going in for that B take.
Flash is ready for that flank. Oh, there's Austin Powers swinging the corner quick to trade him out. Big Sky trades him out, though. Bunny's going to get the bomb down, and now it's going to be 2 members on site ready to stop Big Sky, and Folks is in the mid lane. He doesn't have the buddy system available. He's got a teammate here. Blue's going to be looking the wrong way, and Venom, though, is going to be ready to trade him out. Big Sky, he's not... Okay, now he starts to sprint, so his position's going to be given away, but Bunny's ready to go on a moment's notice. There it is, right shoulder peak, so advantage there for Bunny, and she takes it home.
Very, very knowledgeable plays, very intelligent plays. We now have our second member on easy side in the double digits. And it seems like those early kills, that early man advantage, is playing a huge role.
See if that continues to be the truth going into this round. A pushes imminent this time, so we're going to see how that lobby control goes. Instant rush in. Wait. Where did he just kill him from?
Narnia?
Oh, I think someone died on the other side of the map, and they just happened to shoot at the same time. That was very confusing. But here, full control of A site for Epic Fails. Smokes go out. And there's a good reason, right? Even if you know you have full control, you still throw that smoke out because, you know, the rule of Tarkov, there's always one more, right? So you throw it out regardless for that extra bit of safety. There's no reason to get overconfident, especially when you're in a position where you're 2 rounds away from winning here. Here's a boost now that I've yet to see. I think this is just for information. I don't know if you can get the gun up. Yeah, so... Buddy's trying to do it again, but I don't think her teammates really super excited about that one.
That was an interesting boost. I'm curious what the bullet penetration is going to look like. Bunny taking down Dragon, Subcertified taking down Rudel.
Yeah, that is an interesting boost. I'm really interested in that.
Round 10.
1 round away for the victory for Epic Fails Div 2. Battle of the Div 2 teams. Seems like Epic Fails has been ready for them. Ready for them to walk into their trap.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Beautiful, beautiful efforts. Also, Bunny system still sends me. Love that so much.
The bunny system. That's gonna be
the bunny system.
That's the quote of the day. See if she can work the bunny system. Hoppity hoppity. I haven't seen her do a lot of jump peaks. But you know, maybe her name is Octane.
Maybe she's just saving it for the opportune moment.
Yeah, well, it is an opportune type of play to make. Round away, shots exchanging on site. One of the members backs off and goes to D2. Is now going to swap over to D1 and grab Austin Powers. And Clues is going to trade him right back out. 12, PS12A to the leg. Subcertified through the smoke? Hello?
Question mark?
Bomb goes down. Whiplash hears it, so he's going to give a call to his teammates. They should very well know that they need to be here already. This Vanguard Academy roster, they're not here in time. They could have been there to put pressure on. They haven't been. Rudel's not. Oh, yeah, it's going to be hard. You got way too many angles to check going through there. Ben's going to take him down. Dragon a Whiplash. Last 2 members make that just Dragon. AK-12 in his hands. He's going to blast one. Reload's going to force them to peek around the corner. Oh, nobody dies!
What just happened?
Through the wall. Expected. You know, you can't move too far from that position, so a blast from the past into that box. It will be an easy pickup kill. Dragon falls, and the Epic Fails Div 2 roster seems to be the superior Div 2 team. But I don't want to make Luke Goblin cry in the background by saying too much.
I mean, obviously a beautiful performance from both teams. Easy seemed a little bit more locked in. Maybe the Crocs were extra sporty today.
Ooh.
Who knows? Maybe they had a little pre-workout before they hopped in. But absolutely, those top 2 fraggers from in the form of Venom and Austin, it kind of set the tone and set the pace of the match very early on, and just had Vanguard Academy on the back foot from the get-go.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be some talks in the background here from moving Austin up to the main roster, because man, when I look at how he plays and when the plays end that he makes, it's like, this is the guy you want as your teammate. This is the guy you want on your right shoulder, on your left shoulder, ready to support you at any moment. And even when he's off by himself, he can still push an advantage to his team. In fact, getting usually 2 kills in situations where they're available. So he can even put up strength in numbers when he doesn't even have any teammates to support. I think this guy's just a jack of all trades, and he really has a lot of different skills mastered that are beneficial to any team available.
And it's beautiful to see that too, right? We love seeing people who are talented both in the casting booth, but also in game, executing, showing up, and showing their mettle, so to speak, saying, "Look, man, I came, I saw, I conquered. Who's next?
And that's going to be the story for the Epic Fails Div 2 team, who have actually shut down a quite impressive performance, 9-2, only 2 rounds for the VGA roster. Man, it's sad to see, but hey, better luck next time. Hey, we still plenty of opportunities in the future. This Vanguard gaming community and tournament organization has so much packed in the future. So make sure that you hit that follow button and join the Discord if you want to stay up to date for all the tournaments. And there's even talks of stuff beyond tournaments, just sort of community type things in the background that we might be putting on here in the future. Better prize pools as well. We're going to be having better action, more teams. It's going to be a very, very bright future for the Vanguard gaming community. So make sure you hit that follow button and join the Discord for everything to do with up to date tournaments and information.
Yes, absolutely. It's also a good opportunity to get to meet people, get to have more interactions with the community, maybe set up some scrims, set up some friendly matches, set up some for funsies little tournaments. Like I don't know, for those of you who played Halo back in the day, shoddy snipers, right? That could be a fun thing just to get into. But also to really, and the goal of this obviously is to bring something special to North America, but it's also to give all of us an opportunity to just get to know one another, build a community, build something that stands the test of time and is the epitome of good conduct, sportsmanship, friendly rivalry, and, bragging rights.
Yeah, very, very well said. Game number 4 will be going to Bay 5. Redacted Society versus Pandaric X. This is the team that was previously Aspect. Aspect has a number of achievements under their belt. Oberst Tom being the man who has started it all in terms of the Aspect roster. That was his team, and now he's here to lead Pandaric X under the name of the pandas that have been so popular everywhere. Right, you see almost any Tarkov tournament, the pandas are almost there every time. So now they have picked up that Aspect roster, and a couple of changes have been made, of course. But going down the list, we have the Apollo, we have Europe, which is very, very confusing. I thought it was like something to do with I don't know why would I look at that name. I thought it was something to do with like yogurt or something, but it's Europe. But like, cause Europe spelled with
But
an
like
E, so
you're
I'm like,
up,
what the hell?
like
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, I don't know, man. I think it has something to do with you know those yop things, like those drinkable. Uh, it's like yogurt that you drink. It's called yop, and whenever I see that name, it reminds me of that for some reason. So I just think of yogurt. It's very strange. But anyway, Europe
interesting.
and Zachrix, also Head Eyes as well on there. He's been cooking up some stuff. Goes to Customs in the reserve line with Tizzy as well. So the Redacted Society roster, have a look at that with a very familiar name on top there.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Trevi FPS, a very, very talented individual, very kind, very loving, very warm, very welcoming, but get in the arena with him, he's going to cause some problems for you. We also have having a hard time reading that second one
Yeah,
there.
it is a little bit difficult. Go down the list to the ones you can, and I'll get
Yeah,
you the list.
beautiful. There we go. So we have Trevi FPS, we have
There we go.
Clean is Mean, Mr. J Jones, Clarity, Razy, and
Dover.
Dover. There we go. I can English.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Discord's
So
being weird, ladies and gentlemen. It says the streams in 1440p, the stream we're watching, but it's quite literally like 15p. I don't know what is going on with Discord, but oh man, they've got some problems. I know a lot of people have had issues with Discord streaming and the quality it likes to provide.
yeah,
But
and
that's
I've
currently
had
what we're
issues with
dealing with.
that too, just for like friendly game nights, right? Not even streaming, not running a whole ass production thing, and it's been interesting.
Yep. So going in Bay 5, all of a sudden Bay 5 just coming out of nowhere, right? We've been seeing Bowl left, right, and center, and now Bay 5 seems to be the map of the day. So Redacted Society, Trevi FPS is the guy that you know what he's gonna do, but the fact is you're never gonna catch him doing it. He's gonna catch you before you catch him. He will be in the places you will never expect. With a He's like that guy that has like those like things that those like mats that people put on them to like blend into the background, and then like
Like a
they
ghillie
throw
suit?
it up over them. Yeah, like a ghillie suit, but more of like an urban style one where it's just like it's like It's not
Oh,
like
like the
Crash.
painting suit from what's that movie with Steve Martin? Pink Panther, where he's like doing the
Yeah,
flopping back and forth across the
yeah,
wall.
yeah. They get just like a suit that like you blend into the background with you, like you position your body in the right way, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's a guy there, like you'd never expect him.
Like, oh
That's
god,
Scrappy right there.
absolutely. Very much looking forward to seeing these two teams that I don't believe I got to see much of last weekend. So,
Yep.
uh,
So, yep, we'll get more into this roster as we come back from this short intermission break. There's a 5-minute break going to go on, so make sure that this is the opportunity to go use that bathroom, right? Go hit that follow button, join the Vanguard Gaming Discord community because we will be very back. We will be right back very soon after this short intermission break. So we'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Game number 4 signals the halfway point of today's journey. Pandaric X versus Redacted Society on game number 4. Round 1. Clean gets
Very
first blood
excited
of
to
the
see how
game.
these. I'm just real good at talking over you by accident.
No, I mean, it's just, it happens sometimes. It's nobody's fault. Zachrix coming in for another one. All right, so it's going to go down to even, but at this point, the bomb's going down, but there's so many members alive.
Is that the strat? Just get the bomb down and then force the retake? Is that what we're expecting to see right now?
I don't know. I'll have to check it out, because Pandaric does have the, they have back alley, right? So they are about to kind of close in on them on every single side. If you look at the Pandaric X members, how they're attacking right right now, they have eyes on everything. Clarity grabs one, you know, he's in an opposition. Oh, look at those Piranha rounds doing work. Two kills to the legs, and Zachrix cleans it up with a double kill.
Panda.
All right, get out! Oh, Zachrix
Absolutely
actually got 4 that round.
Absolutely wild first round there. Super aggressive, super quick take, forcing a retake. Fortunately, Panda able to execute an effective retake. But that might... Do they try it again? Do you think that's something they can pull off again? Or will be Panda... Or will be Panda... Jesus. Will Panda be a little bit more careful and watchful now?
I don't know. I feel like that wasn't on purpose, to be honest. I think they just had a really good retake. Their positioning was literally perfect there. Like, they surrounded them on all sides. They had nowhere to run, and they were kind of just boxed in and slowly converged on. And over trying to take back alley. Oh, but Tom's reaction time was not quite up to par there. Europe's going to shove right onto site with that TRG. Back in the rack corner, right? Normally where you would kind of see that sometimes. He has an RFB in his back pocket while Zachrix gets to kill up back alley. Buzz is on site ready to start cleaning it up, but speaking of cleaning, that's Europe. Oh, actually gets the kill before the smoke fully plumes. Clarity takes off position in the lay down, and he gets away. Oh no, Clarity! No way this man got away from that, and he barely took any damage. No, the TK! That's the smoke, dude. That's what happens when you just start throwing smokes willy-nilly on site and you don't realize where your teammates are. Oh, man. That's bad.
And now Clarity in a very difficult spot here. And yeah, just pinned. There it is. The Yeetus Deletus cannon itself securing round 2 for Panda.
What was going on in that site? I don't know, man. He got away with a lot of things he probably shouldn't have, and I think that Vulcan saved his life probably twice.
Easily. I mean, the amount of RFB rounds that just either bounced or didn't connect for whatever reason was absolutely wild.
So Redacted Society are coming back in here after getting defeated by New Dawn in the second round of the bracket from day number 1. However, they did take down Aquila before they got there, so they are very capable of defeating very strong teams. While Pandaric X took down Vanguard Gaming in overtime, so it was quite a fight. And then they went on to face Unknown, and we all know how that went.
Yeah, and excited to see more gameplay from all of these teams today. Europe, I said that right? Europe coming in with that delete stick. I mean, that gun is just a delete button if it connects.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's so popular here. Definitely a top 5 pick weapon. For sure. Maybe not in the NA scene, but in EU and CS, it seems to have a little bit more favor. But I think both sides realize the potential that it can have. Tizzy grabbing around that. He's going to push on the site to take the last one out. Dover was left alone. The lone man surviving on site. Falls to Tizzy. And the Pandas, 3rd round. I think it's about time the Redacted Society squad head over to the B site and see what they can cook up. It looks like a split is imminent. However, they are going to converge as they come out of spawn and try to grab mid control. Insta push through mid. Look at this. They didn't even stop once. They're just going for it. There they go. Now they have to worry about the 2 members of the Pandas that are here to contest them. And yeah, and then there's also Head Eyes from... Oh, Head Eyes grabbing 2 from Connector. However, he does fall, and the bomb will make its way to site, but not before Tizzy has anything to say about that. Bomb falls, and Connector and Tizzy, a double kill. Zachrix and Europe, man, they're in the back line. They're ready to support a teammate at any time. The bomb is down, and I think these are the 2 people that are going to stop that pickup, right? They have really long-range angles on a person that, you know, is Trevi, right? He's sneaky, but they kind of realize where his spot is now, and they're going to lock down that mid lane. Wow, the Pandas, they look so strong right now. I didn't think they'd be able to come out in a 4-0 already. So it's Redacted Society to take down Aquila. You just saw how strong Aquila was. They haven't got around so far. This cannot be their hand pick, right? It's not possible. Pandas, they got to have them at the favor on Bay 5. I think they have the pick, right? So that means Redacted Society, that's just the choice if they want attack or defense, and I think they might not have chose right here. Dover, though, starts it off. Finally, they're in a little bit of a... Oh, Trevi from downtown! Check that nade out! But Oberst Tom and Tizzy are ready to trade him back out. Now, Clean grabs one, and Oberst also grabs another one, so it's all back down to even. Both teams were up in players by 2 for a very, very short time. Tom heads straight into Connector, takes down Buzz. This round is so fast. This is a blitz of a round. Clean, though, he knows he needs to get into sight, or Tom will get that defuse off. Pulls up the nade. Easy peek. Oh, swings the corner. Clean has the right shoulder and takes down Tom.
And what a wild exchange to come back to. I am unfortunately going to have to stand up again here in a few moments. But
Put your hands in the air.
Spin around like you just don't care. Redacted Society coming back and what appeared to be very handily securing a well-fought round and showing their capabilities there.
It was back and forth, man. Just when you thought one team had the advantage, the other team would just get a bunch of kills and then make it their advantage out of nowhere. But it only lasted a couple seconds every time, so it was more even than it was an advantage of one team.
And those are
Redacted
the
Society
rounds
even changing it up, though. Look at them. They just attrition. Just brute force.
For you Warhammer 40 gaming warriors, I mean, they're playing like the Death Guard right now. Just endure, persist, and burn the enemy down until they have nothing left. Clarity doing absolute work with that Piranha, getting traded out by Zachrix.
Okay, Head Eyes grabs one, so now they can work together. They can link up, right? And now Buzz is going to have to fight a 1-2 here. Zachrix is going to swing him, as he should. Very, very good teamwork. And now Trevi's going to come around from the other side, and Head Eyes is ready. Moments notice. Just instant flick on a Trevi's head, and wow. Pandas come back. Redacted Society thought they were going to get another one there, but Pandas just kind of pulled their socks up a little bit more and showed them what they're made out of.
Absolutely, and beautiful talent. Beautiful not letting one round interrupt the momentum, the skill, and the talent.
Yeah, when I looked at the 3 teams that made it to the end of day 2, I expected the Pandas to be there, but I think the only reason that they weren't is because they had to go up against Unknown. It was just the way the bracket kind of formed. So now that they have a little bit more breathing room here, they're gonna push forward and perform a lot better. That they don't have to play these extremely the top level teams. Not to say Redacted Society is bad, but they're not Unknown's level.
Oh, absolutely. Unknown, just an absolute unit of a team. Man, time for me to stand up.
Clean, what is going on here? You have the biggest order to fill, man, and you are blind. You get a red thorax. He's about to run into 3 of them. Oberst Tom shuts him down, and Panda's 6th round win. Redacted Society needs something soon, and even if they do get another one, there's going to be a side swap. Oh man, Redacted Society, they changed it up, right? They decided to just use strength in numbers, push their way onto site, and use the advantage of that. Get one round off of it. But Pandas, they read it like a book, man. They're ready to go. Adaptability is a huge word that we said many times on the first 2 days. Pandas have been proven to be one of the most adaptable teams so far in this game. Europe grabs one and still gets away with his life. A couple bleeds are going to stop him, but oh, right around the corner. He almost grabs the third. It's going to be a shotgun versus sniper, and then the sniper takes it. Oh my goodness, Europe 3 kills from the back alley. And Zachrix gets one more to make it all down to Trevi. He's in the mid lane though. This is what this man does best. And there, oh, that tight angle gets Head Eye's attention. Here's that side swap. We saw this had a sort of a favor in terms of the team that was last on Bay 5 where they were losing. Once the side swapped, they were able to get a good amount of rounds in before finally getting shut down. That was epic fails. So can Redacted Society mimic what they've done? And maybe grab a couple rounds here in the second half.
I was gone for 2 minutes. What happened?
Hey, real life calls, man.
Goodness
So Pandas
gracious.
just shut him down again. It was a crazy Europe in the back alley, grabbing 3 kills with the TRG. It was insane.
And I just love to see the skill and the talent and the, again, indomitable will of Panda coming back from, as we were discussing just a short while ago, last week's incredibly difficult matchup against Unknown. Not to take anything from Redacted side, they made a good showing of themselves as well.
Ooh, for the wall shots do connect, but they don't end him. He still has a large amount of his health pool left, but Tizzy's ready to clean him up. Tom and Zachrix pushing together. They don't have the bomb, right? So they can kind of be a little bit more aggressive here. They can be slightly more careless. If they die, it's not a huge deal. But they're going to try to take advantage of that one man up. But Dover actually changes it around, and then Tizzy changes it around one more time.
And
That was a double peek. One of them
That was
jumped and the other one peeked. And they actually, the one that peeked died, which is very uncommon. But it was a good play, but man, Buzz is ready.
absolutely, and just trading rounds here in Fuel, kind of playing ring around the rosy with the tanks. Buzz takes down Tizzy. Incredible patience on that position. Europe coming back, getting some vengeance.
Ooh, the
Being
pre-fire.
taken down by Buzz.
That's Redacted Society coming back. This is exactly what we saw with Epic Fails, right? As soon as that side swap came out, they were able to get a couple rounds onto Aquila. Now, the pace changes, the momentum changes, and new strategies are available. You know, like I said, chapter number 2 comes out in the books. So they have a whole new line of strategies here that they can pull out at any time. And Pandas, they've been known so far in this game to be adaptable to changing strategies on the fly. However, you know, that was only the first round there, so they're available to completely read them this time and take advantage of that.
And I'm very excited to see that adaptability show itself on the attacking side for Panda, but also, as you said, Redacted Society hopefully able to get a couple of rounds up, get their heads in the game, lock in, and execute the talent that we know them to have and that we've witnessed in the past.
A decision has been made to take A. They have 3 members to deal with here. So one of the members of Redacted Society is very far away, so it will be a 5v4 for a long, long time here. So starting off with First Blood, Clarity falls, and Site Control is going to decide to be given up, and they're going to push to B-Site and link up with their teammate, who is currently working his way through. Clean, though, he's going to be the only one to stop them, because Redacted Society, they're a little bit late on the call. No, Zachrix! No, you had so much! You had so much advantage! Europe is too busy picking up the bomb, but still turns around and kills Clean.
What absolute insane reflexes there. Execute the bomb secure, turn around, secure the kill.
Oh,
Beautifully done. Tizzy popping off right there outside of Bravo. And just an
Swings right
incredibly
around, grab the
difficult
third.
position.
Woo-hoo. You can see as soon as he got that second kill, he instantly turned around to connector with his gun aimed outside. He knew exactly where that third member was. He decided to go around and, you know, because the expected push would be to go from behind because he just killed 2 of his teammates out there. So he runs through to support his teammate, and wow, Tizzy, this man's brain is running on caffeine and whatever else gets it going.
Caffeine and success, I guess. I mean, just no way to combat that level of talent, even if you have a peak advantage, because he's just built different. And by different, I mean more correct than humanly possible.
He's processing things that we've never even thought about before. 11 and 6 for Tizzy, highest kill leading member for the Pandas.
A little bit of a slower attack push now from Panda. Again, maybe breaking up that OODA loop just a tiny bit.
Yeah, last round it was a little bit of a... It was slower than normal. And yeah, this round it's going about the same way. They need to make that choice. And now that they are down a man, right, that choice could completely turn to a different direction. Clarity takes down Tom, and 5 versus 3 commences.
Very, very secure up in A. Looks like we have a roamer that may try to take some mid angles. Trying to figure out what the play is going to be.
Yeah, Dover's in a good spot here. They have enough members still alive to cover basically everywhere else. So you can just sit there behind the crate, right, and just get audio callouts and give them to your team. There's no reason to peek this.
Right, sit, wait, play your advantage, play your angles. You've got, you know, I won't say an excess of personnel because there's no such thing in Arena as we have seen, but you definitely have the advantage, and they have to come to you in their own attack, right? If they don't stick it, they don't hit.
Ooh, Clarity gets caught in the reload. Europe, though, before him grabs one as well, but Buzz is ready to start trading things out here. He needs to even up the scoreline a little bit. He does. He grabs one to make it down. Oh, that's another one. Tizzy falls, and Buzz is instantly back onto the bomb carrier. Puts Deadeyes down, and the bomb does not get planted in Redacted Society. Get the 3rd round win when it very well could have went the other way, and this game could very well have been over by now.
And I mean, beautiful, beautiful execution. Did they lose a couple of people on the Redacted Society end there by maybe getting a little bit antsy, maybe peeking? Possibly, but it came out in the end because that man advantage was telling in that moment, right? Well, you can never really afford to lose a combatant on your side. They had the roster depth for it.
Panda's getting a little bit more aggressive here. Trevi with a quick kill and just instantly backs up, right? He doesn't take his position, and Zachrix will fall just as well. Trevi peeking from different angles every single time. Perfect execution of not doing the same thing twice.
That readjustment, it is so vital in a game like this, where the smallest mistake... Yeah, that was a team flash, and not in the fun way.
Oh, there's some
still
action on the other
recoverable.
side of the map.
4v1. Bomb's going down at Bravo with... I mean, but there's a 4-man collapsing on it. Like, there's...
Oh, no. Yeah, I think he got that bomb down. Clean. Ends it. Redacted Society. Wow, they're coming back. This is exactly what we saw in the easy game. Easy versus Aquila.
Absolutely. And these are the matches, again, that just... I don't know about you, but they get my blood pumping. They keep me on the edge of my seat. It's, you know, they're locking in, they're turning their hats backwards. They're, you know, turning on their whatever reserves of talent, intellect, and adaptability they have in their brains, working together as a team, and it creates such beautiful results.
We really got to analyze Redacted Society here. What are they doing that is getting them these wins? Last round was a huge double kill in the back alley for Trevi. Good repositioning.
And it appears to be that they're, aside from that moment, they're holding more off-site, but giving themselves more ability to rotate as needed and cover each other, as we just saw there from Clarity peeking into Fuel.
Whoa, what's going on with Zachrix right here? He's in their spawn.
He's doing sneaky squirrel things.
Yeah, you can see that Clarity actually heard that, right? And now he's a little bit hesitant on the area, but he's looking in the wrong direction. There's Zachrix coming from the spawn. He had an idea, but it wasn't exactly placed on the right area. There's so much pressure now being put onto Redacted Society where they have to start, putting members in different spots to look at places that, the bomb's not coming from. Dover is completely flapperdonked.
Is completely qua?
Swafferdonked.
Swafferdonked. Not a term
He's
I've heard before.
confused. He got played.
He did, and that was, I think that was one of those, like, bait and switches that are incredibly difficult to combat.
Oh, that...
Beautiful, beautiful shots.
Oh, Trevi!
Oh!
No way. 30 seconds left. He's got 3 to deal with. Oh, Trevi knows where he is, but Tom cleans him up with the right shoulder.
Still, what a beautiful effort there. I mean, Trevi securing 2 in a 1v5. That is talent incarnate right there.
That's a good word to use. Actually, you look at the kills there. The kill list for the Pandas, it's 13, 12, 11, 10, 9.
Right.
That's pretty funny.
13, 12, 11. Oh,
check that out. All right. So the end of the Pandas game results in them winning with, we got to assume, is all down to Zachrix, who made the flank of a century through Harbor into the defender spawn. That puts so much pressure on the people defending B to where they couldn't focus their full attention on the 4 other members that were just pushing inside of fuel site and trying to get that bomb down, right? He got caught with his pants down, Swafferdonked, like I said, and I think that round was all up to Zachrix. He was the savior of that game, where it could have very well went the other way if that snowball kept rolling for Redacted Society.
yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Redacted Society definitely made a showing of themselves, definitely came back and said, "Hey, no, we're not going down like this." But good lord, the pandas panded, right? And just showed up.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's all about that one player that is willing to take the risk. Zachrix took that risk. He put himself in a horrible position to get there, right? Because rushing through Harbor like that, you will be heard because you're not that far away to the members near the B site that will give your callouts to the teammates and they will clean you up. However, there just happened to be only one member there. I can't remember the name, but he had the shotgun and he kind of, he heard him, but he's like, yeah, my one teammate on B side, he's getting pushed by 4 guys right now. I got to go help him. And by that time, it was too late. Zachrix was putting way too much pressure on it. Man, he took that risk. He did it for his team, and that's sometimes that type of clutch, thinking outside the box member that you need to get those special rounds that really make the difference between the game, right? Because sometimes you can see a turning point in a game with one specific round that's like, okay, we know these guys are going to keep going forward, and that's going to just turn the tides of this game. But this time, it was the last round of the game, which normally doesn't usually happen, where you would say is a huge turn of things. So it's really surprising and huge up to Zachrix and the rest of the Pandas for coming out on top in that game because it was starting to become a little bit of a tough one there, and they did it.
It was, and I don't know if they, like I said, turned the hats backwards, put the Crocs in sport mode, whatever it was clearly working, and beautiful efforts from both teams, but just an insanely dominant, well-oiled performance from Panda. Congratulations.
So that marks the 4th game of the day, signaling the halfway point in this tournament. Sorry? Yep. Yeah. Okay. So sorry. Production. So that signals the halfway point so far out of the 8 games today. So that means we will have a caster swap out, and we need to introduce. I'm not going to say her name right now, but you'll see her. It's a surprise. Her casting debut today in the Vanguard gaming community. This is her first time, so please, when she comes here, welcome her with open arms and bear with her as she starts her casting journey today here. So with that being said, we will take that extra little break that we need to swap things out, and we will go to a quick intermission. Don't go far away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Vanguard Gaming Proving Grounds, day number 3. The 4th game just ended, which signals the halfway point in a caster swap out. I'm joined here by an amazing member of the community and also a pro arena player herself, Miss Rose Reyna. Rose, this is the Vanguard Gaming Proving Grounds, your first tournament that you're casting. What exactly have you been thinking about over these last few days, and tell me how you're feeling today?
Oh, Kirk, I'm super excited. Been looking forward to casting with you especially, and just excited to see these guys play today. Excited to see what everyone has to bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. I came in here kind of on a last minute sort of emergency today, which is no big problem at all, but it's been awesome so far, and I was part of the halfway point during day number 2 is when I also came on. So that was exciting to see where Unknown just smashed it out, right? 3-0 in that round robin, and then went on to face the New Dawn lineup that came up and redeemed themselves, but still got put down by Unknown, which is just, the Unknown's a team in the NA that everyone is well aware of, and I think they need to change their name to Known probably pretty soon, because who doesn't know that team?
They are getting a little more known, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So super glad to have you. Going on to game number 5 here, we have Vibe Check versus Phoenix on Fort. So Vibe Check and Phoenix, I know is a team that you're very well aware of, Marina, being that pro player for Evasion.
Yeah.
You have faced them in the the last chance qualifiers for APS, if I'm not mistaken. So you know a little bit about these teams. You played them against yourself. What is something that these teams, can surprise you about? Is there any thing about these teams that that you can mention?
You can definitely tell that they have good coordination, good communication. These guys have been playing with each other for a while now. So, they definitely have that kind of synergy going. It's going to be interesting to see these two teams, especially going head to head, just because they have been, these guys have known each other for a while. So excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, they're definitely two teams to me that I have had a little bit of experience casting, but however, in the grand scheme of things, these were the two teams that I first got to see during that APS tournament. I'd never seen them in an HPL or any other sort of tournaments like that I've been a part of. So I know them a little bit so far, but I know that the Vibe Check lineup, this is like the sleeper team, right? This is the team that you look at and you're like, okay, I'm not super familiar with who they are, but all of a sudden they come out and they just start dominating, right? And Phoenix was one of those teams that they went up against in an APS that I got to cast, and man, it was the domination. It was actually insane. It was very impressive.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see these guys, I guess, play again together. It's going to, see who comes out on top this time.
Yep, so Vibe Check, we're going to start off with the roster list. We have Nismo up top, Index coming up next, Roach, Boa, which I know Boa is sort of usually the guy you'll see the most amount of frags on. I guess he's your entry sort of front line monster, if you will. And then we have Dom, and on the back line, Amesy and AG. So I know I definitely recognize Amesy, right, from solo queue. He's just another one of those pros that just ends my career whenever I queue up, right? So, but going to the Phoenix roster, can you go down that one?
All right, so for Phoenix, we have Maddie, Sausage, Banana, The Beast, Zombieland, and then subbing is Not Stojo and Eggs.
Yeah, so yeah. Oh, sorry, continue. That was my fault.
No, go ahead. No, you're good.
I just wanted to mention Zombieland. I saw an announcement earlier where Zombieland was one of the new members on your team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, actually, yep. You are not mistaken at all. We have recently welcomed him. Super, super excited to have him on our team. Can't wait.
Yeah, so I guess he's just kind of, he's locked in for this tournament on this roster, but, things can change on the fly. So, once this tournament's over, then he'll be representing Evasion in whatever endeavors they involve themselves in, which, I love Evasion just because, you and Cryo are like friends of mine, and I like to just support my friends. So I really hope in the future we can get maybe some of the Evasion lineup here in some of the Vanguard tournaments.
Yeah.
So that would be awesome to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're really excited to have these guys joining our team. Really excited for the future. Can't wait to get back out there in the scene. It'll be great.
Awesome. So today, this is the 5th game. We've seen 3 so far. on Bay 5. Now we're going to Fort for the second time, right? We spoke about the importance of cannons. Don't leave cannons open. We spoke about how lobby control is so important for attack and defense in terms of getting the bomb down or retaking, right? So speaking as a pro player mindset from yourself, what's like one of the most important things that you think of about Fort?
Fort is one of those I feel like maps where you really got to kind of decide where you're going and give it your all. There's a lot of mid control that if you lose that, you can have people coming on your flank, and really quickly, like if there's aggressive players on that enemy team, you have to be careful from all angles. Like you have to be watching that mid, you have to be watching the flank. So if these guys have to be, really coordinated to make sure that that's not happening to them today.
Yeah, whenever I think of like mid control, it kind of brings me back to the old EPA roster. Whenever I would see them kind of sort of lock it down on Fort, right? Their main priority was getting that mid control, and I know Walker was just a monster in the mid lane, right? He always had these crazy little angles, and I know there was one spot that he used to jump up onto that was like, I don't know if it was intentional or not, or it was meant to be in the game, but he would go up on this crazy angle and then hold like a left shoulder where like his foot is just on like a pixel of the wall. But yeah, that's kind of what that mid control reminds me of. So maybe if we can see some of these teams play that to the level of the legendary EU roster that used to be EPA, maybe we can see some great things going on here today. But if anything proves like it was in the past, then Vibe Check will come out on top against Phoenix. But many things have changed since that last tournament in the APS. There has been a couple of roster changes that Cracked made me aware of in day number 2. So hopefully that can definitely change things up, and Phoenix can push forward and get a little bit of a more fight in against that Vibe Check lineup. So I mentioned that Fort is a map that's not so reliant on nade placement because it's so difficult to get those placements, considering a lot of the map is indoors, and there's a lot of places like on the A site where there's grates up top that you can't really get grenades down onto. Sometimes they'll block exactly where you want to put them, right? So where do you think the importance of grenades comes in, smokes and B40s on this map? We know B site with the smokes that get put down for attackers so they can get the bomb down safely. But other than that, what's some important spots here for smokes and grenades?
I feel like on A, there's definitely like that kitchen lobby area, you got to watch out for, as well as like headshot over there by A where the box is. There's a lot of different angles that people can be coming on to take control of the site. So you really have to make sure that you are, trying to think about that, keep those in mind, kind of make it difficult for the team to get those angles on you.
Yeah, that sorry, I made a mistake. I probably confused you there. I mixed up.
Oh, sorry.
My bad. I meant when I was talking about A, I meant B, and that's my fault. Sometimes I get sites mixed up.
No, I did too.
There's nothing wrong with you said. Yeah, it's just So I
on
messed
both.
that up.
Okay, so you meant the one with the tower, essentially.
Spirals B, yeah. So when I was talking about the smokes that really matter to me in terms of what comes to mind is on A site, headshot and E-box, right? Those two smokes that go out for the attackers when they want to get the bomb down. It's not cover, but it's concealment enough to get the bomb down, where you really don't have any other options at that point, right? Because you're going to get pushed from lobby if you're not quick enough. You're going to get flanked from jungle, right? And that's another point in that importance of lobby control, where you can stop
whoever's planning that bomb is going to be very out in the open there.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of places. You don't have any cover at all planting on A. You're kind of just out in the open. And
you're just hoping that your teammates are watching those angles for you. That's what's really important here.
Yeah, teammate. Yeah, absolutely. So teamwork and making sure communications are top notch. Absolutely. When I was watching Unknown on Fort, I'm pretty sure it was Unknown. So there was one member that was going top mid every single round of defense, right? And he would hold that room that has the drop down into the cult stairs area. And the amount of pressure he put on there, getting pressure onto the bedroom coming into mid, pressure he would put on from anyone trying to get onto B site, right? And then he had a super, super fast rotate to A site if the team needed him through the drop down on stairs, right? So
exactly.
That was the only game I think that I seen somebody up there 24/7. Doesn't matter what
Mhm.
round it was, doesn't matter what their plans was, there was somebody going up there. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it's Barbaric, right? So he was up there every round. Every other game of Fort, right? There was a couple rounds where nobody was up there. And I think that position is also extremely important in terms of mid control and just positioning in general, because you
Yeah.
have access to both sites at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and there's a lot of places to kind of tuck yourself back into if
Mm-hmm.
you can peek and then get back to safety quickly without really the immediate danger of someone pushing you, right?
Yeah.
Because they're gonna have to go up those stairs first. So
Yeah. And the metal, right? Because the catwalk's
Exactly.
metal, so you're gonna have so much warning before they even decide to peek you. And the only real disadvantage in that situation is that you're forced on the left shoulder, because if I'm not mistaken, the hole is on the right side wall, so you can't have a right shoulder peek in there,
Yeah.
outside of it. So whoever is pushing you, which is easier said than done, right? Because if
Mhm.
you're going to be holding that top mid area, if you don't have anyone in a B connector or CT main, then at that point, really, you're kind of putting yourself in a bad situation. A dedicated team that has good communication will have somebody to back up that player if someone decides to push them. So I really hope we get to see somebody up there most of these rounds, because we know how important that is, and it could probably force a couple round wins in the favor of whatever team decides to go up there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Spiral. One of the things I learned on day number 2 is that there's windows in Spiral you can throw grenades into. That blew my mind out of the water. That blew my brain out of my head.
Yeah.
So when I seen that, because there's always somebody Spiral defending B. I remember Unknown, it was always Sleek. And the new Dom would come up, they'd try to get him out of there, and they'd go over to B long near cannons, and they'd throw a V40 in that little window. And it's such a small window, man. Like, if you miss that grenade, it is just a complete waste, because it ain't going anywhere except probably back at you and might kill you or a teammate. So that's a very, very precision-based nade. You need to be absolutely perfect on that. But the fact you can even do that, I did not know that. This game's been out for long enough, and this map's been out for long enough to the point where I should probably know that. But the fact that I've seen it this time in a Proving Grounds tournament, it blew. Like, did you know that?
No.
Oh.
We're learning new things every day from Fort. I feel like it's like one of those things that, like, unless you're actively like getting your team to go like practice on it, or
Yeah.
you're making like sure that the team you're scrimming against wants to play it, like every time I'm playing, just normal games on Arena, it never goes to Fort. So it's like one of those things where it's just like a
Oh.
lot of people don't have that map knowledge, which that might work to some people's advantage today. Hopefully,
Yeah.
they can't poke some holes and as you say, into the spiral tower, throwing those nades in, like.
So you heard it first, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to take down Evasion in a high-level tournament, make sure you
Hey.
pick Fort.
No. Hey, we've been looking at that.
Yeah, and now with the new roster changes, they're going to be practicing a lot more, right? They got to lock in.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be doing some good stuff in the background that that you won't expect. I hope that's not a gear swap, because that is illegal. Oh, they're going for a knife fight in the mid? Oh, no way!
my
No
gosh.
way!
Starting off strong
Respect.
with a knife spike.
I thought they were trading gear in the spawn. I'm like, yeah, you definitely can't do that. No way. We get a treat. The very first round of the game on Fort. Who's going to win the knife fight? Vibe Check or Phoenix? Oh, he just hit his teammate. All right. What's going on here? Dalton, you better run for it, buddy.
Oh, he's
Oh,
going for oh no! Oh! Phoenix on top with the last kill. What a way to start.
I can distinctly say that is the first time I've
I was
ever seen them.
about to ask, is that a first?
Even like when I'm not casting, I've never seen that. I don't think.
That is, yeah, in a ranked either. Don't think so. Are they doing
Wait,
it
what?
again?
No way.
Wait, wait, the other team. They're thinking the
No.
same thing. There's
Okay, maybe it's 2. Hopefully we can make sure we keep competitive integrity at its fullest here, right? But any more than 2 rounds, there might be an issue. DC want the redemption here. Oh, they're going for 1v1s this time.
Oh, all right. It's like Fight Club. We're not
Yeah,
supposed to talk
yeah,
about
but we
that,
don't talk about
actually.
that.
Yeah, we don't.
Actually, I don't even know what you just said.
Yeah, this is the wind.
All right, here we go. All right. So we got a big win from Phoenix here. I don't even know how to pronounce that guy's name, but man, he's cooking.
Wait, was
got
that
3 kills.
Zombieland? I think his name is a little discombobulated.
Oh, it's backwards Zombieland. That's right.
Oh, yep.
AMZ though takes him down.
Sausage not too happy about that.
Like, stick him up
Hitting
here,
the
see?
ground, yeah.
Good. Oh, good parry. Good parry.
Really good waxing.
Boa's up next. The Boa Constrictor. Oh, for the top ropes.
What a jump shot.
Embarrassing. The beats. Oh, he's gonna do
After
it again.
Beast now. Ooh, they're both taking in hits.
Oh, I think Boa's out of stamina. Oh, yeah, he
We
still pulls
got
it
him
off.
still.
He falls.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Can he? Oh my gosh, can he finish this?
Oh my goodness.
I'm
4 kills in the
speechless.
total.
I'm speechless, Kirk. I've never seen that happen.
No chance. What a monster. That's what I
Alright.
call him, the Boa Constrictor, man. He'll
Yeah.
cut your breathing off. He'll make you sleep. And here we go. We have incoming back shots. I mean, that's just a beautiful name right there. With the front sight HK. We've seen this before. I can't remember which team pulled it off, but they did it on Bull, and it really, I say pull it off, but it really didn't work.
Yeah, we'll see. Zombieland's peeking in. Oh, already got a kill, but they got a trade with Dom. Pushing into A site. Don't see
What?
Stojo there, but they're still able to get the kill on him.
Indy's still
Beast
gonna
is
hold
the
this
last
aggressive
one left.
position. Yeah. I mean, he's gonna have full reign on AMC right here. He's looking the wrong way. He grabs him, but still,
the
you know,
rotate
it's a little bit too
bomb.
late once he realizes the bomb's gone, buddy. Oh, here's Dom, right? Off angle. Position you wouldn't
Already
expect.
holding it,
He's
waiting
gonna run
for
straight
him.
into it.
Ooh. Nice round, though.
I guess if we don't count the first 2 matches, then or the first 2 rounds, and VC's up 1 right now, but
Yeah.
no, it went either way.
It was basically starting off even again.
All right, see what Dom's cooking up. He's going a little bit slow here. He has his teammate with the bomb close by, but not really close enough to where he can support him at a moment's notice. He is in a position to where he's not really going to get contested by anybody. But Dom, he catches Zombieland out, but Aimsy's there ready to clean him up. And he's going to head back to the mid lane to try to grab control that Zombieland gave up. Oh, Bomb actually is able to get the kill on a Merc, and now they have full B-side control. Look at this. The last one, remember, the last one remaining is Stojo.
Oh,
There's still a
he's-
minute 20 left in the game.
1v5. I've heard him, yep. Going through mid. Nice try there from Stojo. Not much you can do in that kind of situation, unfortunately.
All right, VC kind of reminiscing on their past. They were taking down Phoenix, and it's shown up yet again. But I mean, we can tell by these, coordinated knife fights at the start that they're probably teams that they don't hate each other, right? It's not a grudge match. They're here to just prove themselves and see which team really has been training in the past few months that we haven't seen them, and which one's trained hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that they were veering for a rematch after the last tournament, so it'll be nice to see what the practice the last few weeks and stuff has been.
Teams in the back on the other side of the map. Dom with a double kill.
Getting 2 already. Still 2v4 Phoenix versus
It might be
VC.
3v2 a little bit, just until Dom gets some health back. Dom goes down, and that's
Going
gonna be an
for
easy
the
pickup
plant.
for Stojo.
Yep. That open site like we were talking about earlier came to his disadvantage there.
Yeah, with only 2 members alive too, really. Most of the smokes are probably either already deployed or on the dead bodies. Here's Matty. Let's see if he has something to say about it. Oh, the double kill to save the round! He's all up against Dom, which has a very small amount of health remaining. Dom is coming from the back. This is him full sprinting, and it's going to give Matty the position that he realizes he needs to watch. Dom is now going down to a snail's pace, and it's going to give him... I don't know. I'm pretty sure Matty is aware of this position right now. What a clutch moment, right? Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
he seems to be fully aware of the direction that Dom's going to be heading from.
I think that barrel's really long and it might catch him out. Oh, Matty saves the
Wow.
round! The clutch
Matty completely
from
turned that around.
No! That's exactly what Phoenix needed to come back.
Yeah, great 3K from Matty there. That just completely turned the round around and clutched it.
How many seconds were left on that bomb defusal? It was not much, right? He was there at the perfect time.
Yeah.
All right, Matty. The rest of the Phoenix lineup, we need more of that out of you.
Yeah, that Piranha putting in work today.
There's a nade. Okay, sent straight up through, I guess we can call it dildo. This isn't PG stream. Oh, there's, okay, the front side HK finally makes some rounds. Summerlink falls for that one, and Roach gets another quick one. Matty, though, this is him, this is the man. He grabs down Boa, and he's going to fall and get traded by Roach. He's going to take some site control here. He's going to push on and take that spiral position. Sausage, though, coming from the back and stops Amesy.
Bomb is down, not in the best position,
Yeah,
but they're still
Bomb-
able to pick it up.
Yeah, Bomb could have been down a lot earlier, right? But now they have to kind of fight their way. Oh! The tip of his head was showing,
yeah,
and
it
Merc
dropped.
still took him down. What? What do you do in this situation, right? Do you think Dom's like, he really has
I
nothing else he
definitely,
can do?
yeah, I just try to go for the 1v1s. That's all you can do. Try to pick your fights up, which he just did. He got Stojo. Now all he needs to get is Sausage, but he doesn't know where he is.
Yeah.
Putting shots into, Spiral there. He's going to have to be checking all of his angles.
Just trying to get any amount of information possible. Now, do you stop here and heal your thorax, or do you just go for it?
With this much time left, you can't. There's only
Yeah.
20 seconds on the clock. You just have to...
No! Another clutch, but
Wow.
for the enemy team this time.
These guys are really, they want this, Kirk.
It's like
they're
they
going for
shine.
those Kirk. They're
It's
going for
insane.
those 1v1s. Like
It's
I
like-
said, that was the way to go, and he
Yeah.
picked them off, and even knowing where he was going to have to be, he was not able to get Dom or touch the ground.
Like, this is a team game, but it seems like they shine when they don't have a team.
Yeah, that pressure really puts them to do some great things.
Very aggressive from Boa with the bomb right now, up by himself. Oh, and there's Amesy going up through Mini to take down Matty. That's going to give control to Cannons. However, there is a Phoenix member ready to sort of take his position, but he still has to worry about the main entrance here. Roach Beast does fall. Beast is caught in a reload.
Great pick by Amesy there. Dom getting the trade on Zombie.
All right, and we have Amesy with he's like the Terminator or whatever. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger. He has the friggin' double shotgun in his back pocket to pick up somebody else's Saiga. Oh! Saves his life?
Sausage in a 1v4. Can he get another clutch? for their team, Phoenix. Maybe they'll just all get a clutch this game, you know?
Seems so far, I wouldn't put it past him. 25 seconds, though, is not a lot to work with.
In the smoke, yeah. They made really good use of the smoke there. Makes it hard to be able to do much of anything without just full-on sprinting into sight with the time left.
All right, so if I go on the roster list right here for Vibe Check, we have Boa Dom. Okay, so I think it's Index. That must be incoming backshots. Must be Index. So he's the guy with the it is him. Okay, so he's the one who's trying to cook something up here with the front sight. HK. Is planted, but nobody's down yet. Beast, though. Grab Roach. Bomb still goes down. Smoke's pluming.
Yeah, I was going to say they made good use of those smokes we were talking about earlier. E-box and headshot is really where you need to be worried about that fight, and it made it hard for the defenders to get them before that bomb was planted. Boa getting another pick off Stojo.
Wow. All right, the decimation. VC lineup is proving that they're still the dominant team here, but a side swap will be imminent, so we're gonna see if that will change up the pace. It's been 2 games already today that we've seen. Yeah, like 2 games today where we've seen once a side swap comes out, the losing team will actually come back and win a decent amount of rounds, but not before, of course, the winning team gets that one crucial one that they need. But it's still yet to go into the reverse. Comeback, or sorry, it has yet to go into the team that has come back and actually shut down the enemy team and actually take a win from them. So, if anything proves itself today, BC will have a little bit of trouble coming up, but they will ultimately end up winning here. But time will tell. Nobody has the answer yet. Still plenty of rounds left to be played, and first round of the side swap commences.
Yeah, definitely plenty of chances to still make a comeback, like we saw a clutch from Phoenix earlier, Maddie getting in that crazy 3K, so if these guys can the coordination, you never know, but so far, VC's definitely...
Yeah, just hope. Okay, so the Phoenix lineup, or sorry, the VC lineup there was getting extremely aggressive around E2 and lobby. You don't normally push past E2, but of course you do usually have someone pushing the lobby, and he ended up falling, so Grenade also comes out with a huge play to get pressure off of site, and Phoenix will get a easy bomb plant with incoming. Okay, so he comes in, swapped off the HK this time. He has the spear, and he seems to be cooking a little bit harder with it. Oh,
Dom getting the kill on Zombie. Yep. Able to deactivate the device now.
Dom, the first one with a double-digit scoreline for kills. 11 kills so far. Index was the winner of the lobby fight, right? You ran in there, and, or sorry, it was.
An Index would be the incoming, right?
No, it was Zombieland. Sorry. Yeah. So
it's throwing me off.
Yeah.
Now I feel bad whenever my name was Eyes on Thighs in the tournament.
Yeah.
You were having to call me Rose and Reina. That must have been confusing.
Yeah. So that was a little bit easier for me just because I know you on a personal level. Well, not but more than most of the people. So I could definitely put that name on a face. Whereas a lot of these people, I don't really know them, right?
Yeah.
But it is a little bit difficult sometimes, but we work through it.
We do. Seem to just kind of be poking at each other right now. Whoa! How did he just? That looked like it landed right on his head. They're just kind of poking at each other right now. Zombie getting the first. And then he gets immediately traded.
Maddie's just sitting in a corner waiting for that rotate. It works out. Roach gets caught out. That was a smoke. Okay, so now they're going to be forced to plant inside the smoke instead of having it on a attacker-sided area. So see if Stojo can actually get away with this one. He's not. Aimsy. Oh, no.
Yeah, it kind of looked like the smoke didn't fully cover that spot. Yeah, that he was planting.
Yeah, he
Beast
threw
left
it. I
in a
don't think it went
1v1
far enough.
against AMZ. 40 seconds on the clock, though. Enough time to be patient. Oh, but AMZ
Yeah.
pushing
Oh.
forward.
He sees the barrel.
He sees.
Oh, it was the Vulcan.
Yes, I was gonna say. And that going through the box. Oh, wow. AMZ heard him and peeked at the right moment.
It was so good though. Like he did everything right there except bad timing with putting the weapon down at the wrong time. And wow, he read that perfectly, right? The recognition that some of these players have, where you can see just a little pixel of a different color coming around a corner in a place that it wouldn't normally be, and recognizing that that's a gun barrel, right? You can make an educated guess that if I shoot the box right at this point, I'll probably kill him.
Exactly.
But
yeah.
you know, when there's a Vulcan on the line, it's kind of a different story sometimes.
Yeah. I feel like it's a lot harder to get those wall bangs in Tarkov. Like, it all depends on the bullet and the gear behind it. Ooh. Immediately getting it this time, though, that the Vulcan didn't save him this time.
No, I mean, those FMJ rounds, they sometimes have a hard time penning through it, but this time, I think
Yeah.
a couple more of the one rounds hit. Phoenix taking full advantage of empty cannons and now pushed up and I completely taken VC off of it. Any chances to reclaim site. Index last remaining.
Mm-hmm. Seems to be trying to get some...
Okay, look at this.
Oh. No!
Oh,
Yep.
man.
If you don't get that first shot in, then you're just kind of a sitting duck there. Unfortunate. They're going to have the extension of time now with the device planted.
Yeah, not looking too hot in the health department. About halfway down
No.
on the HP, so it's forced to make a tough decision right here. If he pushes onto site, no. So Beast is going to be here to contest. Perfect smoke, actually. Beast is going to be hidden. He's going to get overconfident here.
Whoa.
Next rep one.
Paid
The second
off.
one. Forced to reload. He doesn't have a full mag, though. Can't waste those shots. He only got 6 left, but the Beast
Oh.
rounds the corner and shuts
Able to-
down VC. They were 1 round away from claiming it.
That was wild. He almost got him there. Almost for the tape. This is close. They're getting in those,
Oh.
you know, they're getting in their things, but only 1 round for VC. If they get it, they're going to have to really make the comeback of all time otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. VC have had an easy time on the attack, but once they swap up to defense, I think they're such an aggressive team that the defensive style doesn't really fit them. That connects somehow. Whoa, AMZ, what are you doing? Oh my god, the trigger just went insane. Oh, AMZ! That's a high-level play. That is how you control the enemy's mental.
That was so smart. He eventually gets traded off, but those kills that he was able to get really matter. Maddie going for the plant, but no one's watching sight for him.
Index takes a couple shots to the thorax, right? It's red. 1 more bullet will do it. Are you just leaving him alone again? Okay.
I was gonna say, not again. All right, they're seems like they're rotating now. They figured out that wasn't the plan anymore. Luckily, they do have the time to do that, but Dom's waiting for them on mid. Beast kind of circumventing him though with Zombie
Ooh.
taking the kill.
There's been one too many moments where Index has been the last one remaining, and this is his time to clutch up and make a name, make history here for the Phoenix roster, or the VC roster. Which, oh, here's Zombie in the mid lane. That's a big one, right? They could have worked that buddy system, but now it's all forced to the Beast, where Phoenix were in an advantage, and now the Beast
time.
he's just done for. Like, there's nothing you can do here except try to get the kill.
And he gets it.
No.
He got it. You know,
There is no reason.
there was literal
keep that.
seconds left. Wow. The timing there is just, it was all down to those seconds, Kirk. Like,
No
and
way.
being at the wrong place at the right time, I guess, you know?
Yeah, I think timing and a potential bad play. 'Cause, I mean,
Yeah.
there's no reason to be peeking that, right? Like, you could have backed up and played
Yeah,
like a
and
bait game.
Yeah, in times like this, you definitely want to, you know, have them try to go for that plant and.
Oh, he's caught with his pants down. That's the power of that the candid position. You have a really tight right shoulder and get to keep a lot of the enemies from putting pressure on sight. Zombieland, near mid, grabs one and grabs another. Roach, however, trades it back out, and Maddie can't connect those shots. He connects them, but man, Roach is he's quite a tank.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's hurting a little bit, but didn't get all the way whittled down.
Well, Merc picks up some extra mags there. Use every resource at your disposal. He's gonna go for a little sprint. I think it's gonna give Sausage an audio call, and he's seen him. He's up against the Vulcan. Will it pen the first bullet? Roach on the other side of the map, though.
Looks like
Gets
AMZ also knows, but yeah, Sausage was
Wow.
waiting for him.
the Black Limb with the red thorax, right? You have a little bit of time here to back up and heal. But they gotta get bomb down, right? And he can't protect his teammate if he's healing.
Index and Roach working together. Looks like they're trying to figure out the best game plan for taking these two guys down. Maddie and Sausage are holding pretty good. Oh. Immediately picked off by Index. Roach is now in a 1v2 situation. Or, sorry, Sausage is now in a 1v2 situation, and Roach coming out on top there.
Wow. Check out the health, too. He made the shots connect, but none of them.
Yeah, and
Actually
that was
ended.
from when, from before when he had been whittled down by the Enforcer. Shotgun
Wow.
shells. Still able to stick around long enough to get that kill.
All right,
Very
well,
good game.
history repeats itself as VibeCheck come out on top. However, it was Fort this time, not Bull, but they proved themselves to be quite a team that is able to have a lot of experience on different types of maps and be adaptable. Even though once that defense side came out for them, they started to struggle a little bit, but of course, they always end up coming out on top, which is sort of the pattern we've been seeing today. But that marks the end of the 5th match, and 6th coming up soon out of 8 total. So we only have 2 more games to show you today. Or sorry, 6 coming up, so we have 3 more games to show you today. Next one, of course, Invictus versus Aquila on Bull. Is that correct? Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
So Bull going
Nice.
back to Bull, going back to Bull. Bull we haven't seen yet today. It's only been Fort and Bay 5, so we're gonna be switching that one up. However, big congratulations to the VibeCheck roster taking down Phoenix for the 2nd time that I've casted them. Where those roster changes, man, I don't know. VibeCheck, they had something going on with their in-game names, right? They didn't have like the VC underscore whatever. I don't know if this is a team that is in a similar situation of something along the lines of Phoenix, where they have a member that has gone to a different team, however, is already locked into a tournament, right? So I think, yeah, that is how it is. So a lot of the VibeCheck members are in the midst of transferring to another team. However, in the middle of a tournament, right, you can't just give up on that. So they're going to be playing this tournament out. And I don't know if the VibeCheck sort of is just getting disbanded, or if they're just picking up a new roster here soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I hadn't.
So here's the team cards. We got Invictus versus Aquila on Bull for the 6th game of the day. Victus roster. a lot of members from other teams that we've seen in the past, right? So we have Dev, which used to be a member of Eclipse, and as well as Tippy was also a member of Eclipse before. Whatever happened to that team, because it's kind of sad, right? I liked Eclipse. They were fun to watch because remember Winter was on that team. And they were cooking stuff up. But, you know, we also have, you know, Jess, IFP, Nuclear, and Murder as well. So those are some of the other members that I also recognize from other teams. IFP was previously on Master X, and Jess also on Master X. So it's sort of an amalgamation of like two different teams kind of put together here. And maybe that's just sort of the concoction that came to mind when thinking of like a dream team. So they put this Invictus lineup together, and you can only assume that they're better than ever at this point.
Yeah. When you get, you know, different teams together and you're kind of like, hey guys, let's all get the best of the best, and you know, you're trying to build your own team. I think that's awesome. You know, these guys, they saw each other's potential and they wanted to, you know, do something about that. And it's great to see these guys playing today. They've been doing some good work.
Yeah, I was watching Dev earlier. He was cooking some stuff up on Last Hero earlier. I was trying to get into a Blast Gang match. Couldn't find one because this guy was playing Last Hero. And I'm just joking. So yeah, he was practicing today, right? Like he was by himself though, which is a little strange. You would assume, you know, he'd be with the team or whatever, but you know, potentially time constraints or whatever, right? A lot of these players and a lot of these teams, it's not like they're full-time gig. You know, they have families, they have jobs and stuff. So sometimes it can come down to time constraints with practices and whatnot. But
Exactly.
Moving on from Invictus, right? We have Aquila, which we've seen earlier, right? I kind of mentioned some of their members earlier and what they're capable of, and we've seen them on Bay 5. However, Rose, if you want to go through that roster list and give a little shout out to any members that you think kind of pique your eye.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to. On Aquila, we have Shelby, of course, Corium, No Technique, Smirk, Shimity B, who's new, I believe, and their subs are going to be House and Boofin. I know No Technique from a very long time. He used to be on Evasion, awesome guy, you know,
Oh, that's
very,
right.
very cool dude, you know, really friendly. And I've seen all these guys in arena on the day-to-day basis playing against each other, or playing against me,
Yeah.
I should say. And we always have a good time. You know, there's always lots of friendly banter and stuff. These are some great guys over here. It's going to be awesome to see these two teams going against each other. Yeah, awesome, lots of good, what's the word?
Camaraderie.
Friendly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Lots of good camaraderie there. These guys have known each other for a long time too. Even if they haven't been on the same team together, they've known each other in the space. So they have that friendship, they have that synergy.
Yeah, not even within the team, but a lot of the NA scenes, just they're all friends, right? And that's really awesome to see. But yeah, you mentioned Schmitty, right? I definitely don't recognize him on this team, but you know, everyone knows Schmitty, right? He's been around for a long time. And speaking of, you know, sort of production roles, we have him on it over at Hunt. He does some stuff for us in the background there, so he's familiar with how tournaments go. So he's here to enter himself inside of a tournament and dominate the scene. Yeah, No
it's great to
Technique,
see him.
Pixel Peak monster as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Aquila definitely. When I think of their lineup, they have sort of their playstyle complements Bay 5 a lot more than Bull. I think the way that they like to play beforehand, when they made a couple roster changes, I know they were really, really dominant on Bay 5. But Bull's the map picked up today, and we don't know the exact team that picks which map because it is down to a coin flip since they are best of one, which the other team will then pick a attack or defense. But yeah, we can only assume that Bull is Invictus pick here, and you know, Invictus. A lot of these members, you know, IFP, right? This is I Fast Peak. That's what it stands for, right? You'll be done faster than dinner. Like, this is a man you don't want to go up against in any situation. And then, of course, you know, Dev, the 6-7 hours a day streaming monster. You know, he's crazy out here. So they're all very, very talented players. Tippy's usually close behind him in solo queue. I know, definitely remember seeing that name along with him. But for today, he will be on the sub lineup.
Yeah, I definitely have seen these guys. Like you said, I've seen Aquila members a lot on Bay 5, going against them on Bay 5 specifically. So it'll be cool to see what they can do on Bowl. You have these kind of narrow lanes that you're going to have to maneuver yourself through.
Mhm.
So the coordination that you have with your team is paramount here. And yeah, the guys on Invictus are definitely going to give them a hard time, so they're gonna have to really put their all into this.
Yeah, definitely gonna be an exciting match here for the 6th one of the day. But this is a hot topic going on here, Reina. Is something whenever there's a different caster on, but we always have this conversation, right? What is the importance? And this is from a pro player mindset that I'm asking you. What is the importance of having a dedicated TRG player on a team? Do you think it is of utmost importance, or do you think that you can definitely get a win without it?
A TRG player?
Yeah, the M10, the Seiko M10, the Lapua.
Oh. I feel like especially on things like Bowl, like that can really be something that keeps people from peaking, like it's just like
Yeah.
in every other FPS game, out there, that operator gun is very good at, defense, at keeping people kind of scared. You're going to have to think of, generally have two people maybe peek it, it's
Yeah.
definitely one of those things that a lot of teams make sure that they have one of those players on there that can really get some quick shots, some quick scopes in with that. Because if you hit, you get that right shot, that's it for you. And
Mhm.
yeah, you
No,
definitely have
that's
to worry
a great
about
point.
that. Hmm. Yeah, and
Yeah, so
especially
like
on a map like Bowl, like I see
yeah,
that all the time used with these long angles. There's lots of different sight lines that they can get to get those kills.
yeah. So on like a scale of 1 to 10, like what do you think is like the importance level of like having one on your team at all times? Like
At
in
all
terms,
times.
yeah, or
Um,
like a dedicated member that is
Yeah,
always
because
willing
I
to
was
pick
gonna
that.
say I feel like it's like less important on other maps.
Yeah.
But Bowl's definitely like one of those that it's more important on. But yeah, I would say it's up there. You definitely like I would say it's like a 7 or
Okay.
8. Like it's
Yeah, no,
pretty
that's
it's pretty required, not required, but it's
yeah.
suggested. A
No, it's a
gentle
great point.
suggestion.
Like you bring up great points, and my personal take on it is that it's around a 5 to me.
Hmm.
I think like it has importance, but sometimes like it doesn't really matter when we
Yeah.
look at just based off of teams that have had first, second place titles given to them based off of their performance, right? Like we know, arguably one of the best teams in the world, Virtus Pro, right? They don't have that TRG
Hmm.
player, and they've been here
Yeah.
dominating since Arena released, right? They were
Yeah.
seen out here playing before Arena even made a debut, right? They were in the trailer playing. They had the most experience out of pretty much everybody, and yet they haven't even had a roster change, in fact, since that day. So they have been smashed through the CIS and EU ACS without a TRG, and then we also see teams like Unknown that they have a
Mhm.
TRG player, but he doesn't always pick that up. It's not
Yeah.
always on his
Exactly.
list.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I would say, yeah, it's not required. It's like, it's a nice thing to have, but you can definitely like work around it. If you have other team members with different play styles, like you should, be using those to your advantage and not just getting someone that can play
Yeah.
that gun because they can. Because maybe that doesn't fit the team's play style either. Like
Mhm.
maybe like it really depends on I think the team in general and like how they kind of operate, and if they're, like more of an aggressive team, or if, and it all depends on the player too, are they able to be flexible with that weapon? Because you can't, like you have to be able to adapt at a moment's notice.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And some of these players, right, it looks like a simple game, but in reality, all of these players are unique in their own special way. And if a team comes together of these unique players and they ultimately make the decision on, hey, our strategy here doesn't really complement this weapon, we'll just put it away, right? And the reason I like to
Exactly.
talk about it is because ever since it came into the game, right, it's a hot topic because when have you ever seen a bolt action taken into a professional situation since that weapon came out, right? Like we had the AXMC, but it's so bad in terms of ergonomics that it's never
Mhm.
really worth picking up, because the fact is that most of the time you'll die before you even get your scope up.
Hmm. Yeah, that's the thing that you have to keep in mind, is that there's definitely that time really does matter in these, millisecond situations. Um, and especially if like you're in, like, if you're the last one standing and it all kind of
Yeah.
depends on your positioning with that gun. You either have the best, like, you're in the best position, or you're in the worst position, because you miss your one shot, and that gives the other person the chance to kill you before you're able to get that next bullet in. So
It's definitely a high risk, high reward weapon, and that's sort of the
exactly.
pretty unanimous conclusion of that weapon. And we're gonna see
Hmm.
if it comes out here today.
Yeah,
Um,
I can
but
definitely agree with the 5 assessment too.
yeah,
I was, yeah.
absolutely. I think no, you bring up great points as well, right? And
Yeah.
I think you
Yeah,
gave
I mean,
a,
I
a lot more
personally
detail
see,
than
I
else
put
did.
it at that, but I personally don't like it, don't use it, never have, probably never
Yeah.
will. So it's like, but I can see other people like getting lots of use out of it. But
Yeah.
personally, yeah, not the big. I'll do both bolt action and other games.
Mhm, for sure. And of course, there is the new additions of new ammunition from the 7.62 NATO caliber, as well as I believe it's the 7.62 MMR, the Mosin round. Also got a new round that works in similar capacity of the AP Lapua, but it hasn't come out yet in any pro play, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, there was something I wanted to mention about that. I can't come to my mind right now, but we'll move on to something else. We are still in the lobby awaiting team members to join. Shortly, we will be loading in and grabbing some kits. We're going to see what they pick up. See what we're going to think about here on Bowl, right? Another hot topic. We always speak about it whenever it calls for it. Whenever the update came out, that was the addition of utility of grenades, smokes, V40s. The whole game would change ever since that update came out, right? And Crack talks about this a lot. He really agrees to the point where it became a utility-based game when they came out, because this game gets updates. Most of the time, it doesn't really change anything. It changes very, very minute things. All of a sudden, we have grenades. The whole game in the pro scene is based around grenades in most cases, right?
Yeah.
And they're so important to the fact where in solo queue, you'll see your teammates leave grenades behind and not even worry about them. But then when you come and watch the pro scene, they're gone immediately. They know exactly what role that they play on like which member is picking up which grenade and where exactly they're going to be placing it. So I think Bowl is a huge one. I think it's more important on placement rather than fort. But yeah, I think a lot of standard smokes here and stuff like that. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I really like, ever since they introduced utility and stuff, it definitely changed the gameplay of everything. It changes the flow of the game. You're kind of keeping these grenades in mind as you're moving towards a site. You don't want to be caught just randomly by a grenade on your first push in. So like it can make people wait off, and that changes the flow, or it makes people try to go faster to kind of move in before that grenade hits. For the analytical players, their people are going to notice that you're sitting in a spot, and they're going to nade it and see if you're still there the next round. Like, it really keeps people on their toes. And then smokes coming in, really changing the thing for line of sight, like making it so much easier to get sight control and move in. And like we were talking about earlier with those the bolt actions, the Lapua holding those angles, now you have these smokes coming in to help block off those angles and kind of get rid of that threat. So utility really did change the game for Tarkov, like, and for Arena. I mean, like,
Yeah,
just completely the
absolutely.
addition of that. And I know, like, my least favorite utility that I just don't even want to mention is the flash, because
Yeah.
I hate getting flashed and just being like, well, I'll just be sitting here for 10 seconds. Y'all let me know if I'm dead or not. Like,
Yeah, and the flashes are when they hit you, it pisses you off, right? Because every time that you throw a flash, it never doesn't do anything.
Doesn't
Like-
do anything. Yeah, you throw it and they still come running at you.
It's like slapping a little kid's birthday cake on your face. Like, it doesn't do anything. Like, it's just
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we have an announcement to make. This is going to be said as nicely as possible. You know, there's no problem. You know, things happen in the background, but unfortunately, the Vibe Check lineup has been disqualified from their win, and that win will go to Phoenix due to Moss file issues. So Moss had some issues with some players on the VC lineup, and they weren't able to upload specific files. Windows Defender had some issues with deleting certain files, so that will result in a disqualification for the Vibe Check lineup, which is really, really unfortunate. You know, this is a team that has been making a lot of strides recently and have been proving to be the underdogs and coming up and destroying these top level teams, but fortunately today they are at the mercy of technology.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but that is them's the rules. That is unfortunate,
Yep,
though.
that's the way it
to
is.
see that kind of matchup, and then not great to have it for that reason. So, but
Yep.
unfortunately, yeah, exactly. Things happen, and that's how the cookie crumbles.
All right, waiting on 2 more members to join the lobby. Sure, there's some issues going on in the background, but you know, no matter. Reina, it's been 1 game so far. Your debut here today.
I
What do you
know.
think so far? Do you think you've been cooking it up in the booth or what?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm chefing back here. Like, I got some ingredients. I might have burned a few things, but, you know, I got a nice sauce going, so.
You got some fans in the chat.
Do I?
Yeah, do you have any fans?
Got some fans,
anyone saying they
guys?
were-
Some hype in the chat.
Did anyone say that they were going to come watch you and support you?
Yeah. We had. Yeah, I was telling some people to come in and watch and come hang out.
I see Cryo in
And
there.
watch
Chad
the-
Caster with the Rose Re for Chad emote.
Let's go.
All right.
Love to see it. Yeah.
Awesome.
It's
All
great
right,
to
so-
be here. I'm just so happy that my debut is with you, Kirk. Like, I've known you for
Aw,
such a long
no.
time,
Get
and I've
outta
always
here.
been hyping. No, I've always been hyping you up in the casting booth, and so I'm like, I feel so much more comfortable being here with you. You know, you're just awesome. I'm glad we have a good banter here. So it's
Aw,
nice to
shucks.
be here with you.
The caster cams aren't on right now, but there is a
I know.
small tear.
Yeah,
working
there's
its
some
way down my
blushing.
cheek at this moment. Well, of course, this is the 3rd day out of 4, so tomorrow we will have the battle of the best, the ones that come out on top. Unknown most likely will be there. We have yet to see them play today, but if I'm not mistaken, I mean, or no, they're locked in, right? Like, they don't even play. Like, they're there, right? So, pretty sure that's the way it works. We won't even be seeing them because they've proven themselves worthy enough to just be there at the end. So I'm going to see who fights it out for that one today. And, of course, the round robin, just like how it happened on day number 2, will happen as well, where we saw Unknown, New Dawn, and Vibe Check battle it out for the first place position out of them. Yeah, Unknown on top for that one. They went 3-0, which is crazy against New Dawn and Vibe Check. New Dawn was a team that they've been getting better with time, right? They've slowly been fermenting, if you will, and have gotten better with age. So they kind of came to me. I'm a little bit of friends with Slaughter, you know, the IGL, the leader of that team. He's been telling me some stuff in the background that, you know, they've been working on things. They are a lot more confident against Unknown now. But at that point, I mean, I was ready to see them finally beat Unknown, but unfortunately, Unknown's just they're too good, man. New Dawn needs to reassess themselves there, but with full support towards them, right? Because I love Slaughter, I love the New Dawn team, and we only wish the best for them. And you know, hopefully they can get a first place position here soon because they deserve it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them play as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have been sitting here for a little bit now, so we're just gonna make sure everything is all right in the background. I'm gonna ask production if there's any issues and if we need to go to a pause or not. Never mind, we're okay. The start button has been hit. All right, so we're 5 seconds away from loading into the game. We are very, very sorry for the wait. Yep, map is loading at this current moment, right? So we have Invictus and Aquila on bowl. That's we're gonna be going for game number 6. Just another reminder. And yes, unfortunately in chat that did happen. BC was DQ'd for Moss issues. Unfortunately, it happened, and yeah. So I don't know. You know, Mercy technology doesn't work sometimes. Hopefully, that is what the problem was. I want to make sure competitive integrity is not compromised. Like I say all the time, this is the most important thing. Everyone has equal chance. All right, finally loading loot. Let's get in here. We're gonna see how Invictus can take on Aquila, where Aquila are rather more preferable on Bay 5, in my opinion. It's complements their playstyle, so I think Invictus does have this map pick. It's sort of a prediction. I don't think they would go away in terms of a smash out against Aquila. I think Aquila will definitely put up a really good fight here if I had to make a educated decision. Probably a 9-6, 9-5 is sort of what I'm thinking right here. But yeah, Raina, what do you think here as we actually get into pick hits?
Yeah, you know, Aquila's been around playing together for a while, so these guys know each other, and I feel like that is really going to come to their advantage here. But I know that Invictus has some very hard hitters on their roster, so I feel like they're definitely going to put up a fight. I'm looking for a close game as well.
Moments away, ladies and gentlemen. Better soak this one in because majority of the games have gone past today already. Here we go. Invictus versus Aquila on bowl. Here we go. All right, instantly we have a split up. Bomb's going off by himself. He's not gonna, yeah, it's nuclear. He's not gonna get too aggressive as he shouldn't. Well, IFB and the rest of his team gonna clear out B site.
Talking about that utility already coming in handy with Dev getting the first nade kill of the game.
No technique caught in a 4x, and Judicious from downtown with the 1x takes down Pillow and no technique. Just like that, AQ are in a position where they got to reassess their strategy here.
Shelby rotating back over to Smirk. Get together. Oh.
What?
Just able to determine where he is and getting that nade kill, and that is going to finish the first round quickly. Invictus getting the first round.
Very handy.
Like I was, they almost just said everything I said earlier. That's actually crazy. I said that when they figure out where someone is, they're going to nade them, and that's exactly what they did, Kirk.
So you think that, I mean, this is something I think, is that tossing all your utility at the start of the round sometimes isn't really the best thing to do, right? Saving it for later, you definitely have a higher impact on the round.
Absolutely.
So I think that's something Invictus might have kind of realized, and that's something that they want to do instead of, just wasting.
Yeah, waiting until you get that confirmation that someone's there and actually getting, especially since these nades are smaller now since that change, you really have to be a lot more accurate on your throws. So knowing exactly where to throw is very helpful. We're gonna try to get a, yeah, I was gonna say, it seems like they kind of have an idea.
Close, very close. Trying to get someone off Jenny, and Dev's going to try to grab the anchor, which is Shelby. However, Shelby gets away with his life. And no technique in the background on that headshot box, ready to challenge anybody on the second floor of medical. Nobody has fallen yet in this round.
No.
Minute 5.
Really holding down sight here. Oh, Invictus making a huge push with just getting 2 kills on technique and Shelby.
So Aquila in a tough position where they can't work the buddy. the buddy system completely on other sides of the map. So, I mean, they can put pressure, but in a 4v2, there's not really a lot of pressure to be put on to Invictus at this point. So they kind of just got to play for themselves here, and hopefully they can hit their shots, which House does. And, in the background, Pillow Fluffer goes down, so it's all up to Mr. House, who took down one with a really, really clean left shoulder. He wasn't really expected to win that, but let's see if he can clutch up.
It's going to be hard with 2 on the site. Yeah, they're going to be able to get that double peak. Aquila gonna have to rethink their defense here. They seem to have it kind of held down for a long time. That was a very slow round. Everyone kind of sussing out the locations of each other before finally making moves there. And then it all just happened so quickly.
Yeah, usually I say the first round doesn't really count for anything. Because you're kind of just feeling each other out, but the second round it played almost the exact same way. So it's at this point where you expect a change in terms of defensive style from Aquila here. But I mean, this A site on Bull, it's so common to just see standard holds, right? Like the positions that you hold normally are way too important to give up for something a little bit more unique, right? But Smirk, he's not on generator this time. He's just a little bit off to the left there, so that's a little bit different. Yeah, if they take him down, right, they have full range to just head back towards the sniper tower and put pressure on them from behind.
This round is playing out the exact same. They're no kills yet. They're just kind of picking at each other. A little HP lost on Aquila's side, but other than that, just very slow, waiting to get someone caught on the wrong moment.
Both nades went out too, and they still didn't pick anybody up. Like 40 seconds in the round, and the first one goes down with the Smirk. Death grabs one. That's going to signal the entire Invictus lineup to just converge onto site. Shelby is left alone in a 1 versus 3 situation, which he does not come out of. Pillow Fluffer, and House are going to have to back up here and reassess the situation where they now can finally actually work the buddy system because they're together, and now they're going to end up splitting up here. I don't know what exactly he's doing. Okay, so he gets to run all the way around, but I mean, that's not a lot of time here. Oh, he's just checking the other site? Near the bomb. Oh.
Yeah, I guess he didn't know exactly where it was planted despite that. But again, yeah, we had this slow thing and then just an explosion of activity there, trading kills on both teams. That seems to be the way that they're going about it. Kind of, it seems like they're like making sure they know exactly where the enemy team is, getting those comms in, and then they're just, you know, like 3, 2, 1, go, and just everyone goes in.
Yeah.
That is some great coordination there.
Yeah. The alarm sounds, right? And that just signals everyone to 5th gear it onto site. And you see that House has subbed in for State, on the Aquila lineup, and Pillow Fluffer, I think, is Corium. Oh, Corium's not playing at all, so perhaps Schmitty is the Pillow Fluffer.
Yeah, I think.
A little bit more of a trade out this time. Usually, you know, Invictus still has almost a full lineup. Look at this. No technique. Whoa, no technique. No, please. That is not technique. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That was...
He actually saw him
peak
too.
There. Yeah.
So he's going to call that out to his teammate, and Dev's just going to head to the other site, right? With good reason. No, Jess!
Whoa,
what?
no, Jess!
What?
Huh? What? The fact that... Oh, I guess because he knew Smirk was on that other side, he took the risky run across site and somehow still survived. Dev also risking the split jump and surviving.
Yeah, against the TRG as well. No technique, no. Oh no. It was so in the favor for Aquila to finally get their first round win here, but things have not went in their favor. No. Okay, actually, Grenade's still being held.
Yeah.
By the lineup.
That would have been good, just a little late.
Dev's there to put pressure in the background. Yeah, he takes out No Technique. Now Pillafluffer has nowhere to run. He's sandwiched in between two of them, but with no time left on the clock. He has to be so fast to kill Jess and instantly run to sight. But Jess cleans him up, and Invictus get the 4th round win in a row.
Jess's positioning there was really able to disrupt them from coming on site and deactivating that device.
Nine 9-0 right now for Jess. Closest member Judicious with 4.
I think we can see why they picked Bull.
Yeah. And, you know, Invictus, they don't have that TRG, but, you know, they're on attack, so it makes a little bit more sense here. Split up a little bit more this time. However, the positions that Invictus is kind of lurkers are in right now are not really focused on the B site. It's more on the mid area, while I don't know what the heck that guy's doing back near the spawn. I mean, is that like a cheeky angle you can get like through ambulance or something?
You know, I'm not sure. I'm actually looking back there too. I'm confused. Oh, now he's moving.
Almost Judicious. Okay, I think, yeah, maybe you can get a cheeky angle over the ambulance there.
Noted. I'm noting.
Yeah.
Writing that one down.
IFP takes a prone up top. Now he's getting ready to cook with a grenade. Let's see what he can line up here. Okay, we got a smoke, so this should signal the push, right? So Aquila should be on their toes right now, ready for something at any moment.
You're only 1 down on Invictus, so still a lineup, but Dev gonna be getting that kill on House moving in, and they're just trading kills everywhere. Dev getting another kill. Now it's a 3v2. Nuclear planting, and Shelby and Schmitty are a little split up right now.
Yeah, Dev could just waste time here, right? There's no reason for him to peek. He can go back and forth and kind of toy with them and just kill time.
Yeah. Shelby's going to have to get this kill on Dev if he wants to move in to help Schmitty defuse the bomb.
He's going to catch his shoulder, too, because Shelby's forced on all that.
Oh!
No! No chance. He actually got his head caught on the... Oh. Okay.
Is this where... Oh. I was wondering... Shelby was making moves, but in the end, Nuclear was able to get both him and Schmitty.
I mean, that's what you do, right? You go for a jump peek on a left shoulder disadvantage peek, right? You do that. The fact that he hit his head off top and it still worked,
yeah,
that's crazy.
That was crazy.
That's just pure aim.
Yeah, great kill. And that was the right move, too. He had to be aggressive in order that time was going down.
Yep, that's your teammate, Nuclear. Don't worry about it. Jess is there to support you.
They're having
a
big conversation.
Other side of the map, Dev starts off first blood on the... Hello. I assume Schmitty. Judicious trying to get some long-range angles, but no technique challenges him with the same weapon, however, comes out on top.
Don't often see B pushes. Wait, is that... They still have the bomb towards A, though. Smirk. Holding it
big
down.
battles up in second floor.
Yeah, they're making a lot of noise B, trying to make them pay attention to that, but Smirk's still holding it down. Just going to be pushing in from Curtain.
Oh, Jess is holding. Oh, Smirk! He won 2 buckle my shoe.
He was waiting for that. Oh, almost got Dev in the mix as well.
I thought that he was just a little bit too far behind, but just at the right moment, he gets the kill and instant swaps to the next person. Also, first bullet takes him down. No technique shuts the round down, though, as Aquila finally gets the first round win.
Yeah, that was great from Schmirk. Really changed the game around for them there. That round. First round on the board. Maybe this will help them, give them a push.
All right, side swap in 2 rounds. Grenades in the hands of Invictus this time. They're actually going to be throwing some stuff out early, it looks like. Changing things up. But look at this. They're so slow around that mid lane towards nose. Dev's going up to make a little bit of noise. Not exactly sure what strat this is. Oh, it's the fractured leg strat. I forgot. Yeah, hey man, do you have a splint? I forgot mine strat. Shelby single-handedly holding down. Oh, holding down the side of B, and too many members converge at one time. IFP puts him down with the shotgun. Another fluffer. Oh, no technique!
What a nade.
He arcs it over, or he gets it through the... I don't even know how he did that.
That was awesome.
Okay, so he's been in this position before, right? So
Yeah, right.
you can't just get away with it a second time.
Surely they know. Oh, do they know? Kirk, do they know?
I mean, I don't...
That little pixel?
Yeah, you...
Oh, no, they know!
He saves the day. He comes in, protects his team with IFP, and House come around in the background, though, and stops the defuse. Oh, IFP caught in a reload. 20 seconds left. They got to get the bomb down.
Yep, this is to House's
matter of
advantage now.
milliseconds.
They're going to have to...
Oh, Jess knows. Jess has you locked down.
Yep, Jess was waiting for that. He had his teammates back.
What a superhero play. That was like diving in front of a bullet almost.
Yeah.
But like the opposite way.
Literally, I'll save you.
All right, here's the side swap. So see if this changes the pace of the game every single time so far. Oh, no. Sorry. That is a lost connection of the Shelbinator. So we're going to see exactly if they want to play this round out or not. I think it is up to the team's discretion. I think... Okay, there is going to be a remake of the lobby. So because there is also a 6-1 scoreline on the board, that also means that, unfortunately, they do have to trade rounds. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunate issues in the background, but we're back at the 6-1 scoreline for Invictus, where they've proven yet again that they're definitely going to beat Aquila on a map Aquila does not favor. Bowl, we predicted, was not an Aquila strong suit here. They're more of the Bay 5 type of team, and Invictus look a lot stronger here on Bowl. So we're going to see if they can grab another win in terms of rounds, but Aquila so far with only one. More than that, but a dream.
One in a dream, Kirk.
This is a very not standard push. Really never seen this before. Judicious pushes right through the smoke like there's nothing to worry about at all, and only takes a bullet to his stomach once.
I was thinking the same thing. Ran right into the guy waiting for him, but he was not ready, I don't think.
So
That aggressive push really worked out for him there.
Judicious with 3 kills in this round. Looking for his 4th. Yeah, it's Smirk, man. This is a tough spot. He's going to get sandwiched here. Dev is ready to catch him off guard, looking the wrong way. Gone down. However, Dev's weapon was drawn. Victus take the 8th round as we go into a side swap.
Yeah, Killa gonna have to change the strategy here, not just because they're now going to be attacking instead of defending, but because they're really going to have to figure out how Bowl going to work for them if they want to have any chance of turning this around, Kirk. But so far at 7-1, it's going to be a steep climb for that.
Gates open on the first round of the half. Keeler gonna have to pull a rabbit out of a hat if they want to continue playing for very much longer. Aggressive push through ambulance here, but Judicious is already hanging on generator, making himself very well known.
Yeah, that early nade on Jen not going to catch him. Oh, that one will, though. Shelby getting Judicious, who has been getting lots of kills for them today. So. IFP, though, able to trade off Smirk with House getting the trade on IFP.
Invictus putting a lot of, Aquila putting a lot of resources into trying to get IFP off of generator. He finally does go down, and you wouldn't expect Aquila to have a man up here, but they actually do, and Bob's still not really close to sight right now. Unless he kind of wants to jump off the top rope here like Raymond Stereo. Just get it down. Nuclear, though, in the back line near the sniper tower. Takes down No Technique, where he had no clue he was there. Now Shelby is going to decide to back up, and I think a rotate is quite imminent.
It seems like they're just really dedicated to this A push, even though...
Oh, what? House had every advantage there. He had the first shot. He locked him in his sights first. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and they know that Schmitty's still back here with Dev keeping him back in spawn. Nice try, but Dev is going to end up taking the kill there. 8-1 now.
1 round away. I think this would be the... yeah, this would be the... I don't know how to explain it, the highest defeat, I guess, today if they go 9-1. This would... yeah, I don't think we saw it. I think we saw it. We might saw it 9-0 in the first 2 days. I can't remember. No, we didn't. We didn't. All right, so the closest thing so far has been 9-2, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I saw 9-2.
Yeah, 9-2, New Dawn Redacted Society. Day 1. No, day 2. Day 2, my bad. Alright, yeah, if we actually go back and have a look, Redacted Society wants to take down Aquila on the first day, and then Invictus went on to, face Unknown in that first bracket, right? So It's
Mhm.
tough, right? So they finally get their second chance here on the third day, which is exciting to finally see what they're made out of, and hopefully they'll able to push themselves further than just the first round, right? So um, quite a number of seconds have gone down in this round, and there's not many have fallen. But as I speak, No Technique gets 3 kills to his name.
He knows Jess is there, but Jess knows he's there as well, able to get the kill on Tech. Shelby's trying to wait out the smoke, maybe, not sure where to go with Schmitty still stuck behind him, pinned down by Dev.
It's like a 1v1 both situations.
Yeah.
Nobody is able to help each other. Oh!
Schmitty able to take down Dev this time, winning his 1v1. Hopefully he's able to, now they're rotating to get that plant down, but can they make it before
Oh, I
Jess
think...
is able?
Did Jess go the long way? Or did Shelby go the long way? Is he going to be able to get there in time?
I think he went the long way.
Oh, that is so close. No way! What a save. Shelby,
Wow.
there's a very good chance that Shelby might not have made that, right? Because it can go down to the milliseconds sometime, but
Yeah,
just, I didn't think Jess needed to beat that at all.
yeah, that was so close.
He'll stay in it. That was their
Yeah.
time to end it. They
Yeah.
stay in.
I think Jess got a little hungry for the kill there.
Maybe that's what's going on. Jess is like, oh, I haven't eaten today. Let's end this game. You know, I'm trying to get it done quick. I got to get something to eat, man. Oh, Dev getting really
Players are
aggressive
starting
over
to
there by Portables. Going up to the second floor. Maybe try to get a peek over the stairs, and Shelby with the bomb. You probably shouldn't be peeking that, right? So backs up. Good. Yeah, do you have a member of Aquila though backed up? Oh, that's the one I was talking about. Nuclear. Takes his head off. All the way over by the office area.
Oh,
No way.
Shelby landed that. He knew that he was going to be pushing there. That is a great call. He was able to read the enemy there perfectly.
House also in the background taking out Dev, who was near the spawn of Aquila. So that's a huge pressure relief and signals a rotate.
You're going to see that rotate there. Hopefully let the team know that people are moving over towards B. Just waiting for Shelby to drop with the bomb. Oh, barely
being
getting
made
past
now.
there.
So House is going to be a lot more careful here. Jess takes out No Technique, who was coming up from behind. Shelby's just running around. Hasn't lost the full stamina bar yet. Can only assume he popped a Trimadol.
Going back to A board, Vicious is waiting for him, unfortunately. Gonna go right into his arms with that headshot there. Just waiting around the corner for House, and that's gonna be the second game that I'll be casting.
So, Aquila, they tried their hardest. You know, 9-2 is not... It ties for the biggest defeat so far, but, you know, Invictus is a very strong team, and I think that putting them up against Unknown in the first bracket really didn't let them shine and come out to show everybody what they're made out of. But today we finally get to see it, where they smash Aquila out of the park on Bull and take the bragging rights, if you will.
Yep.
So today, Bull goes to the hands of Invictus, where I think Aquila are going to be heading back to Bay 5, hopefully, if they get a second chance in the future.
Yeah, that was definitely a very one-sided game there for Invictus. Really able to... It seemed like a lot of those games, those rounds, it was very slow. Everyone's kind of, you know, picking at each other, trying to figure out exactly where they are. And once they got those locations down, it was just an explosion of action. Kills being traded on both sides quickly. And, you know, it was really interesting to see. Great use of utility as well that game. Lots of smokes to keep the team from pushing at curtain, and nades catching people off guard at just the craziest moments. That was great to see, Kirk.
Yeah, and you know what? the times that Aquila did win, it wasn't really something that you could have assumed that they were going to win at the start of their match. I think the 2 rounds that they did win, they came down to very close moments, and there wasn't really a time that I would say that Aquila had a grasp of Invictus, that they weren't able to take control of the round and put Invictus into a position to where they were actually kind of afraid, if you like.
Yeah.
Exactly. Other than that one time on B where Jess may have peaked a little bit too early.
Yeah.
But other than that, really, like, I don't think there was at any point Invictus didn't have the entire map under their control. So
Yeah.
going on to the future, we can only assume that Aquila will go on to maybe practice a little bit of bowl or change some things up, because Invictus just, they put them in their place, really. Like, it was really no competition, and I think that was probably the most one-sided game that we've seen today.
Yeah, like you said, they were so aggressive, they were able to take control of situations that they maybe shouldn't have had control of, like that push on B where we saw Judicious just pushing through the smoke there into 2 guys, like one was laying down and the other's crouched behind a box, able to get them both. Like, that's a situation that you probably shouldn't have come out on top of, but it's like the aggression paid off. It almost like it caught them by surprise. Like, surely no one's going to push through the smoke here. And then they did. And it was able, that kind of stuff works sometimes if you're able to kind of catch your enemy off guard.
Yeah, well said. Absolutely right. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in the 7th match of the day, is going to be the Epic Fails Div 2 roster versus the Pandaric X team, previously known as Aspect. So, both of these teams we have seen today, right? They already played. The Pandas, wow, Bay 5 Masters, absolutely insane. The Epic Fails Div 2, they went on to face off against the Div 2 of Vanguard Gaming. And that was another one of those games where I would say is kind of close to what we just watched. However, it wasn't probably, in my opinion, as impactful in terms of them having control of that game. There was a couple times where Vanguard Gaming Academy came back and they had control of certain situations, but it wasn't like we just saw. So coming up here, both very exciting teams to watch. Epic Fails Div 2, of course, we have the Mr. Man himself, Austin Powers, who's sometimes in your position or my position, who has been cooking up recently, right? And I'm definitely on a 99% prediction that he's going to be moving up to the Div 1 roster, because he's been cooking it up. It doesn't matter what situation he's in. He'll get double kills. He'll hook up his teammates with some amazing assistance at a moment's notice, right? Left and right shoulder, he's always ready to assist his teammates and be in spots that the enemies will not predict. However, the Pandaric X lineup have so much experience in these type of situations where they can be down and still come back. Pandaric, as the roster, has been around for a long time, as well as the organization themselves, right? So I don't like to say that the Pandas have usually not been super performative in a lot of tournaments, usually around the bottom of the leaderboard, and that kind of takes place both in NA and EU. However, very recently, of course, there was an exciting, very, very exciting pickup from the Aspect roster in NA and the Oil Rig roster in EU, and all of a sudden the Pandas skyrocket to nearly a top 3 position in almost everything we've seen them in so far. So it's really exciting to see them there. And I mean, this is a Div 2 roster, right? Pandaric doesn't have a Div 2 team because, as far as I'm aware, but yeah, this is their main roster. Pandaric, this is the best that they have going up against a D2, which is arguably, not the best that they have. That's why it's D2. So you can only assume that Pandaric will have the edge in almost every situation.
Yeah. And like you said, especially playing again on a map like Fort that most teams are not, it's not generally their best, map. It'll definitely be a hard team to beat, I think, here with Epic going against Pandaric, the D2.
Yep. Fort map we saw earlier, right? A lot of important discussions. It was the Vibe Check versus the Phoenix lineup. So that's where Vibe Check kind of took control of Phoenix yet again. But back to the Epic Fails and Pandaric game. I think it'll be a whole different game where I think Vibe Check and Phoenix are more on a similar level in terms of how much experience they have. In fact, they're pretty similar on experience levels. However, just the skill level of that Vibe Check lineup is just a bit higher, right? They are normally known for putting Phoenix out, and they just happen to do that today. Now,
Yeah.
are we going to see that translate over to this game where, we can see? I'm only going to assume the Pandas kind of take the position of Vibe Check, where they'll just kind of take control of a lot of the situations. They'll have superior positioning and whatnot because they just have the experience, right? They have the knowledge. They've been around. It's not a D2 roster. And on Fort, of course, this is where I think gunplay is a lot more important. We spoke about that earlier, where I think nades are pretty standard. There's nothing too crazy. There's nothing super, super important other than a couple nades. But, on a map like Bowl, I think it's a lot more important there. So the Pandas are just going to be relying on their superior weapon skills and aim and, strategies with buddy systems, strength in numbers, attrition, things like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think utility is always important, but it's definitely more important on some other sites.
Yeah.
But there's definitely on Fort, there is some interesting spots like we were talking about earlier. Like people can throw things in through the lobby windows, through the tower windows. There's all sorts of different funky angles that people can get once they know someone's there. So it's going to be great to see their knowledge of utility come out here, see their game, their gunplay knowledge as well, if they're able to, maintain that coordination and communication on a map like this where, again, mid control is very important. Watching your flank is very important because you can just kind of be everywhere and anywhere at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to be watching your back at all times. Can't leave any position open. Make sure you're very aware of all that kind of stuff when you're playing on Fort. So, going over the rosters right here, we've been through them already, but let's give them another round of applause. The Epic Fails Div 2 roster, sub-certified up top with Venom coming up next. Bunny X Paco, third in the lineup. Austin Powers, also known as Jack Me Off, is his name in game. We can't really go up without saying that. People got to know, right?
They got to know.
Sin, Sin on the fifth one, and then Goth Mummies in that sub position. Great names, guys. Pandaric X, what do you go to that roster?
Absolutely. So from Pandaric X, we have Overst Tom, the Apollo, Head Eyes Doctor, Europe, Zach Ricks, and for subs, we have the Ghost of Customs and Tizzy.
Zach Ricks, the guy that saved the game on Bay 5. He was the one that ran around into the spawn of whoever they were facing. I don't know. I can't remember. There's so many games today, man.
They're blurring together.
Yeah. So he ran into the spawn and kind of single-handedly put so much pressure on the enemy team where they were able to get the bomb down and safely get away with another round. Against Redacted Society. So that's who it was. And it was pretty crazy, right? He put the team on his back in that situation. He took the risk, the very high risk, high reward situation, and they came out on top. So, if they could do that again, Zach Ricks can put himself in that spot where he puts the better of the team over his own KDA or anything like that, right? You need those players that play for the team and not for selfish reasons. So it's great to have something like that on your roster. And I think Zach Ricks as well as Austin Powers on the Epic Fails Div 2 roster, these are like the two players that are your clutch ones. They're the ones you want in the situations that are tough. They're the ones that will bail you out of these situations. And we're going to see who exactly out of those two are the ones to help their team more push towards a victory on Fort.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see these guys play. Fort is always such an interesting map to see because everyone seems to kind of have a different favorite site, favorite strategy. Sometimes people take that control mid, like you were saying. It seemed like one game someone was always up in heaven, and other times they just seem to kind of ignore it and maybe only pass through mid. So I'm really excited to see what these guys have for strategies today.
That's a good point, because we've really talked about that. We talked about how important that was and how some teams like Unknown always have somebody up there. But if I can recall from that last Fort game, I don't think there was a time where there was really any importance put onto that area by any of those teams.
No,
Um,
exactly. Like it was just like I said, more of like a pass through on the way from A to B, B to A. No one had really taken control and kept, use of that space.
yeah, so I really hope someone can take advantage of that because I think it's probably a power position to where rounds could be easily controlled if that's held. And Fort's so unique because it has these spots that some other maps don't. Because you talk about bowl, right? Like we talk about importance of generator, holding generator. You got to get push whoever off of generator before you push onto site. But I don't think it's really as important as some of these fort spots where you almost have no chance in getting anything done without clearing these spots or having control out of some of these spots, right? You can get lucky sometimes because, of course, strategies only mean so much if you can actually get the kills that come with them, right? If you get smoked by the enemy team, they just tap your head left, right, and center. Your strategy means
Exactly.
absolutely nothing, right? So I think Fort's really unique, and I think it's coming to me more recently as a favorite map of mine, where it's definitely not something like that I've kind of held an opinion of in the past. But I'm really starting to enjoy the proper, positioning that comes
Hmm.
with Fort and the skill that comes with mastering that, right? Because you can't, some of these positions that you need to take, you can't just get them for free sometimes. You got to fight over them. And the fact is, taking back positions that are so important are way harder than just straight up having an even fight over it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly like you said. Retaking these sites are kind of where your problem lies, right? Both B and A have multiple angles that people can come from and watch. And so if you're coming on the site to deactivate a bomb, you're going to be struggling. You're going to have to be clearing multiple angles. And chances are you're going to have multiple people watching the angle that you're coming from. So defense is really going to have to hold it down on Fort.
So, in your position, right, whatever role you play on your team, right, what is the position that you would normally take? Are you somebody that would support somebody else in their endeavor in trying to get whatever they need to be done? Or are you somebody that kind of goes off on their own and tries to get information or something like that? Like what is your role, and how do you think that you would play Fort if you wanted to win? What would you do?
Fort is definitely I don't know. I will have to admit I'm generally more of an aggressive player. So
Yeah.
if I know that someone is somewhere and I can try and get a 1v1 out of it, I'm going to do that. So a lot of my thing is if I can get that information and I know that I can peek this without getting peeked by another person, I'm probably going to make that move and try to get those picks and stuff. And with Fort, like there is just so many angles, so you really
Yeah.
have to be careful and have someone else there with you. It's very important to not be taking, fights by yourself too much. If you have your team with you there, you really need to be going together and getting those trades because there's just so many angles that people are watching you come in from
Mhm.
on this map.
So you're confident enough in your gun skills to where you think that you can win a 1v1 a majority of the time. But however, when it comes to Fort, you need a lot more information before you can decide to take that 1v1 because of the amount of different angles and challenges that can come up at a moment's notice when, you're trying to go for that 1v1. So, I
Exactly.
mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because some of these maps, they don't really have that certain type of situation, like Skybridge, for example, right? Like it's usually a if I peek this angle, the angle to my right, the enemy has such a long way to get there to where
Hmm.
I'll hear them before they even try to peek me. So I'll have a lot of ample warning. But as a Fort, right, you can get peeked left, right, and center from any single different place because there's so many entrances to site through mid, through many different spots. So um, it makes a lot of sense. Fort is definitely a dangerous map. You got to have your intuition at an all-time high if you want to try to get a win here today, which we've already seen earlier, right? Whatever team has the highest intuition on this map, they're just going to smash it. Every game that we've seen on
Exactly.
Fort so far has been not a super close game in terms of rounds. So they just take advantage, they grab what they can, and they run with it, and they don't question it. They say, "Hey, we're doing exactly what we need to do perfectly. Let's not change anything up," and it seems to work pretty much every time.
Exactly. Yeah, if you have that well-oiled machine, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect analogy for here today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, this is the 7th match of the day. We'll be going on to one more after this. New Dawn versus Phoenix. We're going to see if Phoenix gets put out or not. They're going to have to get that win against New Dawn. Oh, no, sorry. Actually, Phoenix, of course, did get that win due to disqualification earlier. So they're actually up one right now. But going up against New Dawn, man, that is going to be a team to watch out for. They took down Vibe Check in the past day number 2. And they're going to be going up against a team that has normally fallen to a team like Vibe Check. So I think if I had to pick a winner on that one, New Dawn should be on top. But of course, they'll be going to bowl on the 8th game, and only time will tell exactly how that one plays out. But going on to this game right now, the players are picking their kits as we speak, and round 1 will commence in the short span of about 10-15 seconds.
I'm really excited to see how this game pans out, Kirk, and to see exactly what kits these guys are going to be choosing too, and see what is important to them. It seems like.
Looks like we got clues on the Ash 12 Enforcer. That's been just, I don't know how people use that thing, but they just take legs with it. It's insane, and they just make things connect. Even if they don't take legs, somehow they can still get a shot onto somebody's face and just pen whatever they have.
Great use of smokes here in the mini. And the util blocking off these angles.
There's the Ash 12 coming out, and Ghost of Customs trades them out.
You were right. It was their eyes were on the thighs there, Kurt.
Oh, okay.
You see what I did there?
Spitting some real stuff in the background here. If anyone's a little Moreno fan, I'm sure you're very well aware of that. There's Tom forced to back off. Grenade's still available. Oh, full force forward, and Europe shuts down Austin Powers. Bunny Thill's going to trade him out, and she is the one that has the bomb right now, so she's very well aware that a rotate is definitely possible. However, this is a very long angle to run. Tom knows it, and now he's got him trapped in a corner like a rat.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to the better gun skill hill. Tom on a left peek. Not anymore, though.
Oh!
He's just standing there waiting.
Menacingly.
He's standing there menacingly.
Wee woo. Wee woo. The hash slinging slasher.
That's actually so funny that you do that, because the amount of times I've been in arena and just been the last one. Wee woo.
It's in the mailbox. Right, round 1 for Pandas. Easy div 2. Gonna have to come out. Pull that back pocket ace card. Only one left to defend B site for Pandas. Cannons is left open. It's going to force the member that is holding the stairs to back off and put a little bit more focus on site. He's going to go back to Spiral. Get safer position. Teammates ready to replace him on holding stairs. They still haven't taken advantage of nobody there. And now it's a little bit too late, because now they have 2 members to deal with. Sub-Certified is the one, though, to start the fight. Starts down, hits down Europe, and Austin Powers grabs another one. Goes to Customs, though, getting one for himself, and Ober's Tom makes it an even scoreboard. Oh, Tom and Tizzy getting 2 very important headshots here. Now, all of a sudden, Sub-Certified, he was there cooking down the stairs, but he's backed all the way up, and now he has 2 to deal with, and somehow is going to have to reclaim that bomb inside Spiral.
Yeah, leaving him in a very tough position. That bomb is not in a good spot. Oh, sometimes that's all you can do, Kirk. Is just shift W and hope you get a kill. Panda gonna take their 2nd round there. So far, defense able to hold it down on Fort.
Kind of what I expected out of the Pandas. I think The Epic Fails roster should be able to come back and get a couple rounds here, and we'll only be able to tell what momentum is going to be able to bring to that. However, when that momentum stops is a question that I don't think will be answered.
Looks like they're changing it up now, trying to go to A. Tizzy able to get the first kill on sub.
No, Venom.
Whoa. Getting them where they least expected, getting 2 kills. That's going to slow the push down for sure for EZ. Europe getting the kill on Venom with that AP. 1 shot, 1 kill.
There's a lot of time. Ghost of Customs. There he is. A couple kills. That's all I need. 1, 2 up on my shoe all the way back from stairs. Shuts down the EZ roster yet again. Panda's looking so dominant here today. Even in their game earlier, right? They were smashing it out of the park.
Yeah, they're definitely getting those comms in quickly that, you know, hey, we're not seeing anyone over here. That rotate was very quick from Panda to get that through the mid. Like we were saying, you really got to watch your flank and your mid on this map, because if someone doesn't see you on another site, they're going to be pushing aggressively to find you.
Here's Tizzy going up to that spot we were speaking of. And I kind of question if he was here before, because we saw last time that this is exactly where Venom came down to get that double kill. So I don't know if he gave the position up or he ended up dying off of it, but I don't think that position's been super important in terms of how the Pandas will defend. Ober's Tom Ghost of Customs started off great. This is just another nail in the coffin for the EZ roster, who has a 2-man up advantage to deal with. And what is that? 2 members with their back turned, and Ghost of Customs still gets away with killing Austin, and he didn't kill anybody.
I'm shocked about that one. I'm actually speechless.
Yeah, things just happen sometimes so fast that sometimes even the kill feed can't even keep up, where
No,
will be so
yeah,
delayed.
exactly. Yeah. I blinked and I was like, wait, what just happened? Had his back turned, still able to get that. That was great.
The fact like not even, getting a TK either, right? Like you had members close by that were very, very close to you. The fact you're still able to get the shots off and properly hit Austin without compromising your teammates is a whole another level of skill.
Yeah, very true. You have to kind of decide there, okay, do I make the risk? And, you have to trust yourself and your skill for sure. That definitely is when you mess up there, then you're not going to ever hear the end of it in Discord.
Yeah, that's right. Things could get heated sometimes, but everyone's here for fun and gonna show the world what they're made out of in this Proving Grounds tournament.
Absolutely.
Easy Div 2 grabs 2 kills. Ghost of Customs trades out Bunny, though. Sub-certified. The last remaining in a position that's not the worst. However, Bomb still needs to be reclaimed. His position is known and will be called out to Tom, who's holding mid.
Yeah, they can definitely hear him sneaking around. Oh, Sub able to get that 1v1 against Tom, though. He knows where Ghost is. Is he going to be able to get... Oh, he's able to run away.
40 seconds. He's going to have to do a lot of running.
Oh! Ghost
Right
able to
shoulder.
get the kill again. They're dominating today, Kirk. That's a 5-0 now. Ghost is really putting in some work today, too. It's 10-2 so far.
Oh, yeah. He's busting it down today. The ghost of Bustums in the chat, I see. Starting off with Tizzy. On to Venom. Over's Tom, close. With another one. Seems like it's sort of the theme within these past few rounds is that Pandas just get a quick 2 and then back up a little bit, reassess what's going on, and make a play based off of that. Subcertified though coming in through the back, so to get one head eyes though, pushed all the way through the defender spawn, the attacker spawn rather.
Only 2 left now with Bunny and Clues. Not really sure what to do. Stuck mid and slowly but surely getting, sandwiched. Bomb's gonna go down, putting Clues in a terrible position. Ghost is gonna finish him off. Yeah, this is definitely a very different game from what we saw earlier. It seems like instead of kind of slowly, feeling each other out on site, it's just instantly getting, they're instantly pushing in and getting kills or being killed.
Now that I kind of have a look, I realized that clutch member of Zachrix for the Pandaric X lineup has actually been taken over by one of the reserve members, being Ghosts of Customs or Tizzy, both of them being reserves and both of them playing in this game currently. So even with the reserve players, there's still a extremely high level team that, you can tell the resources have been put into those reserve players, where sometimes, it can be a lot of work to train up your reserve guys to get them on the same level as the main lineup, right? It seems like the Pandas, they have all the time to put that work in, and it proves itself here today. However, this round seems like a turn of the tides.
Yeah, will this be the round that EZ can kind of get on the board finally? I think the main thing is they just gotta really be quick about planting this bomb before the other team is able to rotate, but they're already making those rotations.
Yeah.
And they're already at A waiting for them. They knew it was coming.
Extremely good recognition of that rotate, right? They're already here waiting. One left on B, as they probably should be, right? Until they see the bomb.
Exactly.
Or a little bit later. Yeah, like, you kind of want to wait a little bit. Oh, Bunny was taking head off her teammate. Oh, yeah, redeems herself, taking head eyes out, but Europe is ready to trade her back out with the TRG from right shoulder peak.
Yeah, that was a close one there, but...
The Pandas, they did it. They did it. They were down. They still did it. I mean, this is a tough roster to be here, right? You can't expect a Epic Fails smash out, right?
Yeah, like you said, even with the reserve players on the team, they've clearly been putting in the practice. They've, they're definitely making their spot on this team, for this game. They're definitely justifying it with all these kills that they're getting. They're doing great.
Oh, off angle here.
Oh, will he get him with that? Oh, he's peeking. Does he know he's there? Didn't get him.
Second time's
the
the
charm. He did get him
charm.
that time, yep. Subcertified getting the trade. But again, they seem to know that they are going for A now. Making it difficult for Easy to find a way on site. Or even find a person to kill.
This is where Bunny found herself last time, and she did take down Head Eyes, who was in the same position that he's in, right? So I think she's just really locked in. She knows he's there. However, Tizzy was the one to clear her out as well, so she's a little bit jumpy shooting at her teammate. It's all up to her. When jumps are going to want to go around on site and kind of confuse that audio up a little bit as Tizzy makes a peek at the right time, takes her down as Pandas are one round away from shutting a 9-0, shutting down a 9-0 lead.
This might be the first 9-0 we see. We were talking about that earlier, and we hadn't had one, right?
Yeah, this would definitely be the time. Sides have swapped, pace has changed, strats have changed.
Easy gonna have to get a round score to not have that happen. Have the game carry on a little longer.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary for kit picks. Looks pretty similar to the way it was before.
Yep.
I question the Val pick from Head Eyes, or anyone that picks a Val, because I was looking at the stats earlier, and the SR3 is superior in every way.
You know what I have heard, though, is despite... I think it's, like, it's supposed to have faster, firing rate, but apparently it might not.
Yeah, I heard that too, But when
Yeah.
you look at it, they're both 800, but it might just be an
Exactly.
issue with like whatever, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, because I've been hearing talks of Val making a comeback. Because that used to be that was my gun before I switched to the SR3M. This might be. But
A little
now,
bit more
yeah, who knows?
research.
Val might make a comeback.
Research
Oh,
has to be
he
done
is
to that. It's all
Not
Austin
in a
Powers,
good
baby.
situation. Oh,
The Epic Fails roster tries their hardest, but to no avail. Pandaric X come out on top for the very first 9-0 shutout of the tournament, day number 3, with day 4 also with still plenty of more games to go. But today, you don't want to go away because there's one more game left to go. New Dawn is going to face off Phoenix on Bowl, and that's going to be an explosive match where New Dawn, they've been cooking some stuff up in the background, right? I know New Dawn is ready for this match today, but gotta give a huge shout out to the Pandas who've shown their dominance here today. 9-0, amazing performance. Even with the reserve players, they're ready to go anytime, any place.
yeah, what an amazing match from them. I really was not expecting the 9-0. I was expecting a little bit, not like you said earlier, it was definitely not the craziest differences expected between teams, but maybe a little more. But I'm glad to see them really dominating there, even with their reserve players. They did a great job keeping the aggression up, keeping the coordination. The fast rotates, I think, were really what did it for them on Fort, especially when they had defense. They just rotated so quickly to the site as soon as they knew what the other team was doing.
Yeah, it was a very kind of predictable around that third round mark where it seems like the Pandas would just go in and get 2 kills for free with little contestation at all. They didn't even put up much of a fight against that. And then instead of going forward and taking advantage of whatever that brings, strength in numbers, they back up and they say, let's make the best play possible to take full advantage of a 5 versus 3, right? Let's not just throw our bodies and just hope for luck to be on our side, because you never really know in that situation where that other person's going to be. So, you back up, you make the right play, and it seemed to be every single round that worked perfectly. There was one round, where we saw the Epic Fails actually come at the start and get a man advantage. But
Yes.
that was 1 out of 9. And I don't know if you can really take that round and look at it and be like, okay, we did good here, let's do that again, because sometimes they're flukes, right? Sometimes you get away with a kill maybe you shouldn't have. Sometimes those strategies that aren't great still kind of work out based off of aim and just skill, right? Because like I said, your strategies are only as good as your kills, because it really means nothing in terms of strategies if you can't get the kills to go with it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it really does at the end of the day come down to, yeah, exactly, gun skill. You can have strategies, a whole strategy book, but it all comes down to being able to execute it and get those kills. And if someone's waiting there for you, holding
Yeah.
that angle, and you're having to come in at a left angle or left peak, it always makes it harder. And on a map like Fort, where there's just 5 or plus angles on each site, waiting for you, it really does make it hard for the attackers to move in there and get that bomb planted, which we saw. It was definitely a struggle for them today.
Yeah, and it also proves that the Pandas are a versatile team, even in the face of disadvantage into a round, which was very uncommon. They were still able to come back from that disadvantage and put themselves in a place where they can win the round. It just proves that it doesn't matter what happens, they're still going to go at 100% at all times. They're not going to get down in the dumps about it. They're not going to blame each other. They're going to just push forward, and things happen. Shit happens, man. Let's continue forward and try to win this round, make the best play possible. It's adaptability is a big word that has come up a lot so far within the first 2 days, and the Pandas have yet again shown adaptability with being the winners in rounds that they have a disadvantage, and also adaptability in terms of players where they can swap in a reserve player at any time and still play to the best of their ability.
Yeah, people forget sometimes that this is a mental game as well. You really do have to keep that mental protected. You have to keep the morale good on your team. If you're, losing people, you can still come back in those moments. And that's where we see those clutch moments of earlier. We saw the 1v3s and stuff. And it's just like, that's because that person doesn't allow themselves to panic. They're able to stay focused and just get the job done. And that's what they were able to do today. Even when they were at a disadvantage, they were able to keep their cool. They were able to keep communications open, not get too aggressive, wait for their teammates to join. I saw that several times where they were rotating, but they wouldn't over push. They were waiting for everyone to kind of get there. So that was great to see that coordination. It really did pay off for them today.
Yeah, it really is a great analysis, right? And I think you kind of just came out here and explained them perfectly. They did a great job, and they're extremely heavily favored in this matchup, as Cracked would say. He's a big fan of the Pandas. He's always given the Pandas as much love as possible whenever he's around, and I know he loves watching them. So, moving on from that game, we do have the last game of the day in the Vanguard Proving Grounds, day number 3. We're going to be going to Bowl, where we will see New Dawn face off against Phoenix. This is a time where New Dawn has shown up for the first time today. Usually we would see them more than once, but given the fact that they have proven themselves within the first couple days to come out as the second place within those first couple days, is that they are more than ready to face a team like Phoenix. We have Slaughter there, the IGL position. We have Guy Aiden coming in next, Steezy, Pug, and Not Mr. Kevin, and then Raisin on the sub. Not Mr. Kevin, that's going to be Kilted Havoc's favorite player. Every time he sees him, man, he loves watching this guy play. He loves watching him work magic with that TRG, and he's never not with that weapon very, very close by. And even he always got that the VPO 209 or that MP5 in the backup ready to go at a moment's notice. He's ready to cook at all times, close or far, doesn't matter. How about Phoenix though? Go through that list for me, would you?
All right, so we're going to see Phoenix for the second time today. We saw them earlier on Bowl as well, or where was that?
Fort. I think, it was Fort.
It was Fort. Okay,
right?
I was like, wait a minute, I'm getting them confused. Okay, so we've seen Bowl twice and Fort twice. So Phoenix with Maddie, Sausage, Banana, The Beast, Zombieland, with Not Stojo and Eggs as well. And I think Not Stojo was playing earlier.
Yes.
So
I don't remember Banana playing, so I think that's probably who the swap.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So yeah, great to see them again. Really enjoyed seeing them on Fort earlier, so it'll be great to see what they can bring to Bowl.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any swap outs, right? Because we saw the Pandas bring in both of their subs that game. When the game before, they did have the main roster Zachrix on. So, things can happen, things change. Everybody is having their own life experiences, so sometimes they can't be available at all times. So if a sub comes in, it would be cool to see someone like Eggs come in and show what they're made out of, or possibly Raisin for the New Dawn lineup. It's always cool to see a player that is not normally shown, and then they just go crazy, right? Because then they just start getting a bunch of new fans and potentially talks of being moved to the main roster, right? Because at some point you will have the opportunity to prove yourself. However, I think the nerves would be a little bit higher than normal in a place where you get called up on a last minute within the day, and you got to prove yourself to be just as adaptable as the rest of the roster would be. So it's cool to see, right? We saw that last game. It was awesome. It was really cool to get the non-normal players up here, showing what they're worth, showing what they're made of. Bowl, game number 8, New Dawn. This is their map. This is the map that they have been cooking up on recently. They have told me that they feel confident against Unknown on Bowl. However, when it comes to in terms of putting that into practice, it didn't work out. But those strategies could be used against Phoenix here, and being that this matchup is heavily favored towards the New Dawn lineup, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they came out on top. Being that New Dawn did come out in the second place within the first 2 days, and Phoenix falling to teams that are arguably weaker than New Dawn.
Yeah, definitely. Phoenix is definitely going to have their work cut out for them here on Bowl facing New Dawn, because as you said, they have been working on their Bowl strategies and have definitely been proving themselves during this tournament already to be quite a formidable force. So
see what's going to go on in the background. We have 4 members ready to go, so still a little bit while yet. We will speak to the production team if there's any issues, and we will get back to you on that. All right, looks like, yeah, rosters are filling up right now. All right, awesome. So going over to Bowl, we'll have similar positions being held. Of course, this is the map we spoke about earlier that has a lot of standard spots to be held, because those standard spots, they're way too important to give up for an off angle. Sometimes they're too important to the defense of your defensively. I'm speaking here. They're too important to give up for positions that may be unorthodox. So whenever you see Bowl being played in terms of defense, it is very, very similar across the board through any team that gets put up on defense first, which will be Phoenix. So we're going to see if they decide to change something up this time, but I have a feeling that it's going to be pretty standard, right? Because even if you decide to go for these unorthodox positions, the fact is that the standard smokes and utility that gets thrown, they will still block you off from what you can do, because if you decide to push any further up, you're just in a bad spot where you're going to get peeked by more than one attacker. And if you're any further back, you're in a spot where you're not helping your team at all. So I think it's going to come out to be a pretty standard defense here for the Phoenix lineup. And New Dawn should be ready for that, right? I've known that Slaughter, whenever I see him going on attack, he always has these nade lineups that are ready either from Plat or from second floor of Medical. He'll have them lined up for underhand V40s. He'll have them for anchor, generator, headshot. He's got them all lined up, right? So Phoenix are going to have to come out and probably do a little bit of moving around and be ready for these airstrikes that he'll be calling down upon the Phoenix roster. So hopefully they can get a little active with their feet and not stay in one position for too long if they want a chance to take down New Dawn here.
Exactly. That really is the name of the game here on Bowl. Is people have all of these nade lineups. If they know you are somewhere, they're going to be using that knowledge, and you're not going to be in that spot for long. Either you're going to move yourself out of it, or you're going to be moved out of it by a nade. You know what I'm saying? These guys have been playing this game, playing this map, since it's been out. This is one of the longest maps, so people have been working on this stuff for a long time, as soon as the utility was released. And like you said, there are definite normal kind of smokes that people use to cut off those lines of sights to make it harder for attackers or defenders to watch those certain angles. So they're going to definitely have their work cut out for them here, trying to make sure that they are not falling victim to those nade lineups and utility.
This just in, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Zombieland has joined the New Dawn roster for this game and will be facing off against the Phoenix lineup. We can see in the lobby being made up right now, the New Dawn side is Slaughter, Guy Aiden, Not Mr. Kevin, and Zombieland. So I think they decided to swap places this time, with Pug going on the side for Phoenix. And, we can only assume that some crazy stuff has been going on in the background, some conspiracies. Of course, we're just joking.
Yeah.
PX Zombieland, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not aware, if we get into the game, you don't see him there. His name is reversed. He sent his name backwards, so it can be a little bit confusing sometimes when these players don't have the names. Speaking of you, eyes on thighs.
I don't know what you mean, Kirk. I've never.
So looking at the New Dawn roster, they are locked into their proper positions. Looks like that is going to be Steezy. Is that Steezy? Is the QE? Or is that Raisin? One or the other. We could probably assume it's Steezy because he's the one on the main roster. Dojo will be stepping in for Phoenix on the sub list. He did sub in earlier as well.
Okay, yeah.
And Eggs will not be.
For Banana again. I like how they seem to have a very well balanced breakfast. There's sausage, eggs, and banana. All of your,
Oh,
major food groups.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, make sure you get your vitamins and your
Yeah, maybe
protein
add
and
some
whatnot.
greens in there. They need like spinach or something.
Yeah. Sausage, banana, eggs. They don't have any carbs, do they?
Some orange juice.
They got potassium. That's good.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Yeah, no vitamin C, no carbs either. Well,
Need some toast.
whatever.
Maybe a bagel.
Yeah, perhaps. It's all part of a complete breakfast where 9 to 10 doctors would recommend that. All right, game is we're currently loading in right now, so rosters have been locked in. Just having a look here at the New Dawn, the old. I have notes on them from a long time ago for interview I did with them, and I'm pretty sure things have changed in the background. But for New Dawn, when asked a while ago, their biggest achievement for them was winning their first tournament during an APS tournament. The word is that they earned the Best Team Award, recognized for outstanding sportsmanship and synergy, the best comms. So that's great to hear. New Dawn have only been a team that has gotten better with time, so we can only assume that they'll win that award next APS.
Yeah, that's an awesome award to win too. Like, that's very important things to have on your team. You really got to keep things to. That's like the goals, right? You really want to work on your synergy, almost to the point where you don't even. Well, comms are always important, right? But it's almost like your teammate, you know what they're gonna do. When you reach that level, then you're cooking.
New Dawn is also a team that has made it very well aware in the past that they are not here for money or fame. They are here because they all come from a competent FPS background, and as the name states, the New Dawn, they're here to change Arena and bring the New Dawn of Arena to limelight and really have everyone be able to play competitively, and they want Arena to grow huge and have a healthy scene. So a New Dawn is upon us, if you will.
I loved how you put that. That was great.
That's good of the words of Slaughter. That ain't for me. Speaking of Slaughter, there's that underhand nade I was just speaking of. He's got them lined up. He's been practicing, man. You better watch out. Look at this. Look at that. That's teamwork, baby. Oh, but unless Zombieland has something to say about it.
Ooh, Zombie had several things to say about it.
Oh, Pug, no. I thought he ran out of ammo. He actually
He's
had 10
still
rounds left.
talking about it, Kirk.
3 kills in the first round. The only member of his team to get one. Maddie gets away with his life somehow. I cannot believe that happened. Oh, the background zombie, but he's still cooking.
Can he go for the ace? Oh. Aiden able to get Beast in the back line. But Zombie and Maddie are now very well aware of where he is.
There's Zombie land up top. He has the angle. No, Maddie doesn't want to take it away from him. But he's forced to.
But he is forced to. Almost an ace the first round from Zombie. That was exciting to watch.
Well, we know this is a team game. You cannot have a single one-man army carry the entire game. You need camaraderie, teamwork. You need communications, pressure, map base, right? So,
exactly.
the one single-handed member that does all the work is usually a one-time thing, and hopefully Phoenix can push that out a little bit here towards the other teammates, and come here as someone that is expecting to have a difficult time against New Dawn, because that may have just been a fluke.
Maddie getting a very aggressive position here, maybe hoping to catch someone unawares while he's laying down.
Oh,
think
Mr.
they're
Kevin
looking-
with the 545 sag to back up.
Maddie able to get that first kill, but now they know where he is. Oh, Kevin, the AP.
I told you.
Slaughter.
What did I say? He's
You
cooking
weren't
with
joking. Yeah, these guys, once they know where their position is, those nades just come flying in. Seems like Slaughter has the lineups for days, like you mentioned. Kevin looking for anyone that might be on site.
The lineups in this game, I think, are appreciated by a lot of members because I think there's a lot more skill in terms of actually lining them up. But I'll go more into that after this round ends because I got something funny to say about that. With Beast and Stojo, we heading over to try to challenge Guy Aiden on the B site. However, the bomb is already on A being planted. It's like they made the wrong call.
The distraction worked.
Well, at least they don't have anyone to worry about coming from behind and putting pressure on, so they can focus all their attention on one area.
Beast and Stojo are going to have to work together here to get these picks off. Slaughter holding down.
Ooh.
20 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to make a move soon with Stojo. Ooh. Getting picked on his way.
Yeah.
Oh, and Slaughter getting another pick on Beast as he moves towards Jen.
That's going to be 3 kills that round, 1 with an nade, 2 with the weapon. But yeah, the lineups. I find in this game, you know, they're not as hated as some other games, you know, other esports where lineups are kind of given to you for free because there's not really a change in how your PMC moves or your character moves, you know. So when you go like play like, you know, CS or Valorant, it's like, oh, this idiot has lineups. Oh, you're so good. I friggin' hate you. You know, but in this game, it's a lot more appreciated, I feel like, because you don't really have anything to kind of give you an insight on exactly if you're aiming properly or not, because your hands sway. Grenades can kind of be thrown out at a different speed sometimes, just without warning.
Exactly. I was having a conversation with someone about this the other day, where in Valorant, it's like you can aim your pixel, you know, your reticle right at that pixel cloud. And I used to be a Viper main, if that tells you anything. I love me a good lineup. But, you know, in this game, it's so much harder with everyone's different FOV and everything. It changes. You can't just look at where someone is aiming and copy that almost. It'll go to a different spot. So it really does take skill and time to learn these lineups. Oh my gosh. New Dawn already getting 3 kills off of the defenders. Stojo still able to hold it down behind Headshot. Able to get a kill on Slaughter before getting picked off by Aiden.
Merc's on the wrong side of the map. He's going to have to put the pedal to the metal here if he's going to want to challenge Phoenix in these, New Dawn in these 40 seconds left on the clock. And with not Mr. Kevin on his signature TRG, he's going to shut him down as New Dawn finally takes a round ahead of Phoenix, where we expected them to probably be ahead of through the first 2 rounds, but actually Phoenix won the first one.
Yeah, so far Phoenix is putting up a pretty good fight here, especially with the nades coming in from Slaughter on New Dawn. They're still able to fend them off, but they're gonna have to watch those nades coming in this round. Seems like they're working on a little bit different of a strategy here. Yeah,
the bomb's all up by itself. This is kind of scary, right? But once you kind of realize that, you know, you don't really have anyone to contest him, and the position that he's in, he'll get audio cues from ambulance and from back towards site, so he knows if somebody's going to be coming towards him, and a teammate like not Mr. Kevin will be imminent to support if it comes down to that. Stojo and Guy Aiden. Guy Aiden's the one with the most kills so far. He's the most dangerous with a weapon in his hands. However, there's that flank there we can hear. And I think Mr. Kevin's going to get caught out. Yeah, Maddie from downtown with the Piranha rounds. How did he hit that?
Slaughter finally able to put Maddie down, but not before the rotates happening here. Seemed like The distraction paid off with Phoenix kind of holding down B instead of A, and New Dawn was able to slide in.
Very similar position to where we were before. Slaughter, however, is backed up a little bit. He's not anchoring right now. One kill, Zombieland falls. Mr. Beast. Oh my god, I almost said Mr. Beast. Beast is going to run down the lane and get put down by Mr. Generator Man. And yeah, there's no last to take their hand off the helicopter wins $100,000 in this tournament. Sorry.
$1 million.
Oh my goodness. I think I was thinking of Mr. Kevin combined with the Beast. Slaughter with the B40 in his hand. He's ready to let go. Look at him
Who will
lining
be
that
his
up.
victim? Oh, look, maybe he does have the pixel thing. He puts his thumb up to that one line and like, hold on.
We've got another one.
Oh.
However, nobody's really holding Generator or Anchor right now, so those grenades aren't going to be too useful at this point. But that just shows that Phoenix is able to recognize that and back up. They hear those two explosions in their ear, right? And then that's when they move forward to take their positions. However, if New Dawn can realize that they're doing that, they can just use that to just not even worry about grenades, full force their way onto site in like a 4v1 or something like that.
Exactly. If you know that the other team is going to be playing back, then you can take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, that's when big smokes come in and really help your team. Not Mr. Kevin and Pug getting one, but Zombieland is going to respond on the Pug and get him. Guy-Aiden forces his way onto site and gets mad instead. Stojo, though, is ready to trade. Oh, not even a trade. It just gets slaughtered in a fair 1v1 gunfight. Bomb's down, and now Stojo, the last one remaining, as Zombieland falls.
Stojo's position is definitely made aware, and Kevin's going to be holding that angle.
Oh!
And getting the kill.
I think they're hitting them with the spam of the hee-hee-haw. Hee-hee-haw. Hey, Clash Royale players out there, get that reference? Luke got it. Oh, look at this cheeky angle. Wait, that's actually insane. I gotta use that. That's probably like a standard ass like thing that I just didn't know about because I'm bad.
Yeah, the little sandbag there gives you that extra step up so that you can see over. There's several places like that on Bowl that you really just have to have the map knowledge to be aware. Otherwise, you just don't. It's like one of those things you have to get killed from there, and then you make note of it, you know?
Yeah. That's probably one of the times where I get killed from there, but they just like blame it on desync or something. Like, oh, this guy didn't even come around the corner and I'm dead, man.
Meanwhile, he's just barely peeking over the top.
Yeah. All right, so New Dawn are actually in a position now where it's a little bit more favored in terms of Phoenix, so they're going to have to reassess their situations. The Slaughter's nades don't connect this time.
Yeah. Currently, Phoenix definitely seems to have A site held down. And New Dawn doesn't seem to know exactly what to do, but they're still able to get a pick off of Zombieland, making it a little bit more even, but Sausage is getting the kill right off of Kevin.
Aiden's been putting in work so far, but not before he gets put down by Stojo. Slaughter, the last one remaining with a red thorax and a bleed. Gonna get put down by Sausage as Phoenix gets their second round win. Yeah, so nothing out of the ordinary here, Reina. Like, I was thinking that, you know, around that A site, they'd be holding pretty standard positions, which they were, and then they decided to back up, right? And then this is where when they do that, you know, they don't really get to secure the defense on site, and they don't get to really help with their teammate that is left remaining on site. So it all
Yeah.
is pretty standard. And now New Dawn need to recognize that, use the smokes to push off that back line, and just brute force their way out of site with numbers. Look at this. Zombieland pushing straight out of A site towards that ambulance and doesn't even get a second to think, where New Dawn didn't even receive one bullet from him before he fell.
Yeah, that immediate pick is going to put Phoenix at a disadvantage, leaving only 3 now to hold A while 1 watches B. Aiden able to get another pick on Maddie.
Yeah, and Maddie would have been stuck with that shotgun, if I'm not mistaken. So a long-range angle, you know, he'd done it before, but most of the time your standard calibers will win that fight.
Slaughter using this chaos to make a rotate and plant the bomb. Oh,
Oh, that aid. No way.
oh,
That's
I
actually
thought that.
insane. He hears the metal, right? If he doesn't know there's another one, he gets away! But is he going to prevail? He actually gets away, and now the Beast is going to have to run into Mr. QE from downtown with the HK416.
Unlucky position there.
Which I can assume
He really got
was
away with
dead.
murder there, Kirk.
Yeah. Who did we say that was? Was that Steezy? Yeah,
Kiwi, kiwi,
Steezy.
kiwi, kiwi, kiwi,
Kiwi,
kiwi.
kiwi, 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 kiwi.
Sounds like that wee 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 cat.
Well, I think it's a reference to Greenspan.
Oh, there you go. That would make sense. That's funny.
Which isn't super great in this game. Just like losing
The
after
wiggle.
After a couple wiggles.
Yep.
Okay, so it's easy this time with the V40. Guy Aiden puts down Stojo on the other side of the map, and another one for Guy Aiden. He really likes his double kills, right? He gets one.
Yeah.
It seems like shortly after, he'll very well have a good chance of getting another one. So like, that signals a huge rotate, right? There's no reason not to rotate in this situation. So they just put the pedal to the metal, no hesitation. Bomb's going to go down at a moment's notice. The third kill for Guy Aiden this round is Zombieland is going to head through the crate and spawn, and there will be a member of New Dawn, assuming it is Guy Aiden, and it is. 4th kill for Guy Aiden this round. They're probably just going to back up. Slaughter's going to head forward to get the call out. He instantly backs up because he wants to give his teammate the ace.
Aiden's now it's your chance.
He did it!
Oh!
Yes! Guy Aiden, 5
Ace!
kills in a single round. Big ace.
Huge to see
Dawn.
that in a tourney. That's super exciting. 15 and 5 from Aiden, by the way. He is just really popping off this game.
There was someone near the start of the game that was in a similar situation, but I think it was a Phoenix member, if I'm not mistaken, that had the 4 kills, but
Yeah, was it
wasn't able to
Zombie?
get-
Right?
If I can look at like once the game goes back on, I'll probably be able to give you
Yeah.
an educated
I
guess.
think it was him.
Because remember, Maddie was the one that was forced to take the kill because he ran up on him.
I think it was
But,
Zombie.
Yeah, Zombie
Mhm.
for sure. So unfortunately, at that time, that was the 4 kills he had, and then within the remaining, 7 rounds that have commenced since, he's only gotten 2 kills. So it is quite unfortunate. But
Yeah.
I mean, we need Phoenix here to pull something out. We need to get them to really lock in. Of course, the side swap has happened, right? So this is better time than ever.
Yeah, exactly. This is the time to switch things up, but unfortunately, Slaughter's not going to switch it up at all. He's going to get someone else with that nade lineup. He is really relentless with those. Phoenix gonna do a little picking at New Dawn, trying to maybe figure out where exactly their members are.
See if that flash is. I would assume not, because, you know, they love working.
Yeah. Seems like it. Still able to get the kill though. Beast on QE.
Yeah. Look at this.
Slaughter.
Slaughter's just laying down, trying to find the legs of the beast, and he does. He stands up and he's ready for another kill as he has a lot more mobility on his side now. Zombieland from up top shuts him down. And now Mr. Kevin in the back line. We know what kind of weapon he would have on him.
They're able to shut down Aiden on the flank though. Now it looks like they're rotating that using.
Oh, that was close.
Oh.
No chance he hurt him. That is crazy. Exceptional player. No way! And now Stojo's gonna be forced to plant. Oh, he didn't push. So now it's.
Oh, he knows it
now. Oh! The savior of the New Dawn lineup. Mr. Kevin, can he do it? He has a backup Sag 545. Oh, that was close.
Dang,
A
Stojo
left
getting the
click away.
kill. Kevin did a lot that round, but Stojo was still able to get him on an awkward angle there. That AP really putting in work, though.
Oh, for sure.
Great shots.
It's probably
6
pretty
and 3
difficult to
now.
find a guy that was consistent with that weapon. Constantly, you know, having around 10 or over kills in a game with that weapon, with
Mhm.
not a decent amount of deaths behind him, is probably quite rare. The fact that, you know, you miss one shot, right, that could just be the end of your life for that round. And the fact that he
Exactly.
can even get away in tough situations where he does miss is quite a skill and movement. Recognition of audio, positionings of enemies. Exceptional member on the New Dawn lineup.
I don't know if you saw that nade there. Slaughter almost got the guys right behind ambulance. It seems like that they haven't learned the lesson to not be standing there.
Oh yeah, so Slaughter would have went around to B plat and then kind of arced it over the wall there towards ambulance. That is definitely interesting. Stojo getting caught out, but actually no shots connect. His bullets a little bit red there, but it doesn't look like he lost any health. Slaughter picking up Maddie. Stojo though is the last one remaining, as he's gonna have to face off against Slaughter here in a moment. Oh, Stojo!
Getting him right when he popped up over the top there.
He thinks he's slick with it, but Stojo
Yeah.
put him in his place.
He said,
with
no
2
jump
members
shot
left."
on me.
Yeah. Not even a laser either.
Oh, and
Oh.
Kevin with the AP putting Stojo down on his run in. Yeah, Kevin with the AP is being pretty dangerous this game. He's able to be where he needs to be and keep those angles locked down. That's really the important thing with a gun like that, is that it's harder to move into positions and make room with it, but if you already have that space, then you'll have control over it.
Day 3 of the Vanguard 3 rounds tournament may be coming to an end in the next few rounds. Let's see what New Dawn have to say about it. Or Phoenix can make this tournament go on just a little bit longer to keep themselves in here. Still another day to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you are wanting to catch the 4th and final day with the most action-packed gameplay, make sure that you are here tomorrow at the same time as today. Mark that calendar, don't miss it.
I was gonna say they're moving a lot slower this round, but Kevin's still getting those picks off with the AP. Kevin really being a force to reckon with.
New Dawn with a full roster still. Phoenix are in this position too many times. They got to find a way to whittle down the members of New Dawn before they decide to get too aggressive, right? Just play as a team, buddy system,
Yeah, they're currently
one for
very
one.
split up right now, and now Stoja's left by himself in a 1v5. Only a miracle can save him now.
Oh no, this is oh, look at this. 5 members are converging.
Oh.
Oh, no. One
He was
round away.
surrounded.
Done. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. The end of day 3 is imminent. Kaiden putting New Dawn on his back. Slaughter with a close second. Those crazy A lineups, and Mr. Kevin also in a close second. Some very, very important kills. TRG. A lineup of absolute monsters here is the New Dawn lineup, but it's really unfortunate for Phoenix because, I've seen them a few times already, but I've yet to see them actually win, and it's going to be actually a moment of a miracle here. Merc in Zombieland, here we go. So we can start off with an actual advantage here for Phoenix. First time in a while. Gaiden's up top on that second floor of portables and will be trying to put some pressure on the back line, but Phoenix just changed it up this time. They just go full attrition. Zero hesitation, push on site, get the bomb down. This works somehow.
Yeah.
Dawn are pushed back.
It seems like the aggression and really kind of threw New Dawn off there. They weren't able to do their normal nade lineups and such. And Kevin wasn't able to get his picks that he normally does. They were just able to push on quickly, leaving them a little bit. Kevin's still able to get a pick though, before getting traded by Zombie.
Oh, Phoenix come back in the most perfect time possible. 8-4 right now. When this game could very well be over, ladies and gentlemen. We could be looking at the ending screen, but Phoenix, what exactly came over them? I think they were perhaps blessed, or maybe
I think they just said we gotta switch it up.
Spider.
Yeah, right. Something
superhuman
happened. Something happened there. I think they finally were like, all right, we got to do something differently. And it seemed like they had just been slowly, tentatively peeking at each other. Whereas that round, they just decided to go all out. There really wasn't much to lose there, right? If they either can get, throw them off and get a round in, or
Yeah, look, they're
that
gonna
would
do
be
the
the
same
end
thing.
of the day.
Same thing. Oh, Slaughter, though. There's the nade, and Pug with a double kill. It's going to put a huge advantage for New Dawn. The Beast, the last one remaining. Will he win the $100,000? And the last takes your hand off of the Vanguard Gaming Trophy? No, because Pug will shut him down with a triple kill in the last round of the game, the last round of the day. New Dawn show up and show out with Guy Aiden getting an ace and a total of 18 kills on the game. 2 members close behind with 12 kills each. And just game of headhunting and kills is really what it's been. Attrition and force almost brought back Phoenix, but the New Dawn roster were just too far ahead for them to take them back. And New Dawn solidified their win here as they're going to be pushing on to day number 4 tomorrow in Phoenix. I think they might be on the boat home.
Yeah, Kirk, those nades from Slaughter did a lot of damage that game, and New Dawn was able to come out on top. It was a very hard-earned, or very well-earned victory for them there.
Vanguard Gaming day number 3 comes to an end as we say goodbye. Phoenix lineup. Day number 4 will commence tomorrow. Unknown will be having a few different challengers at their doorstep, being that 3-0 team that went ahead in day number 2 that came up against New Dawn and Vibe Check, right? So they're going to have a couple more chances. I know New Dawn are ready for this is their 3rd time facing each other, if I'm not mistaken, coming up on day number 4. So this is their time to finally show Unknown what they're made out of. They need to do something, because every time they go up against them, it's not really that close. Unknown just kind of proves that they're a better team. And they have about 24 hours from now, a little bit less, to lock it in and try to cook up something that can be the kryptonite of the Unknown roster. But I don't know, man. I think they're just on a different level at this point right now. But big congratulations to New Dawn for winning that one. They're on bowl as the 8th game of the day comes to an end. And of course, we want to give a huge shout out to Reina Rosarena for coming on for her very first cast today. We're super, super excited in the Vanguard gaming community to have her on here as her debut. And thank you everyone for bearing with her as she starts her journey.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it, Kirk, and I'm so glad that my debut was with you again. Always enjoyed your casting, so it's been awesome to sit here in the casting booth with you.
Yes, thank you very much. And also big thanks to Kilted Havoc, who was the caster for the first 4 games of the day. And of course, Mr. Luke Goblin in the background, always in that production. Actually, no, Luke was on casting for the first game of the day. I forgot about that. Was that your debut, Luke? It was. It was his casting debut. What a monster in the booth, just going crazy on casting some Bay 5 action. My man himself, the Luke Goblin. He's been on the camera for a number of years now, but all of a sudden he comes out and shows his face for the very first time to the community, to the world. Mr. Vanguard Gaming himself. So thank you to all the production crew in the background, our observers, our moderators, everyone that takes part in making these tournaments go smoothly. Big thanks to the viewers, right? Because this wouldn't happen without you. 100+ viewers within the last 3 days is way more than we could have ever asked for, and our hearts go out to every single one of you that shows support here today. And another shout out also to Battlestate Games, who were so gracious to provide us with the tools to use the X-ray and the mini map, because it wouldn't be a tournament without that.
Yeah, that was awesome. Those kind of tools are super helpful, especially for us. We're able to, look and see those flanks happening that we may not be aware of on the main cam, and so that's awesome.
With closing remarks at the end of day 3, we thank everybody yet again, and we'll see you for day number 4 tomorrow. Be here, or you're gonna miss the best action yet.
Yeah, don't miss it.